Okay, we're gonna talk to him again. Unless it's Violet who answers this time. Fingers crossed. Sir! Put some clothes on! We don't lay next to bees. I need to hold on here. Okay. I hear no bees. I see no bees. I speak no bees. Wait, I hear bees! I hear bees! I hear bees! What? A very amusing game is played with mashed potatoes. I'm sorry, what? How will the mashed potatoes tell us who we marry? Are we we really are going to be talking about with marry? Wow, okay. Into the midst of the mashed potatoes, a dime, a ring, and a thimble should be placed. Mashed potatoes are kind of fire. They are. I just don't know if I would trust the mashed potatoes to tell me who I'm marrying, you know? I feel like that decision should not be left. Don't let mashed potatoes choose your future partner. That's just my opinion, personally. What am I saying? Beep beep. Hi, I'm here to work. To be rat shaming the rats. I'm definitely not rat shaming the rats. You should never rat shame anyone. It's very bad. It's very bad. Especially because rats are popular, so good luck with that. Chocolate covered nuts! 60 cents per pound. Smalls. Okay, anyway. They really need it. This is where the D's nuts joke goes, right here. Right here. Okay, these people were married. That's nice. What do you mean you need water still? They're right here. Do your job. Do your job. What's wrong with you? You're over there dying of thirst. You're like, oh my gosh, I'm so thirsty. You're the one who's in charge of the well's right here. Look at that. You can just drink. You can just drink. Slurp it up like that. You're in charge of the water. God. This is your skill. This is what you're good at. She sneezed on me. My God. You're watching that soap too, huh? Oh my gosh, you won't believe what Francesco did. I can't wait until you find out. I can't wait. You should talk to that one lady too. I think Malcolm should have told his wife, you know, that he wasn't actually dead. So she wouldn't marry Francesco, because what are they going to do now? I think I read some theories on Reddit that Malcolm and Francesco are going to have a duel. And I don't know, who do you think's going to survive? Because like Malcolm is like a hunter, right? But Francesco is a trained soldier. And like, I mean, who's the better shot? No one knows. No one knows. Jesus doesn't know. Mary doesn't know. No one knows, actually. Doggy. Look, at least he died in front of Jesus, right? And he died doing what he loved, smoking a cigarette and watching his soaps. But now he'll never know how the duel turns out between Malcolm and Francesco. It's really sad. Give the embers to me. There is one last thing I need from you. Come closer. Ugh, never like it when a witch says come closer. Especially when she says there's one last thing she needs from you. There. Don't look like that. It was only a small prick. Just a drop of blood. You won't miss it. And like there was one time where I had to do a quest by the end of the season, and it was like, you know, day 2, and I'm like, oh okay, oops, I didn't really need that. I'm like, I can go back. Where did it go? Was there just one? Oh, there it goes. No, come back, come back. It's rolling away from me. Okay. It was day 2 of the season. Oh, you. Come back. Come back.
Hail, friend.
Hail, friend. Okay. How are you doing? Oh, I think she likes this one. Not to be understood, but to be felt. -5. Ooh, she doesn't like what makes you the expert. Ooh, she clocked me. Yeah, I'm single, Huberta. I know. And you're living with that other dude. I get it. Let's see. Where should I put that?
I don't want to be lonely anymore.
Oh, she doesn't want to be lonely anymore. you're living with that dude though, that Lord of the Rings guy. He likes Lord of the Rings. Do you not like Lord of the Rings, Huberta? Does he just spend all his time watching Lord of the Rings and he doesn't pay you any attention? I'm so sorry. It makes you feel alone even though you're living together. That's a real shame. I mean, I know I'm romancing you and everything, and so maybe like this is like a hint to me, but like guys, I don't think she likes me. Wow, she's just walking over there and standing. Wow. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Happy Thursday. I think it is. Hello. We're back to date everything today. I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm hoping this game puts me in a good mood because I started off today in a pretty okay mood, which was surprising because I woke up at like 6. Um, and I went to sleep at like 2 a.m. last night. I stayed up a little bit later than I should. Um, so I only got like 4 hours of sleep, but like I was kind of pretty awake when I woke up. And I had what I consider good dreams. They were kind of spooky, so I kind of liked it. It was also a little stressful now that I'm looking back on it, like now that I'm like awake and have like regular life to compare it to. Um, but as far as dreams go, honestly, they weren't bad. The stressful parts, like, the fact that like it was like still involved work or whatever, that still kind of sucks. But there was spooky stuff to it, and I like that part. And I was happy for that. It's kind of rare to get like a proper spooky dream. I love them. They're my favorite. I've talked about this before. Um, but yeah, so I thought it was gonna be a good day. Started out pretty good. The morning was honestly pretty good, but then I don't know, starting around afternoon, things just kind of like, I don't know, my mood. I'm caught up thinking about stuff and then I don't know. I feel like yesterday and today I have not been. They both started off pretty well, but then by the afternoon I just like have not been as productive as I want to be. And I don't know, this at the beginning of this week I like, made out a schedule, plans, like goals of like what I want to get done each day. And it was fine for a little bit, but again, I do this thing where I overestimate how much I can get done. Like in some ways it's not like me overestimating myself. Though it kind of is, but like 'cause I definitely like yesterday and today at least, I have not done as much as I could have. But it's because I like overbooked myself. Like I'm like, oh, I want to get this done today, this done tomorrow, this done the next day, but they're all like, you know, like 10 hours of stuff. And like I can't reasonably, focus like even if I want to, have time to do other things like I know I'm not going to be able to focus on that for 10 hours a day. Like I don't, especially like you know, not cold turkey, but like just diving in the deep end, like kind of the opposite of cold turkey, I guess, whatever it's called, and you just jump right in and you're like, all right, I'm just gonna lock in and do 10 hours of this a day. Um, and like I can, but like that's not gonna be sustainable, right? And I need to like, I think, do that, but I need to tell myself that that's not consistent, right? That'll be like a um I don't know how to describe it, like a sort of like intensive session. Right? If you want to put it that way, I need to like describe it as like an intensive session of work. And then so that I don't like, think, oh, I need to like do that every single day. I think it'll help me just mentally to be like, no, you're gonna lock in and you're gonna focus, you're gonna get a ton of stuff done, you're gonna work all day on this. And you're gonna like hyper focus on it. And then for like 2 days, and then you're gonna take a break. And then I feel after that though, I'll feel like a little weird, so I'll still do a little bit of work, but not as much. But like I think that's a better pace for me personally, um, because like I don't know, mentally I'm not happy with doing just like a little bit, like, 4 or 5 hours of work a day is like, especially like when I'm getting back into it more than, well, not back into it, but like kind of starting up the like self motivated work schedule, Um, and if I go at that pace, that's like still a little, honestly, a little much. I know it doesn't sound like much, but it's hard to self motivate, when there's other stuff to do. Uh, but like, yeah, so, I kind of need to get into that mindset and work, like, because I don't think I can do a couple hours. I mean, I need to do kind of, I think the intensive thing will also help because then like on my like non-intensive days, I might still do like 3 4 hours of work, which is still good. And that's like very reasonable and consistent. And then I'll kind of hopefully consistently do that, but it won't feel like a lot compared to the days where I did like 10 12 hours of work. You see, I call that the in my head, it's a couple different things. It's Dragon Force, Through the Fire and Flames, Guitar Hero. Basically, the thing is, if there's ever a song on Guitar Hero that you couldn't do and it like felt really hard, well, what you do is you switch to expert mode and try to play through the Fire and Flames. And then you can't, and it sucks, but you try your best. But then every song in comparison is much easier to it, and you can handle it a lot better, because you sort of stretched yourself mentally to do something that was extremely challenging. But then the other thing is a little bit more doable now. And you've kind of stretched your brain, you know, and then that was the stretch, and now you're like coming back into a, what is meant to be a comfort zone because, if you're learning something, a new skill like that, you don't want, the thing that you intend to do regularly and consistently and comfortably to be the stretch, like your stretchiest part is not going to be your comfort zone. And that's not it's not your goal for your comfort zone. The stretchiest part is like not like your goal, if that makes sense. And so yeah, I learned that with Guitar Hero, and now I kind of think of that with everything. So I don't know. No, I don't know if anyone cares or if anyone else kind of in a kind of similar situation where trying to self motivate to get stuff done. I think that I'm going to try it. That sort of schedule of intensive stuff and then like back up a little bit. So I think maybe today and tomorrow I might kind of chill and then maybe like I think I'd kind of wanted to be at a specific spot in the work I was doing for the weekend, but I don't think I'm gonna be there. So maybe I'll have an intensive day tomorrow and then maybe I'll chill for the weekend and then do more intensive stuff like next week. Maybe. Maybe that'll be the vibe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I'm just kind of disappointed, because like I haven't gotten as much done as I want, but it's also because I set myself up for failure because I set unrealistic expectations. Um, and I kind of knew I was doing it, and I know I have a tendency to do it, so I don't know. It's hard. It's hard out here, man. It's hard. But but yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of I don't know. I get so frustrated with myself when I don't feel like I've done enough, And even just today, for some reason, I don't know, just on social media, it's made me feel very much not enough, you know? Like I'm like, man, I wish I were good at something, like something that can get, I feel like a nobody, you know? Like it just kind of hit me. I mean, I know I kind of am as far as like, social media goes and the internet, but like it just kind of hit me, you know? Like I don't know, like I'm not good at art. I don't make good videos. And I was thinking about the other day as well, like why did I start streaming? Like back in 2015, why did I start streaming? Like I know what like why, like, I was watching, streams and I was like, "Oh, this looks good." I had wanted to make videos before and like and I understand why. I'm a storyteller. I like telling stories. I like creating art that tells stories. And I like making art in general, I don't think I could ever do it for like a career. Like at this stage where I'm at right now. Like I said, I'd like to go to a point where I, can be a novelist for a living, but I don't know if I can even mentally ever do that because like I'm worried that if I were to do something like for my job, then it would kind of lose the fun, I guess, kind of, or like I don't know, it would feel different. Um, but we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. But writing I think I could. Like streaming or like making videos or something I don't think I could. Like that's kind of just for fun. That's like the artistic outlet. Yeah, even playing video games and streaming on Twitch is like the artistic outlet for me. And I just like to try to monetize every hobby I have to justify it to myself, but you know, um uh but like I think and even like game development and trying to work on and that's again just like another artistic outlet. I think that would be great to be monetized, but just an artistic outlet. But then I just like have been thinking like why did I start streaming? Because I'm kind of like reevaluating my streaming goals and like I know what I want. Like I remember I mean I saw another TikTok from Dora's account and like man, I still can't believe that and like that was Christmas. That was on Christmas Day or the day after Christmas, right? Or whatever. When she died and like I still would love to get to the point where I don't do something I don't know, like but I don't know. I kind of wish maybe I could like we're good at art or something and like could help other people. I don't really want to be I don't know. Hmm, I don't know. I wish I had like friends or something, right? And like they could have a big platform and then I can help them use their platform. I'm like being greedy and selfish here. It's like, but I gotta make my own platform, but I don't want a big audience. But like I do because like I want people to know about the causes I care about and stuff like that. So I don't know I'm just kind of like torn with that. But that's like goals, right? And I've always been thinking like, what are my goals? What are my goals? But then I kind of paused and was like, it was actually that like jerk who came into chat last week, right? And then I was like, okay, clearly people like maybe I should make a little video and I can just like put it in chat or something. Hey, Cubert, welcome, welcome. But like I've been thinking like why did I start streaming? And I don't actually know what the thought process was when I started streaming. Like, which is so weird. Like, I'm like, why though? Did I just do it because it felt like that's what you do? Like, do I like streaming? I mean, yeah, I do. But like, if I'm thinking about like my goals, right? Which I know what my goals are, and I know kind of like why. Well, actually, I'm not even sure anymore. Well, I mean, I kind of know what my goals are, and I know why they are what they are. Like, but I've always been looking at things from a forward approach. I never really looked at it like from the backward approach and like kind of really reflected on the intentionality that led me to this point. And I did, but kind of surface level. I never thought of it too deeply. But then I kind of paused because I even literally started writing a script of like a little video to talk about like my background in streaming and all my influences and stuff like that. But I like mm, it was actually even I was thinking about that script because I only got like halfway through because it's kind of trying to make sure I'm getting everything correct and everything. And so it took me a while and I didn't spend too much time on it either. But I then kind of thought over like the past like I don't know week or so, right? And I was thinking and I was like, okay, but that moment when I started streaming, but like why? Like I know like I did like I know why I started making YouTube videos. I know that. And like there's like in me like this artistic uh impulse like to create art and like I like creating art and storytelling in the form of videos. I like that. That's good. Um and I like visual media storytelling in addition to like words. And so I like that. Um and I liked when I started making YouTube videos and when I was younger. in like old school YouTube. And then I tried to do Let's Plays, right? And like I talk about this in the video. Maybe I'll put it up in the next couple weeks or so. I'll finish writing and recording it, and just to kind of just so I know people know my background and history. I think that's kind of important personally for me. Like I was thinking about this as well. I was like, I still don't have my actual lore video up. And then I'm like, why is that even important though? Because like it's not like I stream in character, you know? So like I think it's more important to get my own streamer lore, um, and get that up actually, because like that's more useful. It's like about me, and that's what you get when I stream, as opposed to my, VTubers lore, which is, I don't that's not really that important to be honest. Um, but it's like kind of fun and quirky. And I feel like I don't know, I guess some streamers still really go pretty hard into that, but I feel like now that VTubing is kind of uh expanding a little bit and becoming a little bit not richer or fuller, but like it's becoming a better representation of the variety of streamers you get in general. Um, it's like VTuber isn't really its own genre, right? It's just kind of like a medium. Um, of a lot of other, like people who stream with face cam or people who don't, and then there's VTubers. And I feel like the reflection is I feel like when VTubing started, it was a little bit more limited, but now it's, since it's so much more accessible, increasingly accessible, more people can do it in all sorts of different genres, so it's no longer like its own sort of genre. It's just a form, kind of like, I was talking to my brother about this, but like graphic novels or manga or something, right? They aren't in bookstores they're a genre, but they're not really their own genre. Um, because like there's so many genres within them. The same type of thing. Or like young adult books, right? Isn't a genre really either. Because they have genres within that. Like that's just the form. Or young adult is the audience, or kind of like shonen or shoujo, right? If we're talking like manga or anime, right? Like that's not genres, that's audience. And so same type of thing, for VTubers, it's not like we're moving towards, it's still not the case because there are some people who still just dislike VTubers because they really don't understand the idea, to be honest, and they're just biased against it. And so really like if you tag things VTuber, you're really just trying to eliminate those people who like, it's almost like a trigger warning, for people who don't like VTubers. But it really isn't like if you, watch a VTuber, you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't know what genre of game they're gonna play. You don't even know if they're gonna play a game. You don't even know how they're gonna interact with the game or interact with their audience or whatever. Like it's really just you just know how they're visually presenting themselves on the screen. Um, but anyway, and I feel like VTubing is moving more and more towards being that reflection of the general streaming environment. And the fact that you're a VTuber is like less and less significant, especially as people are less and less biased against it. Because that's really the biggest point of significance at the moment is that people don't like it. Um, but as those people sort of diminish, uh, then it kind of like or change their minds, I suppose is a better term. But it kind of goes them more and more towards it not mattering anymore. Um, and and I feel like the era where VTubers were kind of a genre, I feel like lore mattered a little bit more, but now I feel like it matters, a little bit less. Um, if everyone's kind of like more a reflection of themselves and their unique presentation of streaming, then it's like their own personal identities. I feel like people really, and some people might be in character, but I feel like that in itself is like a kind of genre of VTubing, is like character VTubing compared to people who just want to chill and be a VTuber and do the same normal stuff, but like as a VTuber. I don't know, like for the privacy aspect of it or whatever, as opposed to like the wanting to be a character aspect. I don't know. But yeah, so anyway, like I said, I'll kind of probably put a video up just explaining because I don't know. Sometimes we get new people in here and they don't know my background, and sometimes it helps. Like I think it helps understand like what to expect from not just the community I have, but the community I want, is to understand my background in terms of social media and what I've been doing for, the past, like, I don't know how many years I've been on social media, and kind of understanding, like what, um, yeah, what that's, my own history, kind of basically my own lore as a streamer. But like, I made YouTube videos originally and I understand why I did. And because like my friends in school like to make little videos and stuff, and I don't know. So I completely understand where that came from. And then um and then Let's Plays, right? Because I was on YouTube, I was watching YouTubers, and then I watched Let's Plays, and I talk about that in more detail in the video that I've scripted. Um, but I watched Let's Plays and put them on in the background. I was doing work and stuff like that, and vibed a lot with those. And then I tried to do my own, but like I was really awkward and I wasn't very good at it. And so then I didn't do that anymore. I have like I did like 2 episodes of The Witch's House, but I never even posted them online. Because I was editing them, I realized they weren't good. But then uh I watched Geek and Sundry content on YouTube, and then Co-optitude, because again, I like Let's Plays. And then I watched Felicia and Ryan streaming on Twitch, and then I watched Geek and Sundry's launch on Twitch, and then I watched all of their content besides Critical Role. Like literally every first month of Geek and Sundry, I watched every single show they have except for Critical Role. But I started it as the second month. I missed like 3 weeks or something like that, but it's kind of funny looking back on it. But but yeah, uh I like, really vibed with Geek and Sundry and the community that they had and the kind of content and how videos it felt very community, and it felt like, inclusive, and like I felt like included, not in a parasocial way or anything, but like being in the chat while like the hosts were sitting on a couch just playing games and chilling, and then like, talking with the chat, talking with the people behind the camera, the people behind the camera talking with chat in chat, like it was just like everyone kind of hanging out, and then like some people had a camera on them, but like everyone was hanging out chatting, and like playing a game and stuff. And it felt, I don't know, it felt really good, and I like that community aspect, and I talk about this a lot. But then from there I started streaming, and I don't know why. Like I don't know how I got from that to like, oh, maybe I should stream, because like obviously my streams were going to be very different than that. Um, I didn't have like a set. I didn't have like, I did stream with face cam back then, but like, it wasn't like me and a room full of people hanging out, and it's like what was, I don't remember what my goal was. Like when I started streaming, what did I think was gonna happen? Like what was I aiming for? Like now I have goals, but what was my original goal? Like sometimes you're like, oh well, let's rein back and see, like, the path I've taken was in pursuit of a goal. And then I'm like, what was that goal? Like I have goals now. Obviously they've changed, presumably, but like what was my original goal? I think I still wanted to do charity streams because I know there were definitely some. I think after the Pulse nightclub shooting, I think Erica, I think it was Erica, did a, maybe it was just Geek and Sundry, did like a charity stream and raised a bunch of money, and like seeing that like reaction of being able to have that community to be like, oh, a tragedy happened, let's pivot and like just drop a stream tonight and raise $5,000 $10,000 for this charity, this nonprofit, or direct go in to directly help victims and families or whatever, and um that seemed really cool. And that was also back in the day. I guess I don't know if charity streams really work the same way anymore, because back in the day, the real big economy on Twitch was less subs and more donations. Like people gave donos way more, like 10 years ago, 7 years ago, before COVID at least. It was like very donation based. That was where all the money was coming from. On Twitch was donations. Everyone knew like, oh, okay, well you might not have very many subs, but that's okay because most of the money comes from donations anyway. And even something like Geek and Sundry, most of their money, I believe, came from donations. Like people were just donating. Um, and like TTS was huge, even for like big streams, like they'd still have TTS on. Now a lot of big streams don't have TTS on, or it's like really quiet and it's not like the focus of the stream at all. Or they kind of save it up and like I think Pirate Software like, reads as TTS during ad breaks and stuff like that. And like that wasn't the case before, like TTS was huge because like they were really everyone was really encouraging donos because that was the Twitch economy. And then tips also, and that kind of became a different way to donate, but uh I think streamers got a lower percentage of the tips, so donations were still preferred, but it was, a kind of you know, a way to do it if people prefer to donate in the app instead. Um, or like through Twitch as a site. Um, for whatever reason. But yeah, but like that used to be so much different. And like now and I feel like charity streams were a little bit more successful and like bigger deal back then as well compared to now, compared to like the ones that I see. They kind of get caught up into like it's a subathon and money goes to charity or a percentage goes to charity, but like the focus is a subathon and then you kind of have like a token charity that goes with it, like a little bit less, about the charity kind of, at least from the way I've seen a lot of people kind of do it. I don't know. It just feels different. It feels very different. And a lot of them back then were like direct responses, but like a lot of people, I don't know, a lot of people, maybe I just don't watch the people that do charity streams or something like that, but I don't know, that's one of the big goals that I would like from streaming. Um is charity streams. That's always been the case because again, like Geek and Sundry started with that lupus stream. And I don't know, I've always kind of wanted that. But but yeah, I like, but what was my goal? When I started? What was I aiming for? Like, and like now I'm a VTuber, and I used to not be. Uh, so obviously my goals would change and kind of like the what I imagine my channel to be is different, or my like visualization of my channel in my like kind of ideal world is different than what it was back then, but I don't know what it was back then. Like what was I aiming for? What was the plan? What was the goal? I literally do not I must have had a goal, something in mind. I was like I want to start streaming because I want to do this, but I have no idea what it was. Like I somehow completely lost track of that. I just know that I was inspired by Geek and Sundry. I really like the vibe. I liked Twitch, and I was like, I want to start streaming. Hey, Alex, welcome, welcome. And I know I had tried to do Let's Plays before, and maybe I was just like, oh, maybe streaming will be easier than Let's Plays. Maybe that was my thinking, but I literally have no idea. I have no idea what my plan was. Which is really weird to think about. And I think it's also kind of been like messing with my mind this week. Is I'm like, why as far as streaming goes, like what what was I trying to plan? It was no plan at all. No, it wasn't. I mean, I definitely would have had like a reason. Like why did I start streaming? Like I watched Geek and Sundry, I enjoyed Geek and Sundry, then I started streaming. But why? Like why? Why did I start streaming? Like I tried to do Let's Plays before. It didn't work. I think maybe I was like, Let's Plays. Sorry while I like talk through this with you guys. I think I was like, Let's Plays are hard. I tried to do it. It was awkward and didn't turn out well. And then I was like, ooh, okay, maybe streaming is better. And I was like, maybe having a chat will help and I'll be a little bit less awkward. And I think that might have been the idea. I literally don't know. You stream just to not be lonely while playing. Yeah, that's like part of why I like streaming, like because like from a practical perspective, like why have I kept streaming? See, that's the thing. Is like I started streaming 10 years ago, almost. Almost. Like 9.5 years ago, right? Was my first stream on Twitch. Not on this account, obviously, but 9.5 years ago. And I watched Geek and Sundry. I liked it. I was like, I too shall stream. And I don't know why. But the reason why I kept streaming was because um a lot of times like mentally I feel really bad about like kind of guilty about playing video games because like it feels like such a time drain, especially longer games. Like I have a bunch of bigger games like the BioShock games, Assassin's Creed games, stuff like that. And I usually don't think, yeah, it is. It is. I have not consistently though. Not consistently. But like uh but I started streaming in 2015. So, I've seen a lot of Twitch, basically. Um, but like, I had these longer games that I had bought and I wanted to play, but I just couldn't justify investing the time in playing. Because like I kind of said this minutes ago, but like a lot of my hobbies, I feel like now some of them I can justify, but some like I can't. And like it's really hard. I really need to feel like, oh, this is for self-improvement, or I'm learning this thing, or I'm developing this skill, or like financial gain. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I need to justify all my hobbies. Like it's a use of time, and the time needs to be productive. Either I'm getting in better shape, or I'm no having fun is not a good reason. Having fun is not a good enough reason, not for me. Because like I could be doing something that is fun and earns me money, or is fun and gets me in better shape, or is fun and teaches me a new skill, right? Um, it's like just being fun isn't enough. And like I know it's like stress relief and everything. See, yeah, it is mental health, but I could be fun and something else. Um, and like computer games are great stress relief, but you know what is a very similar sort of stress relief? Practicing piano and music. So I could learn those things. Those are the same sort of mental stress relief for my brain as playing video games. Um, or not the exact same, but very, very similar. It does very similar things to my brain. And I could be doing that stuff, you know. And that's skill development. But playing video games, like, and I can do it for a little bit, like I can justify a little bit, like maybe one day binging The Sims or something, or like playing a 4 hour long game over the course of a week or something, like that's fine. And that's why usually if I'm not streaming, if I'm in one of my like no streaming years or like few months in that like past like 10-year time period, um I like will kind of binge games. Like I'll play a game a bunch for like a week or two and then I'll kind of stop, you know? And then like and I might not play any games for like another month after that. Um but honestly, I know playing games is good for me because again, just like with the music, like it is that sort of mental health thing. It is a great mental stress relief. Which is different than other types of stress relief. Like it's good for my brain and my brain I don't know, it's hard to describe, but it's a particular type of thing it helps. And it does help. And so it's really good for me to do it consistently and but like it's hard for me to justify that and to like tell myself that that's okay because I could push myself to be doing things that like you know feel like they're better. Like I'm streaming now, but I could be working on game development. I could be developing games, making games that I can sell for a couple dollars online. Could be building those skills, earning a little bit of money, making art and producing things, have something to show for it. But if I were just, and that's, but I'm streaming. See, that's the thing. I have the stream to show for it. I have follower accounts to show for it. Um, but like if I'm like just playing the games, then I really have nothing to show for it but Steam achievements. And like that's fine, but playing games and having a fun time for you is how you are you. Yeah. See, that's not me. See, I'm very like uh I like accomplishing things, right? I I was in the gifted and talented program. My first grade standardized testing, I was 99th percentile across the board in absolutely everything. Um, about like halfway through first grade, I got a B on a homework assignment and I came home and cried a lot because I got the B and I thought I had failed in life. Um, yeah, and I do like getting those achievements in the games. But then sometimes I stop and I look at my achievements and I'm like, hmm, yes, those are achievements on Steam. But like I don't have any friends on Steam. No one can see my achievement, you know? Like that's the thing is it's also not like recognition, but like I don't know, like it's I like achieving things, but I also kind of like, you know, I don't know, literally anyone knowing I've achieved anything helped your friend day because she was stressed. Yeah. I mean, like no, I just um like honestly, I grew up with an Asian best friend, right? And I'm just gonna say, like, man, all the Asian kids, like I should have had the strict Asian parent. I was my own strict Asian parent. My family didn't care. My family didn't really care. Like there was no pressure put on me by my family whatsoever at all. I put all the pressure on. And I was always competing with my Asian friend, you see, but she had Asian parents who were strict with her and pushed her to do a lot and signed her up for all sorts of stuff and made her do all sorts of things and made her study a lot. I did that to myself. I begged my family to let me sign up for stuff and do stuff and all of that, you see. So, like, in some ways I relate because, like, like I said, my friend was kind of going through it and I kind of put myself through the same thing, but like I did it. So, study psychology for things to say about that. Um, like, I don't know. I like saw her experience and I'm like, yeah, me too, but also like I'm doing it. I don't know. I just like I don't know. I'm very it's just how I am from Freud says a lot. Um, but like I just liked accomplishing things. I don't and I don't know why that is, but like I just like accomplishing things and achieving things. And I kind of always put that pressure on myself to do that. Like literally from like I don't know, probably even in kindergarten. Um, onward. Like I was like, I have to do this, I have to do this, I want to accomplish this, I want to learn this thing. And and to me that's fun, and that's satisfying. Is that accomplishing, and so that's the thing. And so like it's not stressful. It that is kind of stress relief to and like and that's why the past couple days I felt that I haven't gotten enough done, and that's to me where and when I start getting stressed because I haven't done anything. And I usually like something that has something to show for it, like if you learn or work on learning a new language or practicing piano and then you can learn and play a new song or you learn some new hula hoop tricks or um like you uh like I don't know, stream and then you have a VOD to show for it or like, and that gets views or like I don't know. I just like, or even just like creating. That's why I like art because you can make art and you have a product to show for it, and it's fulfilling to me to have something to show for it in the end. Um and so yeah, so like I don't know, I like that sort of stuff. And I do like achievements a lot. And my brother has made fun of me before for being an achievement hunter in games. And but it's like, I don't know, man, I just like that. I just I just like it. Um, but uh but yeah, so just playing the games for themselves like is fine, but like I can't um I don't know. It comes with a little bit of guilt, you know? And but if like I stream the games, that's a little bit easier because then I don't feel guilty because I'm like using it to produce a brand, and to produce like a community to give something back to the world in some way. I don't know. Ideally, eventually, we're working on it. Um, but like, like I don't know, to because I saw like Geek and Sundry and I'm like, ooh, I like this. I want to create my own version of this thing. I saw they had a great community. I like being part of that community and that environment. And I'm like, I also want to do that. I also want to create, a uh, you know, videos or a community that is a place for people and for me, and tailor it. I kind of remember now there was like I was really big on like wanting to tailor it to my own comfort zone, and have it be people who share similar interests with me, who vibe with me, and kind of like personalize it basically, kind of like, because you can be part of another community, but sometimes there are people who annoy you, or like you don't vibe with everyone, or you're just not comfortable in that community. But if you make your own community, then like, it kind of is specifically tailored to you. And I don't know, that just made a lot of sense to me, and I kind of like, I don't know, really like that idea. Um, but like, uh, and also the creation of the community is again a sort of creation of, yeah, it's like to have a small community, yeah. And like the creation of the community is like the creation of like, a brand, and like, and it's again art in its own way. Um, it's not like drawing art, but it is art. It's creation of a product, but a kind of like pretty product, that brings you joy. Um, and joy over function, I guess, if that makes sense, right? Like it doesn't really necessarily fulfill a need as much as like bring joy, kind of. I don't know if that kind of sounds really silly, but yeah, part of a community once of a streamer, yeah, got this other people from that community left. Yeah, like a lot of times it's just kind of like, I don't know, like I said, I've been other channels where like the mods are kind of really weird about things. Sometimes some chatters might be really possessive of the streamer. The streamer might favor some chatters. The streamer might like, I don't know, bully chat a little bit too much for my liking, and then I can't like really chat in chat. Or like, I don't know, the like jokes they make just aren't jokes I make. Uh, like, oh, sometimes streamers, I've had a few streamers, I really have liked them, but then they'll go and they'll be like, keep making fun of their viewers, and they're like, well, at least I'm not watching a Twitch streamer. I have a life. And it's just kind of like, what? Like, why are you making fun of your community for watching you? Like, like it's a bad thing to watch a streamer. Like, I'm a big fan of streamers who watch other streamers. Like, any sort of streamer who's like, these are my favorite streamers, I'm like, thank God. Other streamers who are like, oh, I don't watch streams, I'm not a Twitch viewer, like, I don't know, to me that's a red flag for me, so yeah, why not just support your peers? It's more like, if you don't enjoy the art, it's kind of like being like, oh yeah, I'm a piano player. Oh really? Do you like listening to piano? No, I hate it, the thing sounds awful. It's the worst instrument. And then it's like, oh, like, oh, I dance ballet. Yeah. Oh, do you like watching ballets then? No, I hate it. They're the most boring piece of crap. And it's like, oh, but like, don't, what? Oh, you're a writer, huh? What books do you like? This is actually maybe even the closest to me. Is like, if you're, yeah, I'm a writer. Okay, yeah, what books do you like to read? Oh, I write books. I don't read them. That's actually what it really feels like. You're a streamer who doesn't watch other streamers. It's like being a writer who doesn't read books, and it's like, I don't know about that. Um, and it's fine if they don't have time, you know, but like, streamers should support each other. Yeah, and I mean, like, I like to support. I mean, I don't support other streamers just because they're streamers, and there's been some discourse on Twitter lately of like people being like, oh yeah, I always show up in these streamers chats, and and I'm sub to them, but they aren't sub to me, and it's like that. I don't like that idea. Like, just because people show you support doesn't mean you have to turn around and show them support. That's classic follow for follow behavior, and that's not sustainable in the long run. Like you're not going to be able to do that with absolutely everyone. But but like I like streamers, I kind of pick my favorites. I vet them. I try to vet them pretty carefully, thoroughly. It's kind of a long process of me, deciding I like them. And, then I do support them, but not like usually not very openly. And my favorites I don't even really talk about, but some of my favorites, I guess. You are so nice and you love when they support each other. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. It's this kind of like, uh, I mean, I don't know, you can't support everyone, you know? Like if you have a streamer who has like, 100 viewers, 100, concurrent viewer average, like there's no way that they can, support every single one of their viewers. Like it's just, I don't know. I don't feel like they have a Discord and they'll ping people when they are close to a run and when they flood the streamer and cheer them on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that community, but like, I don't know. I don't really like. mm, I don't know, cause like I I'm not gonna like people just because they support me, if that makes sense. Like, um, I like people because I like them, and regardless of like, what I get back from them. And uh and that's why, because it's like kind of like work friends, like that's why I'm not automatically friends with work friends, because they're like, oh, we work together, let's be friends. And it's like, you see, I wouldn't be friends with you though if we were all out in the world and we weren't at work and we didn't know each other through work. If we just met each other through like, I don't know, on the street, or like a like random like speed dating but friendship situation, we wouldn't be friends, you know? And like, not because I don't they're a bad person, but like you can't vibe with everyone. You can't be friends with everyone, watched streamer the other day, 100 plus people watching. He was like, I love you guys so much, and saying nice things like that. Yeah, I mean, you can say nice things to your community, but like expecting that streamer to then go and support all yeah, exactly. I don't even I mean it's a different, a streamer's love for their community is different than like, you know, friendship, you know. But people who are like, oh, I like to call my community my friends, that's they're uh manipulating their viewers and taking advantage of parasocialism to their advantage. Um and it makes it dangerous, and it's dangerous for them. It's dangerous for the streamer to be like that, because you're setting up people to be parasocial, and that's very dangerous. But so like, yeah, always expect your streamers, no offense guys. um but it's not like I don't recognize regular chatters or appreciate, you know what I mean. Like, your streamers like don't like, it's not like a, normal friendship, and you can't expect, support from them. And but like, I mean, the same thing with me. Like I have my favorite streamers, and I support them. And like, I'll like donate and subscribe and gift subs and all that sort of stuff. A lot of times anonymously, to be honest, but like, um, and because yeah, it is a lot of times anonymous, because like I want to make sure that it's like, if I can anyway. A lot of times people don't let it. Sometimes I log into another account depending on how lazy I feel, but like, sometimes I don't. But like, cause it's just like, I don't know. I don't want there to be an expectation of, like I expect anything back, cause I don't, cause I know we don't have that relationship, so, um, it's just because I support them doesn't mean that they should support me, or that they know me, or, anything like that, it's a very particular thing, but, I remember a VTube drummer a few months ago. Yeah, it was Cinder. Yeah, freaks out in the world, so you understand. Keep followers on tips. Yeah, it's not just keep followers on distance. It's just like, eventually though, if you grow, like you literally cannot be best friends with everyone. And even then, like, there are a lot of people who have come through my chat, and I see this with other streamers too. It's not just me, it's like a lot of people. The bigger streamers tend to have a lot of regulars, and that must be why. They're bigger. But like, there's some other streamers that I've supported quite a lot. Um and they like one of them now I think he usually averages around 20. When I first watched him, it was after like a subathon and he was averaging like 80 or so. But like uh it's very interesting to see every time I pop into his chat, like, and actually like watch regularly, like, every couple months or something, I'll like watch a stream. I used to watch him more regularly, but I less and less so recently. Um, he just doesn't play the games I like, is the thing. But when I do, like, I don't recognize the names in his chat. Like originally I did when he was like averaging 80. I like recognized the names and I'd pop back in every few weeks and I'd recognize the names and then maybe after a year I'd be like, "Oh, okay, there's still some of the names I recognize here. But who are these other people?" And then like, a few more months later and there were new names I didn't know. And every time I check in the chat, like I don't know any of these chatters. I don't recognize any of the names. And it's just kind of like I don't know how many people even care or pay that much attention to, especially in bigger streamers, but I don't know, a lot of the bigger streamers I see a lot of the similar names more often, I feel like. Um, but especially if I watch old VODs, same sort of thing, you know. You see the same chatters that are there now that were there 3 years ago or whatever. But uh but like, people come and people go. Like there were some people here just a couple months ago saying like, "Oh my gosh, you're my favorite streamer. You're so great." And I was like, "Uh-huh. We'll see that when you leave in a couple months." And they were like, "No, I would never. I would never." They're not here now and they've unfollowed. So, like it's you can't get too attached and like that's not the relationship that it is. It's not a friendship. Um it's kind of like a curation of a way to spend time, and you kind of come together and it's kind of casual still, and that's fine, like nothing wrong with casual hangouts. It doesn't have to be a crazy commitment. um Hey, friends, streamers you watch, your best friend is a streamer you watched once. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. I guess it depends on like the streamer, and I suppose like I mean, I'm not opposed to streamers becoming friends with their viewers and stuff, but like it's definitely like mm, I mean, it's just like streamers becoming friends with other streamers. Like this is kind of what I said back during like all the Cinder drama and stuff, right? Is that like you need to be very intentional and careful. Like I said, like because for me, being friends with other streamers, like if it's through collabs and stuff, like if it's not through collabs or whatever, then obviously like whatever. But if it's like through collabs or something, which like I don't really want to do collabs anyway, so like that's not really on my plate. But like if it's through collabs or whatever, and you are befriending people that way, then it's really because like a lot, and that happens a lot, especially smaller streamers. But like where people will do collabs, they're like, I'm looking to be friends, and then like they're shocked when like oh, they were never trying to be my friend. They were just using me for views, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, using you for views, that's kind of what a lot of collabs are. That's just business. And I know that's what Cinder said. And like, the thing is, though, it was just business, but like, she's passing off as a friendship. But it's fine if it's just business. You just need to make sure you clarify. Don't like disguise business as a friendship. It's fine to be work friends, you know? Like again, like if it's you're collabing with streamers and your friends, I would still always view, unless it's very explicitly stated that we're friends outside of all of that and everything like that, I would see it as work friends. And with that comes like it is a work thing, you know. There's a hint of uh not really genuine friendship. Like if it's like you're both up for a promotion, well, there's an element of competition in a work friendship. There is, the idea that the friendship is somewhat contingent on the work relationship. If one of you leaves that work, you're not gonna really be hanging out anymore. Like it's kind of a relationship of convenience, and it's not something that is strictly out of all the people in the world, you want to be friends with them. And sometimes it is. But like you kind of do need to make sure you clarify that if there's like that work element kind of involved, kind of, creating, making things a little bit messy, kind of, to play a game with a streamer. I used to play a lot on her stream and you kind of stop. be able to tune into her stream because you want to support her, but you didn't say anything and she blocked you for supporting her. Ah, I mean, it kind of, I guess, probably depends with how things ended or like how she's feeling or whatever. Um, I don't know. It sounds like there's more to it. There's probably more to it, and like, I don't know. Maybe she just isn't comfortable with it. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. But and that's fine. If people like don't want you to support them, then like, okay, that's cool. Um, you like just, move on. Um, and it kind of sucks, but you know, again, it's not necessarily a personal relationship kind of, if it's just like supporting a streamer type of thing. But um supporting a friend then be different, and you have channels to talk to her outside, and you have more to talk about and stuff. But Shoma, because her followers liked you a lot and kept on asking for you, and she felt like overpowered. Oh yeah, yeah. See, and that's the thing, and that's very like work friendship stuff, you know. Um if and that's the problem with like stream friendships, and friendships between streamers or friendships between you respected that, stop playing. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. See. Um but like, yeah, and I mean that's the thing, 'cause there's always that sort of balance, and like you don't stream. Yeah, but it's still like, are people there? It's a creation of her community, you know. Um, and so it's the same type of thing. Like even if you're a streamer or not, you were still on her stream, so then you were still kind of streaming. You were a character in the stream. So I still count that as streaming. Even if you weren't streaming from your own device, essentially. But uh, but yeah, I mean that's kind of like curation of her own community, and your community kind of, if you have a community sort of around you or your interests, like you can't have someone like kind of else overtaking that sort of, and so you kind of have to, be smart. And sometimes not everyone fits. You could be like super great friends with someone, but like don't stream with them, And so like, for instance, like if I were friends, like IRL friends with another streamer, like I would 100% not want to collab with them. I mean like maybe if that's what they really wanted, but that I would not want that. Um, whether they're a small streamer, big streamer. I mean, there's probably not really that many people smaller than me, so they'd probably be bigger than me. But like, even if they were bigger than me, like I wouldn't want that. If they for some reason did, because like I'm fun to riff off of or something, like then sure, But like it would be very clear, and I probably wouldn't also stream, like I set specific boundaries, and really talk about it, because like the friendship comes first before the streaming stuff. Um, but, if it's streaming first, then, I don't know, then it's a little different, because you have to sort of create the friendship intentionally beyond the streaming. If it starts with streaming, kind of. If that makes sense. I don't know. And so I'm like really weird. Like I said, that's why I don't raid people. I'm weird about that sort of stuff. I don't raid people. I don't uh a lot of times when if I do donate or gift subs or something, or if I sub or follow anyone myself, I do so offline, not when they're streaming. Like I said, a lot of times I will log into an old account to use if I have to be logged in. Sometimes I'm too lazy, but sometimes a lot of times I do. So it doesn't come from this account, because like I'm very big on like, keeping stuff separate, and like this is my streaming account, and uh I don't really want the attention for that, and whatever attention it comes with it. Like, if I genuinely like the streamers I'm supporting, I don't want to unfairly benefit from my support of them. Like I'm not doing it for myself, I'm doing it to support them. And I prefer to make that clear, you know. But but yeah, I don't know. It's mm, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what I was saying anymore. But yeah, I don't know. Just kind of going back, like, what were my goals for streaming? What was my original plan? And I still don't really know. Um, I feel I don't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, I definitely kept on streaming because it was good for me. It's good for me to talk. to like have some sort of performative thing to create some sort of art in some way, even if it's just like a VOD or like creating shorts or something. That's really good for me to do. To give commentary and talk about stuff. I like doing that. I'm a yapper. You guys know this. I've been yapping for over an hour now, which I didn't plan to do. But so like I um yeah, I like uh what was I using with that? I just feel bad for talking too much. But yeah, who knew? Who knew? But but yeah, so like if this sort of stuff is like really good for me because it gives me a good outlet for that. Where I don't necessarily and it makes me better at that sort of stuff. Like I feel better at talking. You like the talk, so see that's good. And see that's what we have in my community. It's all about community curation for what you want to do. So my community likes the talking. Um, but and I really like it sort of talking from other streamers that I watch too. But usually it's like I watch a streamer first for their gameplay content. And then once I like them, I prefer the talking part. But before I actually decide that I really like them, then I usually prefer the gameplay part if they're playing a game or something. But like um but yeah. Mm, anyway, but yeah. Uh so like I don't know, and just even playing games and stuff and like being able to talk about the games I'm playing um helps me enjoy them on a sort of different level, a little bit better level. It kind of lets me have more fun with it. And you found me because you want to know about a game. Like, right, it's kind of cool. Thank you. Um thank you. It's really sweet. But but yeah, see, exactly. I find them for the game. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, usually, I don't know. I actually I find people kind of weird ways. But like I said, it's like a long process actually, because I kind of vet people pretty thoroughly, because I wanna like see if I like them like as a person, And so like it takes a while to like get a really good sense of their personality. You gotta like suss out all their other socials and like really see what they're about and like how they communicate and what they talk about, how they react to different things. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I like want to actually support people I actually support and like. And and not just everyone. There's so many streamers. If you set the bar too low for like standards, then it's like, well, how will if it's just like, oh, they like this, they also like reading fantasy books. It's like, okay, well, how do I pick the people who like reading fantasy books that I also like? Like there's so many people. You'll follow anyone if keep coming back. It's her personality. Yeah. See, I don't even follow people. I like stalk people's accounts for like a month or two before I follow them. But you can talk about books all day, yeah. But see, but that's so many people could, and like it's not like I can just find someone and be like, oh, this is a VTuber like me and they like fantasy. Wow, that's it, bam. Like nah, I need more about the personality. I need to know a lot more about them, like and not to like over analyze people, but like I don't know, mm, I make sure I'm, feeling pretty confident that I like the person, um, and vibe with them and stuff. They feel like my type of person. I kind of like collecting people, go by gut feeling if you watch them or not. Yeah, I kind of do initially. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I find people originally by different ways, but then like I keep if I watch them once, I'm like, oh, this isn't bad. I'll keep watching them again, and I'll like come back to their stream and be like, okay, okay, and like and then like I'll maybe follow them on Twitch, and then like I'll watch their Twitch streams, and then like I'll kind of like keep an eye out on their, Twitter, and then kind of, see what they're saying on Twitter, and then I'll kind of like, okay, and then like kind of see that for a bit, but I won't follow. I'll just like check in every now and then. What are they doing on Twitter? What are they doing on Instagram? What are they doing on TikTok? Like rarely watch male streamers. They scare you. I watch a good even split, I think. Though I think some of my favorites tend currently, some of my old favorites were girls, but currently I think most of my current favorites are guy streamers. Um, just kind of the way it's shaken out. Some of them, it's like I don't know, the like A plus choices for me. Kind of trying to visually see. Yeah, my A plus choices are mostly guy streamers, but my like A minus and like B plus choices are a lot of girls. But male streamers are cool. It depends on the male streamer. Like I don't know. The ones I watch are they have kind of similar vibes. They're not like overly like crazy or whatever. A lot of guy stream it kind of depends. You have like the chill ones and you have the kind of crazy ones. And it really depends, I think, for a lot of them on where they take their influence from. So it depends. It depends. And mm, yeah, and I don't know. There's just there's a lot of factors that go into it, kind of thinking about it, because like like as far as like even just like VTubers go, like I know that a lot of the VTubers are pretty like feminine and girly seeming. I don't really watch those ones. I know a lot of the company, the corpo female streamers kind of have that sort of angle. Not VShojo, but like the others. They're a little bit more feminine side. And like I'm not really into that. So most of I watch indie, but there's no streamer who you love to watch. He isn't weird, and where you don't feel like you have to hide that your gay identity around them. Oh, I don't feel that. I honestly I feel like most guy streamers. Well, I don't know. Most guy streamers I watch, you wouldn't have to. But hey, Truck Monkey, going good, going good. Still haven't played the game because we're still just talking way too much, but it's fine. um, but yeah, I don't know. A lot of I don't know, the guy streamers I watch, like I said, are pretty chill ones, so and they're not really very toxic. So you don't have to, I don't know. All the guys I watch are almost all of them are gay, trans, bi, uh there's like what I know, there's a couple straight guys in there, but they're like friends with all the like gay people. So to the point where okay, I'm not gonna name names, but man, there were some people who played. I can't even say the game that it is because it'll get. I feel like it'll give it away. There's a group of streamers, a few of whom I follow and regularly watch, and some I used to watch more than than now. And it was a couple of years ago, and they were playing like a co-op thing during June, a like multiplayer game, and they kept hating on the one straight guy in the group. And they're like, no, it's Pride Month, it's Pride Month. And they would like make this guy's experience miserable. And then he actually did not play with them for the rest of the month. And I'm like, guys, and they're like, oh, he's just busy. And I'm like, guys, do you not realize that you have been bullying this man? Like you have like I understand they're like no he's our friend, like we know he's not really upset, and I'm like I don't know, man. I think he's actually upset this time. Like maybe that's me being too parasocial, but I'm like I'm pretty sure, like I watch the streams and I'm like I'm pretty sure he's actually hurt by this. Like I'm pretty sure. Like you've been bashing on him a little much, like a couple times, ha ha ha. But the way you like he can't play the goddamn game because you people keep hating on him. Like that's not fun. Like I know that feeling, when you're the target and you just can't play the game because you're a target. And um and that's not fun. And then like when he stopped streaming with them for like a month, I'm like, yeah, yeah, I was right. And maybe he was just busy. Maybe it was a coincidence, but I don't know. Mm, it did feel weird. Like I don't know. I really didn't like that energy. But anyway, those are the Those are the streamers I watch. So, some gay people can take try a little, a little too far. Yeah. I mean, like they don't realize, and when they ask, they're like, "Oh, are you cool with it?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, I'm cool with it." Because you kind of feel like you have to say that you're cool with it, even if you're not. You can't be like, "Nah, man, I'm not cool with it. Nothing wrong with me being straight," and it's like you can't say that during Pride. And you can't, even if they didn't ask, you can't come out, or they might be like, oh, well, he would have said something if it bothered him. And it's like, he can't come out and say, hey, can you stop talking about pride? Like, you can't say that. Even if you're friends with people, like, you don't, and like, he doesn't want to make himself the victim of the group. And like, I get that. So, like, I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know these people personally, and I don't want to be parasocial, but that was my take. I was like, this dude's not gonna stream with them after this. I'm like, I'm not betting in it because he was a streamer I watch. I watch his POV, and I'm like, I don't think he's gonna be playing with them. I'm gonna have to switch to some of these others. Because I'm like, I don't think he's gonna play with them the rest of the month because he's not playing with them now because they're not making it possible for him to play the game. So or feelings you'd rather you say something and nothing because how I face it. Yeah, I know. It's just I don't know. The people in the group, it kind of it comes down to like who's the people in the group and stuff. And like I think he also I mean he felt really guilty. Like you feel guilty. Like I don't know, straight girl experience during Pride, yeah, I feel really guilty. Like you feel like you can't say stuff about a lot, because you're like, well, but I am straight. And, like if people say like, oh my gosh, a straight people are at it again. And if you're like, oh, okay, actually that kind of hurts. I don't really like that. Can you not say that? But like, like you don't want to make yourself out to be the victim. So, you're like, oh, I don't want to say anything. you know and so then you just kind of don't because it's not the time, but it does suck. But to a girl caller said I love seeing bad things happening to straight men. Yeah, see, like that to her. She was like, sorry, yeah, see, like that's the thing, and that's why I'm always really careful to because I think I saw I'm not going to talk about the drama that that's about, but maybe people might know. But like I really hate that. Like for me, I'm white and I'm straight, and I really hate it when they're like, "Oh, the straights are at it again." Or like if it's just like literally just like, I don't know, conservative stuff, like or if they're like, oh, white people, oh, I hate white people, and we're like, oh my gosh, typical white person, and it's like, can we like not, and like a lot of times they're like, oh yeah, white people, none of the white people voted for Kamala type of stuff, and it's like plenty of white people voted for Kamala, just not 100% of the white people, and yeah, not a majority, but like it's not a inconsequential number. It's still a large percentage, even if it's not the highest like the majority percentage, it's still a large percentage of people did. So you can't just say no one did, like that type of stuff. Like, and so I don't know. And they're like, well, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about those white people. And it's like, yeah, but it's so not 100%. It's not close to 100%. Um, and so, and the same thing is you won't hear me making jokes about like a typical man, like I usually do not make those jokes. People in chat might, and I'll kind of play along, if other people make it first, maybe. But like, I don't make those jokes because I hate it when people make those jokes about straight people and white people, you know? Because it still hurts. And I might kind of loop people and be like, oh, well, like, yeah, you can't, if you see a man out in the dark at night, yeah, you might cross the road because, yeah, you can't trust that one particular man, and the same thing if it's like someone can't trust me as a white person or whatever. But like I get it. But, to like, I don't know, some of these like blanket statements and stuff, I don't like making those, so have a good laugh at gay jokes. You want to hear it? Yeah. Usually, like, I don't know, there's jokes that laugh with and jokes that laugh at, you know? Um, and and like there's a big hate when straight men make fun of the gay voice. Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is a lot of this stuff, Like, and this is why, like, especially like girls can get away with a lot of this stuff in the with like gay jokes and things, is because a lot of homophobia is based on misogyny. So like the gay voice, or like, you know, the like gay hand, or like doing your nails, all the, you know, type of stuff, um is like, it's because it's feminine, you know? And so like it's kind of why it usually comes different from girls, because like obviously if girls are kind of gonna, you know, talk about it like that, obviously it they don't have the same hatred of it as the men might, you know, like they're not putting it down the way, you know, guys would potentially, you know. And not all guys do, but you know, they might, and that's, you know, that's why the jokes don't, you can't trust the jokes, you know, because you don't trust how they are intended. Um, you don't know why there's a gay voice. Yeah, I mean that's another thing too. And I mean, I apologize when I say this sometimes, and I do say it when I play this game here. Let's actually, you know what? Let's transition to the game while we're at it. Look, finally switching to the game. But I say this when we're playing it. Is like some of the people here, I'm like, I don't really want to date them because they just seem gay. And I know the thing is, you can't know that people are gay by like, you know, they just seem gay. That, you know, and I kind of hate it too when people are like, oh, well, I sit like a bi person. Like, people be like, oh, yeah, but I sit in my chair cross-legged, like the bi people do. And I'm like, yeah, I'm literally sitting cross-legged in my chair right now too, but I'm straight. So, like, that has nothing to do with being bisexual, is sitting cross-legged in your chair. Those are unrelatable things, you know? And, like, it's just kind of like, they don't have anything to do with each other. It has nothing to do with anything. And, you know, and so, like, even the gay voice is the same thing, is it's like, you can have a gay voice and be straight. It's kind of just like, you know, I don't know. It is a little bit more feminine, but straight guys can also be feminine. And, you know, straight girls can also be more masculine. It's not, it's like, what genders you're attracted to has nothing to do with how you present yourself, or even your own identity, because you can be masculine but still be a female person, and still be a woman, and you can be feminine and still be a man, you know, like there is such a thing as just like, you know, cross-dressing. Men can wear dresses without being transsexual, like, or transgender. Ugh. You know, like it, and without being gay. Like, you can be a straight man who wears a dress, and like that's cool. Like, it's so weird that people like are like, well, if you do this, you have to do this. And literally it's still toxic when people do say like, oh, you sit cross-legged in a chair, that, you know, is bisexual. Like, that's still kind of toxic because it reaffirms this association between things that aren't actually related. And like, you know, it kind of puts people in a box, or it makes people uncomfortable if they don't fit in that box, you know. And people will be like, oh, it's not that serious. No, it's not. But like, you know, the things we say make people think things. They give people ideas, and you don't have to make these connections and say these things, you know, like you could just not. And the world would be better for it, for some of the stuff. So what do you guys say here? When you play, oh my gosh, you play Valo and you talk, they say girls slay, it's like homophobic, you're walking with the shit. Yeah. Oh, I'll say like slay girl slay to anyone personally. Well, actually I usually don't, but you know, but I might. But depending on the vibe and the mood. It's actually AAVE, and a lot of people don't like people using that, but I don't think it's wrong to use AAVE. It's a linguistic shift. It's fine. From a linguist perspective, it's fine. Many people think you're gay because of the way you talk. Sometimes you have to bulk up and speak like a man. Yeah, because you're gonna have a high voice. Yeah, exactly. I love the voice. Personally, I like a medium guy voice, but a lot of people like high voices. I'm like, I mean, in theory, like the lead in like musicals and stuff is always a tenor, you know? I like me a good berry, to be honest. I really like those medium sounds, but and a lot of people like bass, but tenors are always the lead. Tenors are always the lead, you know. So gotta say, for Disney princesses are all Disney princes are all, I'm assuming, tenors. The ones who sing, I am pretty sure, are tenors. I'm kind of trying to think. I don't know, but typically they are, and in operas, 100% usually are. But yeah, sure, gossip. This is a popular drag queen. Is she straight? Yeah, yeah. I mean, a lot of like drag has nothing to do with sexuality or gender or anything like that. You know, it's all about dressing a certain way to, you know, and the real ones, the real queens, they know, and they support people like that. And like, yeah, you could be a woman and do drag. Like Chapel Roan does drag, and like, cool. Good for her, you know. And like, she isn't straight, but like, it still doesn't matter. You can still be straight. You can be a straight woman, a straight man, and do drag, because like, whatever. It's about celebrating a mode of expression, and the real drag queens know that that's what that is about, and anyone who wants to express themselves that way should be free to do that, because it's all about freedom of expression and breaking down barriers, not setting them up. But can't wrap your head around how people think sitting cross-legged makes you bi. They do. Or it's any unconventional sitting. Sometimes also associated with ADHD. So you might see people claiming that for ADHD, but a lot of other people will claim it for being bi. Like if you sit with one leg propped up on the arm of your chair, sitting cross-legged, anything other than 2 feet flat on the floor. But I'm like, does anyone sit with 2 feet flat on the floor? Like, I never. By the way, when I'm sitting here streaming, I'm almost always cross-legged, or I've shifted now. I have, like, it's like when you're cross-legged, but then you take one leg and then you put it down, but the other leg is still on your chair, tucked under your thigh, you know, your foot's under your thigh type of thing, right? But I'm always like one of those. I almost never have both feet on the floor. Nor do I sit with like one leg like one leg over the other. I'm always sitting like crisscross applesauce, or like a half crisscross applesauce. And I would sit up and like prop my legs up on the arms of my chair. I like sitting that way too, but I really can't when I'm streaming, especially like with face tracking. Like, that's like, I have like, I can't go too far without it kind of freaking out a little bit. But you know, it's kind of like, it makes no sense. But yeah, well, but right after you say something like they're mocking you, that's why you love drag, because they know they're freaks, and a lot of them have such open minds, will accept almost anyone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like sitting like a robot. Exactly. Like, I don't understand. I don't know why you would want to do that. I mean, I get, but it's fine if people do. It's cool. If people want to sit there and do a classic like man spread or whatever, like, that's fine. Not in public when you're sharing other people's space. Don't man spread into other people's spaces. But you know, if you're vibing that way, that's cool, I guess. But if you're like sitting there literally like both legs, like knees together, feet down, hands in your lap, like, who sits like that? And it's fine if people do. Good. There's probably good posture or something. But like, you know, not me, and I don't know anyone who does sit like that, to be honest. Like, everyone I know always sits all curled up like a gremlin. I don't know, but they're all like really huge nerds, so like, they're all gremlins, like hunched over their computers. But I don't know. If you sit with 2 feet on the floor, you're at a doctor's office. That's the only reason you sit. Yeah. Well, for me, I do the like cross one leg over. I usually most people cross their left over their right, or like cross, you know, like one leg over. Most people cross their left over their right, but for me, that's a really uncomfortable way. I prefer right over left, which is like backwards. But like, I don't know. I guess I'm just backwards. I'm backwards. But you know, it doesn't mean I'm gay. It doesn't mean I'm bi. I'm still straight. I just cross my right leg over my left. But I would not be surprised. I would not put that past people to be like, oh, you're gay if you cross your right over your left, and you're straight if you cross your left over your right. Would not put that past people. Like, growing up, I was always like, oh, I always wanted to have my watch on my right, when I had a watch. I don't have a watch anymore. I just use my phone because it irritated my skin and I got tired of it. But I used to wear a watch all the time, like up until college. And when I was little, I always wanted to put my watch on my right wrist, right? I really preferred it on my right wrist. But I had to learn to wear it and get used to it and comfortable with it on my left wrist because men wear their watches on their right wrist. Women have to wear their watches on their left wrist, according to my mother. And I'm like, why does this matter? This is stupid. It shouldn't matter. They're just wrists, man. They're just wrists. Why can't I wear it on my right wrist? But she was like, no, you have to wear it on your left because that's where the ladies wear them. And I'm like, okay. But, so you do right over left. Yeah, see, that's the way to do it. You're a woman, you wear your watch on your left. See, and I can understand why that makes a lot of sense for a lot of people, because you might be using your right hand, and you might want to then look at your time on your left while you're using your right hand for stuff. I don't know why men would wear it on their right, unless they're like me and they just want to. I don't see why that's the better way to do it, to be honest. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But I don't know. I wanted it. It felt natural because that was my dominant hand. I wanted the time on my dominant hand. But that feels more comfortable being right-handed, or that feels more comfortable being left-handed. Okay, see, then that makes sense. See, because I just wanted it on my dominant hand. But, like, I get from, like, a practicality perspective. Like, what if I'm writing something, with my right hand, and I'm writing and I want to check the time? Like, I get it that, it would make sense to, because then I can do it once. But if I'm writing something, I can't really check the time while I'm writing if my watch is on my right hand. So, like, I get it, but, like, I don't know. You watch for work, you're always using your right hand doing something, so it's just easier. See, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So practicality, logically, that makes the most sense. Hey, well, wild play, welcome. Yeah, it makes sense to put the watch on the left hand if you're right-handed, but it feels comfortable putting it on the right hand if you're right-handed. At least that's for me. But okay, let's get into the game too. I've been yapping for too long. Okay, what have we been doing in this game? The oldest profession in the world is most likely either hunter or toolmaker, though customer services profession began around the 1760s. Well, okay, the oldest profession was definitely older in the 1760s. Not salmonella, I don't think, but we could date 100 things. Let me see your cup, man. Yeah. Let's talk to a few other. Actually, no. Let's go straight to. Actually, no. I wanna get a workout in. Let's talk to our dude. Right. We have to talk to this guy. Let's get a little workout in. What? I didn't want to date this man.
Home run, baby.
What?
Wanna hit the showers?
Excuse me. What? What? I'm not. What? Shuttlecock. That's what a birdie is called. Like in badminton, these things he has on his like knees, kind of. You can't really see it from this angle. But like that's called a shuttlecock. But I did not choose to romance him. It is. We always called it a birdie, but like if you're like being fancy, like probably if you're British or something, I'm assuming. If we're stereotyping, but gotta find out. Sasuke, yeah. I don't understand. I'm pretty sure I specifically friends. I don't know if I even had an option to friend. Like all these others, like we've had options to be like, let's do this. Was it just because I said I agreed I'd work out with him? Bro, we're workout buddies. I said I was gonna do yoga with you. Don't make it weird. It's just yoga, okay? Like it's just yoga, okay? Just because yoga, like Pilates, you don't want to make it weird, okay? Lots of people do it. It isn't sexual, okay? Like, come on, bro, chill. You gotta back up. I did not agree to this, man. When I was even in other people, you're gonna go play Val. Okay, leave me to my awkward situation. Literally every other person, I am so stunned. Literally every other character, like has been very specific. They practically asked the question, what do you want our relationship to be? Friends? Love? enemies. They almost straight up ask it. Like, straight up. Even with Daisuke, he asked us, like, friends, enemies, lovers. And I was like, lovers. And he's like, okay, sexual or just romantic? And I'm like, wow, nice distinction. Okay, so if we get a choice, we're definitely going to back up. I definitely don't want to do sexual here. Like, this guy is really cool. I really appreciate him. I really like him. He's probably my second favorite choice, except for how he looks. I'm just not into whatever he has going on. Also, he's voiced by Sayu, and that just feels like really weird because, like, I don't know, like with the VTuber community, I don't know. I can't bring myself to because like all the other VTubers are all like, oh my gosh, I don't know another guy voiced by and like it just rubs off on you, you just kind of pick up the vibes. So I can't, but like, you know, uh, what is this man thinking? Dude, I just said I would do yoga with you. I even got it wrong the day before. It showed up to the yoga ball, and you were like, no, 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 it's a yoga mat. I'm not even talking to you today, was what happened. I'm so confused. Actually, I don't know. Maybe I missed a scene here as well, but the ones and Doug's like, she's the one, apparently. He's like, oh, are we dating now? No. We lifted weights, buddy. That's all we did once. And I came back for yoga. It does not mean we're dating. But like, I almost wonder if I missed a scene because like I don't actually remember like the whole plot line with Daisuke is that like I chipped him. Like I think there might be some bugs in this game because it's all like, oh, I chipped him or something or his cup or something, and like I felt bad. I don't even know what happened because I don't remember that happening. I remember meeting him. He didn't say a word to me. And then I came back the next day and the next time and he was like, like, "Oh, you owe me for chipping me." And I'm like, "Okay." And I kind of played along, but like when I'm thinking about it, I don't remember that happening. Like he's kind of describing this whole situation that occurred. And I'm like, I don't remember that. I remember clicking on you giving me the classic dot dot dot, and that was it. Like, yeah, you remember me meeting him. Like I didn't chip him or anything, right? Like he just kind of was like stared at me and then left. And I know that's just not my game because I saw that in someone else's stream as well. That initial interaction where it's just dot dot dot, which is why I went to talk to him because I knew the first interaction is like a bit of a nothing. And so I was like, okay, well, we want to get the first one out of the way so then I can actually get to know this guy the second time because the first time he's just going to give me the dot dot dot. Welcome back, Alex. Um, but I like like I feel like with Daisuke we missed that whatever initial scene was supposed to be. I don't even know if the initial meeting was supposed to be dot 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 or if they forgot to add something in or something like that. Like I don't know, or if something glitched or whatever. Not just in my game, but in the game in general. Your girlfriend wasn't interested on the gossip. Oh no, that's a shame. That's a shame. Maybe she just wasn't in the right mood. But anyway, so this guy. Feel like we might have missed a scene. Like we'll continue on and see, but like I wonder if we missed a scene because I went to the yoga ball instead of the yoga mat. And then maybe there was supposed to be a scene that I didn't do. Because remember, again, I feel like there definitely was a glitch with Daisuke because we clearly knew his name, right? And we had been talking to him. Like, we never were just, like, introduced to him in our little, like, book, in our little list. Until we reached love, and then it placed him in. But that initial meeting, he was never in there. So I feel like there was some type of glitch where the initial meeting wasn't recorded or wasn't fully fleshed out. And so there's events that happen that don't show up in the game, but that are referred to later. And also he's not put in the book. Um, because that initial scene didn't play out, and that the putting him in the little book in the app was part of that scene that never occurred, right? And I almost wonder if something happened here where we also skipped another scene because it was always so intentional. And here, like there were options. There were three options when it was like, "Oh, do you want to do yoga with me?" I think. It was like, "Yeah, absolutely. I would love nothing more." All caps, super excited, you know? And then there was like, yeah, sure, I guess." And then like, "Absolutely not, dork. Why would I ever do that with you?" Right? And so I chose the, "Yeah, all right, I guess," because I'm not super into, working out, but like, "Yeah, I'll work out with you, buddy. Yeah, sure, but I didn't want to be too excited about it. Like, I'm not that into it." And so I know I chose the middle option. I was like, okay, but this is also feeling like the vibe of like friend, enemies, love type of thing. So I chose the one that felt like medium enthusiasm because I wanted to be friends. Like, but now here we are. And I don't know, I didn't even choose anything. Like I chose that last time. If that were the case, like what, the fact that I literally talked to him, like that I would never have been able to talk to this guy again if I didn't click, because even when I clicked on the yoga ball, he was like, "Nope, you got to go to the yoga mat." And he wouldn't talk to me. So if I ever wanted to talk to him again, I would have to click on the yoga mat. But then if I clicked on the yoga mat, obviously it's love all of a sudden. Like, how do you even friend this guy? Anyway, let's continue. I'm sorry, dude, but I'm not interested in you. Can we back it up? I didn't actually gain any. I don't think I gained any more poise. What? Why did it show me this? I think I had 5 charm and 10 poise before. Because I got 5 poise, I think, and 5 charm from Matt Mercer. And then I got 5 more poise, I thought. Unless it was 10 and 5 all along, but I think I got 5 more from the like love situation with Daisuke. But this is what I think what I had before. I didn't even get any more points.
Dunk is in the middle of a downward dog pose, showing off surprising flexibility for someone with a physique as rugged as his. When he sees you, he straightens up and waves, but not before you've gotten a good long look at him, in a rather compromising position.
I don't want this.
Hey, there's my favorite new
I just want my
workout
boy
buddy.
Daisuke. I'm sorry, but I'm dating Daisuke right now.
Ready to
See,
try
we're just
some
workout
yoga?
buddies. Yeah, but not if you're gonna be weird about it. Why do I feel like you don't care about? Yeah, you know what? We're gonna recognize
Hey,
he's
cheer
coming
up,
on
buddy.
strong.
Yoga rules.
Yeah.
Is what I would say if I wasn't paying attention. Of course I care what your answer is,
I don't think you do.
but if you're feeling scared, don't be. Yoga is popular these days, but when I first started doing it, you wouldn't believe how many of my fellow athletes wouldn't take it seriously. Even now, you still got equipment like Chris, who thinks it's soft stuff for babies, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I prefer Pilates. I mean, I know it's not the same, but I prefer kickboxing for like the girly workouts, as they are often deemed, that people like Chris wouldn't like. Just off. The Viking dude. But I prefer Pilates to yoga, mostly because it's a little bit quicker paced. Yoga's just too slow and like, I don't know. It's too calm for me. It's too calm. I'm not that calm. I don't really like the slower pace.
But also, like, who cares if it's soft or not? Real strength comes from not caring about other people's opinions.
Yeah, bro, can you care about the fact that I am not romantically interested in you? Can we care about that a little bit? Can you care about my opinion here? Come on,
We're
please.
gonna get our yoga on, and nobody's gonna tell us we can't.
Uh-huh.
As if on cue, another household object appears in
Oh,
your
thank God.
periphery. Perhaps
Save me.
to tell you you can't.
Please, please don't be the TV. Oh, it's a shelf. Oh, thank goodness. I saw her in another person's stream.
Dunk's normally unflappable smile grows slightly rigid.
Wait, do you not like her?
Ah, Shelly, hey! We were just about to...
Do some yoga? Yeah, I heard.
Shelley throws her muscled arms around the two of you, bringing you in for an uncomfortable group hug. She's squeezing far too tight, evidently unaware of just how strong she is.
But like, why do yoga when you could lift?
Oh, I'm not a fan of lifting. I'm not a big fan of like a lot of muscles. One, I'm not a big fan of a lot of muscles in guys. And I'm not a fan of a lot of muscles in girls. I'm not a big fan of a lot of like this whole little six-pack. Not really for me. Not on guys. See, like, look how he doesn't have a six-pack. That's what I prefer. But like I don't want to be super muscly, and especially because I gain muscle really easily. So like I don't I don't really want that, you know? I prefer slower muscle. I mean, obviously you still build muscle with yoga, and I prefer it that way rather than lifting weights, which is a little bit too bulk inducing, you know, that's not really for me.
Do you know how good at hugging you can be when you lift?
Honestly, some people hug a little bit too strong. So
Dunk manages to free himself from Shelley's death grip.
yeah, I'm not really
You feel
into
his
like
strong
too much
fingertips
muscle.
wedging between Shelley's arm and your shoulder.
Like it's like some muscles okay, but like not like, you know. And it's also definition, you know. Sometimes like muscle can be too I mean, that's what this is. You know, it's not just having muscle. Obviously, Dunk has a lot of muscle too. Even ab muscle here, but it's not defined the way hers is. And like I'm not super into like, oh, whoa. What the hell was that? I'm not super into like, oh, wait, what was that? What? Wait. That was like, what? Circling her abs. Is that, did it, what? Okay. Anyway, I don't understand this game. A strong fingertips wedging between Shelly's arm and your shoulder.
Lifting is good for your hug muscles, there's no doubt about that. But you
Why are we
gotta
talking
have
about
balance,
hug
dude.
muscles? This is, I feel like I'm on a kid's show.
Besides, yoga builds strength too.
Dunk finally manages to pop you out of Shelley's grasp, but she seems entirely unbothered by your escape.
Balance? Nah, bro. You gotta grab life by the screws.
Why is everyone in this room so competitive with each other? All you people need to chill. Okay? You all need to chill. Let's get along. Okay, can we play together as teammates, perhaps? Rather than all competing with each other all the time. It's a little toxic in my workout room, okay? The whole defined six-pack due to dehydration IRL. No, it's really just due to really good muscle flexing. For a lot of the people online. There's this one guy I saw who really showed it off. He's like, oh, there's different types of looks or six-packs you can do depending on, because he like used to model or something, and he's like, there's different looks that you can do depending on like how you flex and like the way you like hold yourself. It's like you can flex different ones and it'll look a little bit different. But a lot of it just comes down to flexing. There a lot of times apparently guys are just flexing in the pictures. Now I don't doubt that some people do have it, and I don't know. I feel like six-pack like is attainable even without dehydration and stuff. Like I feel like you can make that really defined muscle look for guys. I don't know if it's for the case for girls, because the thing is, girls and guys are made different in this particular area of muscle appearance, because girls have an extra layer of subcutaneous fat on them, right? So it's an extra layer of fat just underneath, like an extra layer of their skin, basically underneath their skin. That's just like a little tiny layer of fat, which is why girls tend to feel softer and everything. But it also means that their muscles are usually going to be less defined than guys. Guys are usually going to have more defined muscles because they don't have that extra layer of fat under their skin. And that's even for all things, like even arm muscles, right? Girls' arm muscles are gonna be less defined, and you know, obviously their stomach as well, because girls carry weight on their stomach a lot different, of course, because of like child stuff. But like but like even like arms and legs and things like that, like usually you'll see less definition, like it's gonna be less cut, you know, on girls, because not that like chiseled look, because it's just the way they have extra fat there. And I guess they could, I don't even know if you can get rid of that fat though. Like I was like, I guess you could, but I think might have to be starving to get rid of it. Like that's not really fat, that is like extra fat, that's like built-in fat. So yeah, that's like part of the body. It's like, yeah, you can starve yourself to get rid of your bones too, but like, you probably shouldn't. You know, it's like what that layer of fat is for girls. Whereas guys don't really have that, so that's why they're able to get really cut, chiseled looks for their muscles to a different extent than girls usually can. Which is why they're also able to get a six-pack more than girls. Not just because a lot of times girls have really strong cores as well. But it's not going to usually be defined like this unless they specifically work towards it, or unless they are lucky, not lucky. If they want it, like me, I would not feel lucky. But you know, she seems to really vibe with it, so she's lucky that she might have a body type that really lends itself to this in particular. But like make it easier for her to get this like cut look. But yeah, it's less likely for girls than for guys. Just because of that layer of fat that kind of evens things out a little bit. Like by the screws.
You don't
right?
want our
Shelf.
good pal here to miss out on the best in life because they were too busy bending over and staring at the floor.
Shelly, my dude, respectfully, life ain't all about lifting.
Shelley's mouth drops open, as though Dunk has just said something absolutely unthinkable. It might be a good time to intervene.
Nah, man. I'm gonna let them go at it. Lifting is great, but it can't be all you do. Why are you here? Oh no, she's here to save me. Lifting is great, but it can't be all you do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Lifting
buddy,
is
don't
great,
get too
but
excited.
it's just part of the routine.
How can you say that?
Man, I don't know why Dunk had to go and make it weird. Why'd you have to make it weird? I was all ready to be like besties with this man. I was like, yay, we can be besties and we can be workout buddies. He's so positive and nice. It makes me feel good. I have fun working out with him. But he has to go and do this love crap. And I'm like, I did not agree to that. It threw me off. Everyone else has been so intentional on what your relationship is with them. And this man's like, I love you. And I'm like, what the heck? What? He's like, we're dating now. And I'm like, I don't remember any of that. I'm just doing yoga, buddy. Don't make it weird.
How else are you gonna lift your friends up and carry all their burdens and make them a part of you until you push them away or you collapse under the strain of it all? Why, that's no way to live at all.
Look, we all got our priorities. It's great that you want to do that for your friends. But what kind of world would this be if we all did Shelly's job?
I'm not sure.
This seems to break something in Shelley. She
You
wanders
broke
away,
her.
muttering to herself.
What if everyone did Shelly's job? So many muscles.
Dunk exhales, placing his hands on his hips as he takes a moment to recenter himself.
Calm. Okay, yoga time. So first of all, how do you feel about yoga? You ever do it before?
Yeah. Oh man. See, this is weird, because like it's like giving me options still. Like, I hate you, I love you, friends. Okay, I'm gonna say I'm not much for yoga. Because honestly, I'm not. Like I said, I mean, it feels like it would be good, but I kind of just... I don't know. So much of yoga is like the meditative aspect of it, and I'm not really into that.
That was the old you.
Like, there's so much like cultural history to it that I just don't vibe with. I think it's cool, but I can't really, I don't know, connect with it personally. Like I said, I prefer Pilates to yoga, but I don't think I've ever actually gone to an actual. I've gone to Pilates classes, but I've never gone to a yoga class specifically. Like I've had like people come in and like do like a yoga session, but I've never like attended like classes at the studio type of deal with yoga.
Let's just try it and
So
see.
maybe it's different. I don't know. Yeah,
All
okay.
right, let's get into it. How about we start with a nice down dog pose?
I remember when Bar was in like 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Whenever I remember that was a moment. Here goes, I guess.
You got this.
You bend down into a decent downward-facing dog pose, keeping your feet shoulder-width apart
Downward.
and placing your hands palms down on the mat ahead of you. Your body forms a graceful triangle shape.
Oh, I used to actually try to do some yoga routines in my apartment, like with like a video that told you the routine, and then I like just didn't watch the video because I learned the routine. But I tended not to do it. I just use it for stretches. That's all it really is. And I know that's not what yoga is supposed to be, but I just do the stretches. I'm like, okay, these are good stretches. I think it also came with some actual yoga. Yeah, there were yoga poses with it, but I don't like doing the yoga poses.
Dunk is a
Because you're supposed to do the thing and think about this and think about that. I don't know. It's just the...
Yeah, that's it. You're killing it. Now, see if you can lift your leg up behind you so you're in a kind of standing split.
Dunk lifts one leg from the ground until it's parallel with his arms, continuing even beyond that until he's in a proper split. He's surprisingly flexible for such a big guy.
Why, surprisingly. Big guys can be flexible. I'm gonna do my best.
You lift your leg up as far as you can.
I actually
and while
probably
you don't
can
get
do a
anywhere
pretty good
close to
split,
Dunk's
too.
level of flexibility, he seems just as excited
Maybe not
as if
complete.
you
It's not a
had.
perfect split, but like I can do. I mean, I danced ballet
That's
for a
it.
long time.
You got this. You're giving it your all.
Dunk leads you through several poses, encouraging you and guiding you wherever you may need. He's an excellent instructor, always considering your body's limitations as he takes you into your next position. By the time you're done, the two of you have worked up a good sweat. There's almost a sort of intimacy to the whole thing. You can't really remember the last time you did something like this with someone else.
This is great. You're doing real good. Why don't we cool down with a nice cross-leg sit here?
Dunk motions to you to take a seat across from him on the mat. As you take your place on the floor, you find that for once, his boundless energy has simmered down just a bit.
How do you keep your energy up all the time?
I don't. I get tired just like everybody else.
Dunk grins at you, doing absolutely nothing to sell the point that he does run out of energy every now and again.
Yeah, when do you run out of energy,
We
buddy?
all gotta have rest days, even me.
Yeah.
You never take a rest day? You end up like Shelly.
Hey, you don't have to diss
Dunk looks
her.
quickly over at Shelley, who is still puzzling over what it might mean for everyone to do Shelley's job.
Just take your rest days, man.
She's like, mentally not.
Dunk breathes in deeply.
She's like a little dumb.
In and
That's why you gotta
out,
take your rest
seeming
days.
to relax further for just a moment. And then he's clapping his hands together and back to his usual energetic self.
Great workout today, man. Really, you killed it.
Thanks.
Next time, we're gonna do some good old-fashioned sports.
Uh-huh.
I'll even let you choose the ball.
I guess. We're backing up. I was
going.
gonna...
We're gonna have a great time.
Yeah, I was gonna be a lot more into it before the romance thing happened. I don't really know what the heck's going on. Is it? Are we really? Sorry, I have to. Friendship with chance. Oh, it is. I'm blocking it. You can't see. It is love, man. I didn't. Dunk loves me. Why? Did I miss something here? Okay, let's review. Score. It's Dunk. Stick around for the ride, and you'll be carried all the way to the goal line and maybe into the stands. No bummers allowed. You've met Duncan Dunk Shuttlecock, a lovable, absurdly muscular dude. who has clearly never struggled to maintain an athletic routine. He loved to meet you at the weight rack to get you into the flow of working out again. You lifted weights with Dunk. Meet him at the yoga mat for your next exercise experience. You did yoga with Dunk. Meet him at the sports equipment for another experience with him. Dunk loves you. Bro. What? Dude, he just came out of nowhere. Okay, and let's see Daisuke too. I'm not sure if we missed anything with him. Oh, okay, he's also voice. I actually forgot to check the voice actor out. Okay. The distant, serious guardian of the plates, bowls, and utensils. It is sometimes difficult to read what he is thinking on the inside, but he seems to be fully aligned on the side of good, clean duty. Like a capable courtesan, Daisuke is trained in many talents other than mere dishware. Perhaps with some gentle support, you can crack this pot. Okay. I helped Daisuke wash the dishes by hand, since he is still recovering from his chip. Next time you meet him, he's asked you to help him complete some deliveries around the house. Yeah, see, like, what? For what chip? Like, was that supposed to be something that I did in the game, or are we referring to an event that occurred previous to the game? Like, you agreed to help Daisuke deliver dishes to Kopi, Mitchell, and Beverly. Return to Daisuke when you've delivered complete. Daisuke loves you. To gain his esteem was a challenge indeed. Is it just if I talk to them a few times? No, there's no way. 1, 2, 3. No, because I can be friends with people, too. And I specifically chose love with him. Assuming the chip was previous. It just feels so weird, because they just started talking about it, and I was like, oh, I feel bad, because I owe you, because I chipped you, and he's like, yeah, you do. And I'm like, why are we dropping this lore like this? I don't know, it was just weird. I feel like... I still feel like that was... It's not even in here, like, because it didn't happen, and I feel like that's why he wasn't registered, because I feel like there's that initial scene I don't feel is complete. It feels like during the ... interaction, he was supposed to say something, or like I was supposed to chip him or something, and then it was supposed to put him here as number 40 in my little book, and my data decks, and it's supposed to give me all the information, everything like that, and it just didn't. And it doesn't even have the, summary of that initial interaction, because it didn't happen, and this part never clicked into place. And I feel like it's just some missing. I don't know. Maybe it's not the case. But also, I want to look up this guy while we're at it here. Hold on. Because I did not look up this voice actor. Daisuke Tsuji. It's getting hot in here. The breeze has died down yet again, because it always dies down once it gets later. Yeah, man, there was like such a wind blowing through that window when I start stream, but by now it really dies down. Oh, we were born in Kuwait. That's cool. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like a dragon. Mortal Kombat. Fortnite, Call of Duty. NCIS Miami. Death Stranding. Ghost of Tsushima. Prey. That's it. Okay. He hasn't been in a whole lot. Hmm. Whoa. I just looked up here, this other thing. Apparently he used to be a clown. He was a party clown until he became a professional clown at Cirque du Soleil. That's cool. Wow. How about that? Anyway, back to the game. Okay. There's little sparklers everywhere. Okay. What is this?
I've written it.
Oh, it's
The
lyric
tome!
again.
Pretty heavy, but
Oh, I wasn't
worth
sure if
the
the
effort.
magazine was different. Okay.
But it's
Oh, it
not
looks
enough
pretty.
that we've written this. One should always check in with the hoi polloi before publishing.
Hmm.
So I've brought along my favorite friends to bounce ideas off of.
Who?
The wall, ceiling, and floor, of course.
Oh, because you're bouncing ideas?
Who else would
Oh
be
no,
a
they're all
support
here.
group, darling?
Whoa, the wall, ceiling, and floors have been dateable the whole time. Wow. Wow, you're the ceiling. You're really pretty.
Here it is, my very own book, written by myself with help from the human.
And the name of the book is...
Why, you can read the name on the book itself.
It's just always nicer when the one presenting says the title out loud.
Say it out loud.
I can't. It isn't right.
Just-
You say it.
Me?
Bro.
Why would I say it?
Florence?
Oh, I'm not good with crowds.
Whoa.
He's like a Pokemon.
Ah, thank you for saving me the trouble, Wallace.
Let's begin.
Wait, is it wall? What? Wait, I thought we were gonna read the book. How do I date the floor? Oh wow, look at that. Oh, it didn't work. You like the wall? Yeah, I do too. Let's see if we can date him. The floor, Florence, but it's not working. You know what? Let's meet Koa officially. We gone to his restaurant before.
Seated in your living room is a being who seems to truly embody the concept of comfort. His arms are draped over the back of the couch, his head tilted back.
Whoa,
and
look
his
at all the
eyes
money in
beginning to
his
flutter shut.
thing.
He looks just as though he's about
Oh,
to fall
because
asleep.
he's like a couch.
But when he sees you approaching,
Maybe
he
a
shakes it
specific
off,
wall and floor.
looking up at you
Maybe.
with a sweet smile.
Maybe. I don't know. You look so cozy.
Join me.
He pats the seat next to him.
Come on and take a load off. I'm Koa, by the way.
Oh, he's got like a keys and like lost little trinkets on his
Hey,
necklace.
boy.
Aw. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I forgot to minimize Chrome. Okay. Nice to meet you.
You too.
He's so friendly.
Most everyone would continue the conversation from here, but Koa only
He's just
closes
chilling.
his eyes.
He's just vibing.
sighing
Koa's all
pleasantly.
vibes.
You wait for him to say something, but all you can hear is his quiet breathing.
I'll quietly breathe too. No, man, we're vibing. We're vibing. I don't want to pressure him. I understand, bro. I get it. Do you want to be alone? I don't know. I don't like any of
No,
those things.
That's okay.
Koa opens one eye, but he doesn't move.
I
We're
just
just
thought
chilling.
you might like to share in all this comfort, you know?
Yeah,
Couch
I
culture
do.
is really all about taking it easy together. You know, like, you ever heard people talk about alone
Yeah,
together?
that's cool. Minus those. No, I love that. Sometimes it's fine
Right
just
on,
to,
right
just
on.
to, you know.
Get it then. I wish more people understood the beauty of alone together. It means you can be at peace with another being without even saying a word. It means not forcing
Yeah,
a
he just vibes.
conversation or an activity between the two of you. It means just enjoying the moment without any expectations.
Yeah.
He sighs pleasantly, closing his eyes.
I'll give it a shot, yeah.
Beautiful. You'll see.
Koa breathes in deep, sighing pleasantly. When he relaxes, the entire room seems to relax with him. You find yourself growing sleepier alongside him. You're not sure how much time passes as the two of you sit side by side in companionable silence, but it's certainly a good while.
Thanks for keeping it chill, buddy. This was real nice. Got something I want to give you.
Money. Whoa, free money.
It's not free, it's your money.
I know, but free money.
You know, in couch culture, we're not big on expressing ourselves verbally. We prefer to let our actions speak for us. And a gift like this, it's just a way of honoring our friendship.
Aw. Human culture, giving someone stuff you found is deeply rude. I'm touched you'd share your culture with me. I'm just gonna say interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, I think so too.
Koa yawns.
I'm gonna take a nap. Feel
Okay,
free to stick
nighty-night.
around as long as you want. Alright? I'm just so comfy.
Okay. Alright. Good talk. Oh, we gotta see my boy. Oh, I left the cabinets open. Was that always there? That's fine. Hi.
There you are, my love.
Oh, whoa.
I had hoped you might come by.
Yeah, of course. Every day. Is everything alright?
It is now that you are here. Come here.
Whoa, he's really into it now. Ooh, do we go in for a hug or go in for a kiss? I guess. Yeah, ooh. Like I don't want to feel like I'm pushing him away if I just do the hug. But a kiss feels like, I don't know. Like I don't know. I think they're moving a little fast. You know, a little fast. Maybe just like a hug. Just a hug, maybe just a hug. I will do a hug. Hopefully he won't hate us.
Daisuke wraps his strong arms around you,
He
and
looks
for
like
a
he'd be
moment
good at
you
hugging.
forget where you are. There's only you and him, and all is right in your world.
You are truly the brightest spot in my day whenever I am lucky enough to see you.
Thanks, I guess.
I must return to my duties, but please, find me again soon.
I will.
Go now, before I throw my arms around you once more and keep you here to myself.
Whoa. Jeez, okay. Bye.
Farewell.
Wow. He's a huge romantic apparently, huh? Let's talk to the oven mitt.
A burly chef stands
Ooh.
in your kitchen.
Oh, is he
looking at
also the
you
oven and the
expectantly
mitt?
as he
I get it.
stirs a sauce pot. Despite his intimidating stature, there's warmth in the depths of his dark eyes.
Are there?
You must be my new sous chef.
No.
I'm Stefan. Hey,
What does this have to do with an oven? Oh, stove?
are you ready for prep?
Prep?
Stefan regards you in silence for a few long moments.
Then why are you here?
An adorable chicken-shaped timer slides into the conversation, settling on Stefan's shoulder.
It's not a person? Mr. Chuckles isn't even a person.
You're right, Mr.
How
Krabs.
is Mr. Chuckles
could
not
stand
even
to
a
be nicer.
Cluckles? Sorry. How is Mr. Cluckles not even a person?
He takes a deep breath, steadying himself.
Mr.
then
Cluckles
points
just is what he
dramatically at you.
is. All these other things, their essence is like human, but Mr. Cluckles is just a timer. Chicken timer through and through.
You, what are you doing in my kitchen?
My kitchen. Yeah.
This is my kitchen.
It's my kitchen.
You must have me confused for someone who thinks this kind of thing is funny.
You must have me confused with someone who isn't a homeowner.
I'm busy.
I'm busy.
I've got a whole lot of folks to feed, and unless you are here to help,
Who do you have to feed?
need
I'm
you
the
to
only
step
one that
out
lives
of
here.
Wait. Do you smell that?
Are you burning stuff? No.
Yeah, you possess a nose. Do you not?
Yeah, but I'm not
mine.
actually that great at smelling stuff, okay? It's like one of my weaker senses.
Yes. I'm preheated. I know. Thank you, Mr. Cluckles. Always keeping me on track.
You are a little heated, aren't you? Hot-headed.
Like some
Hey,
humans
Vernon,
who
welcome.
come in my kitchen just to distract me.
My kitchen, dude. End of story.
You know, I miss when humans understood the value of the boiling pot of water.
Oh, dude. Look at her hair.
When they would let a sauce properly reduce over time, the aroma of spices fill the air, and everything was homemade. And now all people do is use food fetch.
Yeah,
And
well.
I'm missing the entire point of it all.
Yeah, well. Are you okay?
Only a human who doesn't understand cooking would ask me that. Cooking is life. It's not just food.
I mean, it's alright.
It's your soul.
Your soul, maybe,
Maybe one
because
day you'll
you're
understand.
literally an oven.
Until then, I'm wasting heat standing around here talking to you.
Yeah. Anyone ever tell you how rude you are?
Well, of course they do.
I agree with this guy way too much.
And they didn't know a crate from a grape. So I couldn't give a damn about what they say.
Then I'll leave.
Go on, shoot.
See, here's the thing, though. Crate from a grape? Well, guess what? Guess what, buddy? What if I come here and I say it's crepe? Okay, what if it's a crepe? Alright? Crepe. Okay? Not crepe. 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 Alright? And I'm not even great at pronouncing it French-wise, but that's better than you did, okay? Okay, what if I outcook you, buddy? Huh? 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 How about that? How about that? Take that. You
Okay, Mr.
chew
Cluckles,
me
all
out of
preps will
my
be done in
kitchen.
7.5 minutes. Start the time.
Mr. Cluckles, I don't like how you're taking his side.
And go!
Rude. Dice K, he's being mean to me. He's being mean to me. Okay. Upstairs. Time for bed. Don't check our phone. We have a work thing. Oh,
I'm afraid I don't understand.
what?
Please repeat.
Oh, yeah.
I heard you use our voice function to call me. If you ever
Oh.
need assistance, you can simply say, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And your nearest device will answer.
I didn't say, okay, Val,
It
can you
very
please
much
help?
sounded like you did.
He's a little rude. Probably has some very solid beliefs about the proper on this level of stake. Probably. Hmm, I really doubt it.
It very much sounded like you did, though. If there is anything else I can get for you, please say in a clear voice, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And I will assist right away.
Okay, thanks.
If there is anything else I can get for you, please say in a clear voice, "Okay, Val, can you please help?" And I will assist right away.
Oh my god, okay. Tinfoil hat man.
Are you there?
Let's go.
Please answer. Hurry!
Yes, I'm here.
There's
We'll
something
be
we need to
nice. The
discuss.
glasses are
It's of
his,
the utmost
so
importance.
only if it's the utmost.
It's the Dateviators. As I mentioned, I've been
Yeah.
closely monitoring the electromagnetic field anomalies emitting from the quantum catalyst activator. And I know this is going to sound completely insane, but it appears... Well, it seems... I can't believe I'm even typing this.
Yes.
Based on the data I'm looking at, you may actually be able to use the Dateviators to bring objects to life.
Yeah, I'm doing that now. It's hot. Isn't that what I've been doing?
You're not listening!
I know I
don't
haven't,
mean
but...
to engage with an object's sentience during
Wait,
intended usage.
where did...
That's what the deviators were created to do, and they've been working perfectly.
Where did that...
I mean to
chat
100% literally transform objects into living, breathing humans.
That sounds cool.
Frankly, we don't know if it's cool. We have
Do I want to
absolutely
do that?
no idea the ethical implications of turning objects into people. Would they have rights? Do we need to feed them? And if so, how often would we
Obviously, we need to feed
Is only
them.
lunch enough
They're
if it's a
people.
big lunch?
They're
We're sleepwalking
people.
into a minefield of existential dilemmas here.
Yeah, dude, they have rights. You feed them. You feed them 3 good meals a day, healthy, nutritious, and some snacks for a little treat. I'm not that concerned.
Well, you should be. Who's gonna pay for all those big lunches? It's not me, that's for sure. Not to mention, I didn't even program the
There's a
deviators
voice
with that
actor for this
functionality.
guy.
Maybe the government augmented my original schematics with secret military tech, but I'd have to do more tests to be sure.
What kind of
I'm
test?
sorry, but we'll have to pick this up later. I'm not under any sort of duress or anything, but I had a huge enchilada for lunch and I'm exhausted.
Okay.
I'll reach out again when I'm able.
Alright, did you cook it yourself? Because if you didn't, my stove has some words for you. Alright. Here. Right, remember her. Koa. Moses Goods. What has he been in? Oh, is he Hawaiian? Oh yeah, he's from Maui. Okay. They did a pretty good job on representation here. An object turns into a person. They are a person. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward as far as I'm concerned. Okay, let's see. What's he been in? NCIS. Hawaii, Last Hawaiian Sugar, Hawaii 5-0, Hi Hawaii, Inhumans, Stones, Am Amazian, the Amazing Asian, Rescue High Surf, or HI Surf, like Hawaii Surf, I guess, I don't know. Mixed Plate Story Time, whatever that is. Kukuni. He played the short. He played the chief of East Maui. So he's only been in Hawaiian things. Is that all he wants to do, or does he want to do things that are like not Hawaii? I don't think he's even done any. Oh no, it looks like a couple of the things might have been VA, but No, he seems cool. Okay. Let's see here. Who else? Who else? Marcus Brown. Where are you, Marcus Brown? What have you got going on? Okay. Interesting start to his description, but alright. I don't know. These are all names of things that I vaguely have heard of, but not enough to know because I feel like I might be confusing it with something else. He was in Glee, Grand Theft Auto 5, CSI, Shameless, I've heard of that. Some of these, yeah, a lot of these things I've heard of, but a Criminal Minds thing, CSI Miami, Modern Family, NCIS, ER, Saints Row, Monk, NYPD Blue, 24. Okay, yeah, I don't know much of this stuff. Okay. Not really hitting on voice actors I'm familiar with today. Do we see anyone else now? Sorry. He's yapping so much at the beginning of the stream. Seems to be tough on my voice. Okay, I guess that's it. Alright. Alphabet. Okay. Alright, what do we do here now? You know, let's talk to the towels. I think it's just towels, right? Towels,
It's
yeah.
not all that surprising
I've seen
that your
this guy in
towels
other
would have a
people's.
look
I
that
haven't.
one can
I
only
didn't see
describe
the
as
stream.
fresh out of the shower. The
But I
fluffy
saw him
terry
in
cloth
like
clothing and glistening
thumbnails
skin
of other people's
are
streams when they were
expected.
playing. Like not thumbnails from YouTube, but like when they were playing. Twitch is like, watch this person, and I was like, oh, they're talking to the towel guy. And for some reason, I kept seeing them talking to the towel guy. New towels look fresh out of the shower, fluffy terry cloth clothing, glistening.
What you did
Okay.
not expect to see, however, was a six-pack.
What's up with the six packs, man?
Wait,
Let it go.
hold still.
He holds his hands out in front of him, stopping you in your tracks.
What does they expect you could do your laundry on? I prefer a nice flat surface to fold my laundry, actually. What would I do? Why should I? What's wrong? What did I do?
You didn't do anything.
He backs away from you, slowly and carefully.
Just don't move. Ooh, there's some water on the floor. Let me get that before you slip and fall.
He bends down to mop up a tiny puddle, standing back up with a grin.
There, all good.
You didn't have to do that for me. I mean, I think he's a
It's my
tall,
pleasure.
so I don't know. Maybe
Some
he
might
did.
say
I
that
gotta think
saved
about
your
it.
life.
I don't know. It's a little extreme.
Hey,
Tyrell.
did you see
Kind
that
of like
dude?
Tao. Hmm. Yes, you're my hero. I'll play along.
I may be soft, but I'm hard against spills.
Hmm.
He mimes playing a trumpet, imitating the instrument with his mouth.
I dry as quick as my wit.
Mhm.
If you get wet, don't get upset.
Mhm.
Isn't that right, my absorbent sidekick?
Terry. Feel the. Oh, no, some of these are really
He
on
holds
the
out a small
nose.
swan-shaped towel for your inspection. It's quite charming.
Wait, what if I give him? What if we get another pair of glasses and I give them to him, and he uses the glasses on his little thing, and then he can date the essence of his little towel? Swan. You have a sidekick?
Kinda. This is little buddy. He's pretty cool. I can fold him into anything I want.
Wow.
Today, a swan. Tomorrow, who knows what the fabric of the universe will weave?
So very dramatic.
I mean, I only know how to fold like two others, but still.
Yeah,
it
there's
keeps me
three
busy
things in
between
total.
cleaning spills and warming up your body.
Okay. Wow, there's only. Damn, that was quick.
I see you naked all the time.
And
That's
thanks.
totally normal for a towel.
Yeah, but it's not normal for conversation. Maybe you
It's
should
my
go back
job.
to being a towel. Yeah, you get it. Is your job flirting or drying?
What's wrong with both?
Look, I'm dating my dishes downstairs.
I keep
And
myself pretty
apparently the exercise equipment somehow got looped into it. But like, look, I'm not interested in anyone else, buddy. Okay?
Spills happen every day. No big thing. But the hard part is getting dry.
Not a thing to say.
For the big jobs, I work with Washford and Drysdale.
Mm,
But I work pretty independently, you know?
yeah. Being clean is one of my life goals.
Don't I know it? Even though you don't spill too much, I'm there 24/7 on call.
Mm.
Not to tug on
Okay.
my own thread, but I'm proud of the work that I do.
You're right. Honestly, I hate the towels I have now. I ordered them and I was like, oh wait, I have to close Chrome, sorry. And minimize it. I was like, oh, I need new towels, and I got these new towels, and like they kind of really suck, but like I'm too lazy to buy new towels because I just ordered them because I didn't want to go out to the store, and like they really aren't very absorbent. I don't know what the deal is. They might be like, I think maybe they're supposed to be like better technology or something, but they really aren't absorbent. And I kind of like the older ones I had. The older ones I had were just kind of like getting a little bit too worn, you know? And I'm like, okay, I need new ones. But then like the new ones are not very good. But I don't want to order more new ones because like what if they also aren't good, you know? Like anyway, I'm not proud to work with my apartment buddy. Surely you have bigger aspirations.
Oh, like you have bigger ones? What do you want?
I don't know. Travel the world and eat all the good stuff. but have it be free. You know, we'll go with that. Dream big.
Sounds
Good towels are in the things
impossibly
you're happy to
ambitious.
splurge on, like fluffy towels. See, but like I don't want to go out and shop in a store. And I don't want to like continuously try ordering new towels from the internet because they're kind of expensive. And like, you know, when you order them and they suck, then like, you know, so. Yeah, exactly.
There are
So
things I want to
I
do,
just
but
make do with the ones that I
my
have.
job is
They are
important,
good,
you know?
but you know, it is what it is.
Those spills ain't gonna unspill themselves.
You lucked in a good one. See, my old ones are pretty good, and I kind
And
of
I won't be spilling things to you until I get to know you better.
I didn't really appreciate it.
So let's make a deal. Next time you see me, I'll show you something cool, and maybe I'll tell you a bit about myself.
Okay, I'm not
I'll
super
show
into
you
you
an
though, so
idea
like
I have.
fine. Okay, but I am kind of curious what your idea is. What is a triangle?
An angular beauty sits
Oh.
in contemplative silence, her head resting
This
on
St.
one
Townsend's
hand.
River gets a job done.
Doesn't
I guess
greet
so.
you even when you
If it's a good
stand
job,
directly
good
in
job.
front of her.
That's a good job.
In fact, she doesn't even look at you.
I'm surprised that this is what a triangle is like. Hey there.
Ow. You're disturbing my thoughts.
You're too pretty to think. Blah. My bad.
You're bad? Seriously?
Yeah,
God,
well,
you're so boring.
you're the one who's over there thinking, not even
Well,
talking
that's
to
it.
me.
My fantasy bubbles officially burst.
Yeah,
My
well,
name's Tina. Tina Triangle.
okay. Thank you.
And before you got here, I was having a nice little fantasy.
About what?
Tina forms a small triangle with her fingers.
A love triangle. Greatest shape in the world. Especially when it comes to love.
Like between me, Daisuke, and Dunk. What are the sirens doing? Who wants sirens? Dumb luck. I think that's way more awesome. Seems a towel warmer. I don't know. My dad used to throw the towels in the dryer, you know, so they'd be warm when we got out of the bath. But I thought it was overrated. I wasn't really super into it. Having a warm towel, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was overrated. That's way more practical approach. Yeah. It definitely was. But again, I wasn't that into it, to be honest. Like, it's cool. Like, it definitely seems like a treat, but it's kind of like the idea of the treat was better than the actual treat for some reason. A dumb luxury thing. Yeah, I guess it's fair, yeah. That's what it kind of felt like.
Matter of fact, it's the only shape I'm interested in.
Oh, okay. That's fine. See, I'm not. I'm interested in, like, a line. Guess that explains the whole triangle theme. Or, yes, I see that. I'm gonna go, yes, I see that.
Oh yeah? You're smarter than you look, cutie. But
Thanks.
Enough about
Wait.
you. You ever watch Love on Triangle
Although,
Island?
I don't know how you can really look smart, so I'm fine with that being smarter than you look, because, like, who really looks smart, you know? Like, you're kind of dumb if you're like, oh, you look smart or you don't look smart. It's kind of hard to look smart, so I'll take it as a compliment. Oh my gosh. Everyone, my whole feed, this whole week, has been K-pop Demon Hunters and Love Island. And I think it's Love Island, right? That's the one everyone's talking about. And I could not care less about Love Island, to be honest. I don't care. But yeah, it's all been K-pop Demon Hunters and Love Island. That's kind of why I watch K-pop Demon Hunters, because I was like, okay, well, at least I'll watch one of these things that is like my entire feed all week. I don't even know. I don't know why. Like, mostly Twitter is just like, Love Island, Love Island. Hey, Sel, have you seen about Love Island? And I'm like, I don't care. I don't know why you think I do. I don't know where the algorithm got that from. I have nothing like that. So I'm a little confused, but whatever. I guess. I don't even know. I don't even see enough consistent information to know anything about what's going on. Just that, like, I don't know, people are like flipping out or something. I don't even know. But anyway, yeah, wait. No.
What's with the disdain, Poindexter?
No, I like
Let me
the
guess.
little
You're one of
dating
those people who
shows.
doesn't own a TV.
No, I own like 2 of them. There's literally a TV right over there, yeah.
Don't tell me what to do.
I didn't tell you what to do, I just said there's a TV over there.
Look, just hear me out, alright? Let me paint the picture for you. 18 sexy singles get together on an island. They gotta pair off into groups of 3. And every
Dimension
week,
Plus.
a love triangle gets voted off.
March 3rd. 3-3. A Pythagorean paradise. A group of 3s. Every week a love triangle gets voted off.
The
Ooh,
last throuple
okay.
to get voted off wins $1 million. But that ain't all. They offer money and bring in their exes to try and break up the throuple. It's all just so deliciously dramatic.
You should be on that show.
Oh my god, yeah.
It seems like you would really like it.
You just imagine me in a bikini, 2 nearly naked people fighting over me on a beach. Sand in places it shouldn't be.
Maybe
the
you're
sun
fighting for
setting
someone
just
else.
so-
Give a think of that.
Too good to be true, ain't it?
Why are you asking me?
Why am I asking you? What the hell do you know about this stuff?
Yeah, I don't care. Your whole
Swear
personality
like
is
you
love triangles,
know
man.
the
I
first
don't
thing
care.
about threesomes and thruples.
I kind of do. There's like 3 people. That's not
God,
really it
what
for
you've
me.
done
I'm
to
not
me.
really into poly.
You got me all twisted up thinking about love on Triangle Island.
You were already thinking about
Screw
that.
him, loser. I got a fantasy to get back to.
Okay. Rude, but whatever. Alright. Okay, what now? We have 3 hearts left. Okay, let's go downstairs and talk to our boy. First and foremost. Daisuke, talk to me. Hello. Hi.
There you are, my love.
Oh, is this
I
gonna be
had
the
hoped
same
you would come
dialogue
by.
as before? Is everything alright?
It is now that you are here. Come here.
Oh, this is the same dialogue we had. What if we go for a kiss this time?
Daisuke wraps his strong arms around you, planting
Maybe
a
that'll,
kiss on
like,
you that makes you forget why you
progress
even
the
came here
plot.
in the first place. He fills your senses, overwhelming you with a heat that threatens to consume you entirely.
Regretfully, I must stop there. Otherwise, I will have to take you somewhere more private. And then none of my work will get done. Or yours.
I don't have work, actually. That's fair, yeah.
Come back later, please. I need to see you again.
I'll see you then.
Till then, my love.
Okay. Is there literally no more plot? Like, you just date them and then, like, that's it? Is, like, that it at all? At all? What's this? I can't open it. Let's see. Who should we talk to next? Air fryer? Let's talk to the vacuum.
There's something strange about the handsome figure you see standing before you. It's not his clothing.
I hate the angle
though
of
he
this
does appear to
background.
be dressed in some sort of plastic armor.
Like, my face is in the door.
No, it's something about his face. Handsome though it may be, you can't quite place his expression. Stranger still, he doesn't speak to you at all. He just stares, his face screwed up in concentration, and his lips pressed together.
What's that?
You okay, buddy?
He lets out the breath he's evidently been holding, bending forward with his hands on his hips as he inhales and exhales deeply.
My vacuum cleaners do that.
Sorry about that. Just trying to see how long I could hold my breath for.
Seems like a while. Good job.
I'm up to 3 hours.
Way more than me.
Alright. Now that that's taken care
You have to be
of,
careful. If I turn you into a human, okay, just if I decide to do that, you can't do that anymore. Just so we're clear.
I can give you my full attention.
Thanks.
Name's Hoover. The friends just call me
Hi,
Hoover.
Hoover? Hoov, okay. Am I your friend? I'm not your friend yet, though, so I can't.
What's up?
Henry Hoov. But you're Hoover.
You here to chat?
Henry Hoover.
Or
Hoover.
is there another incident to clean up?
No incidents.
Supposed
Don't
to
worry.
be my day off.
No, it is. It is. And don't worry, if I had anything to clean up, I totally would have gone to Tyrell because he takes good pride in his work. I love to chat. I didn't drop
Sure.
anything.
What about?
So you're the one who's the investigator? Hey.
That's right. Crime scene investigation.
Okay. I don't know why I
Love
would have
my
asked
work,
that, but
but
okay.
it can be hard
Unless
to
he
put
said
it away
something
at
about it, I wasn't paying
I
attention.
do tend to keep it all in my bag.
Looks big. And so some of these things, it's just like, oh man, I kind of want to say it just for the lulz, you know? Like you just gotta. It's so cringy, but you gotta say it. You gotta be cringy, you know? What kind of stuff do you investigate?
You wouldn't believe the sorts of things I'm called for to check out. The evidence I pick up gets to be real interesting sometimes. Hair, bits of your dead skin, fingernail clippings.
Good. DNA evidence there, huh? That's embarrassing.
I don't mind. Part of the job. Also,
Alright.
finding buttons, lint, paper clips, coins.
Hey, do you have any money for me too? Couch gave me some
You
money
name
the
it.
other day.
If it's smaller than a quarter, I've probably got one somewhere in here.
You know, I might be able to turn them into people, so you should probably let them out. Seems like you're packed pretty full.
I wouldn't worry about that. Plenty of room still.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay, you seem tired.
Yeah, a bit. It's been a long week, but I enjoy working hard. Makes that can of oil at the end of the day taste all that much better.
I guess. What do you do for fun?
Well, I used to do a lot of things for fun. I used to love watching a good game, especially with fellow fans. And
what game?
sometimes I'd have a drink after a long day's work. These days, I don't know. Just felt a bit too cluttered. Nothing to worry about though. Hey, it's been great talking to you, but I gotta finish up my work and call it a day. How about you come back and see me next time you got a minute? I feel like I haven't gotten out to do something fun in a while. And maybe the two of us could...
Whoa, buddy.
I don't know. Catch a game and have a drink?
Sounds good.
It's a promise.
Okay. Anyway. Let's see. I want to go on another D&D adventure. Matt Mercer. Time for more.
Hey there,
You know how the options are friendly and not friendly and cringe. Yeah. That's basically it.
Hopefully luck has been on your side. May
Yeah.
every day be an adventure for you.
Yeah. Do you have any more campaigns for me to play?
Oh, so many more. So many. But not just yet.
Oh.
I need more inspiration. And the one thing that always helps with writing campaigns is guilt and deadlines.
Okay.
Since I don't have any of those, I might just take a break.
Oh. No more? But sad. Matt Mercer didn't want to D&D with me. Bummer. Oh, thank
Well,
goodness
well,
this time.
well. If it isn't the Casa Casanova. Do you see what I did there? That's
Yeah.
wordplay, baby.
Yeah, it is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Just pretend this is all normal. Okay. You're out here dating all these appliances and shit.
I
But
wish I could change my picture.
why? Not why are you dating them, like, why is this happening now? To you.
The tinfoil hat, man. Where's the port? Oh, yeah. The luck. Game cat, tech cat mouse. That was the poorest
Oh,
trivia night. Yeah.
Damn. Well, that's why, but... So, like, where did the date viators come from?
Tinfoil
Like,
hat
what's the
man.
point of them? Who made them? And why?
Apparently tinfoil hat did.
Tinfoil hat?
Yeah.
Okay, this is some conspiracy shit.
I don't know, man.
Your
People
life
have
is
all
half
sorts of
political
usernames. Not
thriller,
everyone
half
uses their
harem
name,
anime.
their real
So,
name,
like,
like
did
me
you
and
find
you.
out what your purpose is or whatever? Are you a top secret operative in the furniture dating war? Are you collecting data on people in love with their shower?
Bam, it's pretty small sample size.
God, yeah. Oh well, guess we can just make up our own theories. Or maybe just enjoy the furniture dates for now.
We were just talking about. Wait, is this about me saying I'm dating? Well, I already said dating. So, what about the turning them? I can I talk to her? I want to talk to her about
Like
turning them into
what?
people.
Oh, like actually doing kisses IRL?
Who
I
said
can't
doing
take you
kisses?
seriously. Well, this has been fun, but I have a meeting in 3 minutes, and I really want coffee first. So, gotta go fast.
Yeah, 3 minutes isn't enough time to get a
Bye.
coffee. Or make a coffee, even. I don't know what you're talking about, Sam. Okay, let's look at our new people. Who's new? Tina. Gray. Delisle? Alright. Let's see. She was in The Simpsons. Oh, she plays Martin. Martin Price. Okay, Martin Price. Oh, okay. And Uter. Oh, okay. Oh, she probably does actually a lot for The Simpsons. She's a Simpsons voice. Let's see. SpongeBob. And a lot of like kids cartoons I'm not very familiar with. Watchmen. Patrick Star Show. Dora. Not Dora the Explorer, just Dora. Whatever that is these days. Fairly Odd Parents. A Star Wars thing, a Batman thing. Sausage Party. Okay. Yeah, checks out. American Dad. A SpongeBob thing. Nickelodeon thing, Mortal Kombat thing. Adventure Time. Rugrats. Scooby Doo. Animaniacs. Owl House. Some dog cartoons. Or Scooby Doo. Teen Titans Go. Robot Chicken. Oh wait, she plays Daphne Blake in Robot Chicken. Does she play Daphne in the other Scooby Doo things? Is she a Daphne? I just saw it. Where did Scooby Doo go? Oh yeah, she does. Okay. Plays Daphne and stuff. Okay. Legend of Vox Machina. Curious George. Pete the Cat. Uh, Tom and Jerry. Lots of other little kids cartoons seems to be her niche. More Scooby Doo. DuckTales. Mortal Kombat stuff. Frozen 2. Angry Birds movie. Uh, Critical Role. Doc McStuffins. Um, hmm. And she played Daphne Blake in Supernatural. Was there? It was 2018, so it's after I stopped watching Supernatural. There was an episode where they met up with Scooby Doo. It must be. Anyway. Oh, she's in Sea of Thieves. Interesting. Uh. More Fairly Odd Parents. There's a lot of The Lion Guard, Adventure Time, Guardians of the Galaxy TV series, a WoW thing, StarCraft, a Looney Tunes thing, or Tom and Jerry, regular show, Tinkerbell thing, Legend of Korra, um, The Boondocks, kind of surprising. Doesn't really vibe with a lot of the other stuff. Winx Club, Scooby-Doo, Hearthstone, Kung Fu Panda, Pound Puppies, some Batman stuff. She's playing a lot of different people in the different Batman things. Phineas and Ferb, Green Lantern animated series, a lot of Scooby-Doo. She's been playing Daphne for a long time. More Phineas and Ferb, more Green Lantern, Green Arrow, Chowder, Dragon Age Origins, Mass Effect 2, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. The Replacements. Oh my god, wait, I remember that show. Oh my god. That was I remember. Wait, whoa. I just unlocked a memory. Let's see. Okay, wait, no, okay. In the Avatar The Last Airbender Enter the Inferno video game, she plays Azula. Dead Space. Wait till we get to the actual. She is Azula. Oh my gosh. So Zuko and Azula are both in this game. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, but it's kind of funny. Zuko's all about like slow burn romance, but Azula's like, nah, man, love triangles. that's that's I want to go on a love triangle dating show, and Zuko's like, let me teach you how to pick up people, but slow burn romance, get to know them style, so it's meaningful connections. Like that's actually crazy. Chalk Zone, a Little Mermaid thing. See, you get so many different dimensions when you actually spend the time to look up Coding Kids Next Door, Ben 10, Emperor's New School. I remember that show. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Danny Phantom. Wait, hold on. Just to make sure I'm remembering correctly. Whoa, she played Sam in Danny Phantom. Yeah, I was like, the girl. That's the girl, right? Yeah, it totally is. Well, it's crazy. Okay. Wow. Her things must be kind of big now because she's in Witch too. Miranda, is that one of the main characters? I don't remember. I just don't know the show she's in now. Is the thing. Must be the case. Wow, she's been doing a lot of stuff for a long time. She's Padme in Star Wars stuff. She's got a lot of big roles. And I guess she's on The Simpsons, right? This was her too, so like checks out. She has a pretty impressive list here. I'm impressed. Been in the business for a really long time. Dexter's Laboratory. Whoa. Rugrats. Powerpuff Girls movie. Rocket Power. House of Mouse. She was Roxanne. A Baldur's Gate thing from 2001. She was Betty Rubble in a Flintstones TV movie in 2001. She's not a lead character, so. What else? We're getting into the things I don't really know. Baldur's Gate 2 from 2000. Scooby-Doo stuff. Wait, she's been Daphne Blake for a long time. Wait. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize they kept the same voice actors like this. Well, Thornberrys. Wait, I watched that when I was like little. I liked it. Baldur's Gate 2 is the best D&D games ever made. Well, she was in it. She was Nalia Dearnice, Viconia Devere, Bubbles, and others. PC game, yeah. Yeah, that's what. Shadows of Amen. It has a 9.4 rating. That's pretty good. She was in the original Baldur's Gate as well in 1998. It's really old school. Okay. She started in 1989, so she's been in the industry for a long time with a lot of big hits early on in the 90s, so it's kind of cool. And she's still on The Simpsons, which says a lot. Who is she on The Simpsons even? I mean, it's probably gonna tell me a lot of people, but let's see. Yeah, top cast. Okay. Is she? Oh, those are the directors. That's what I'm seeing. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Grade release. Okay. Nope, don't want that. Okay, yeah, here we go. She plays Martin. I don't know that Gloria, is that that's Martin's mom, right? Yeah. Uh, Malibu Stacy, Martin's brother, Martin's child number 2, Mr. Tumnus. She played Mr. Tumnus on The Simpsons. Okay. Uh, and then she plays Uter as well, and then a bunch of other like kind of side characters. I mean, honestly, playing Martin's still pretty big. Martin's a pretty big character, so like that's fine. Huh. Okay. Anyway, she was in a lot of stuff. I just really appreciate that like she plays Azula is like the big take. Well, one, she plays Daphne, like she's been playing Daphne for like such a long time. But also that that she plays Azula and she has like this take and it contrasts so much with Dante, who is Zuko, and I kind of like that they have, you know, different dichotomies there. Yeah, two of the big secondary. Yeah, they are big secondary characters. So she's got, yeah, and she's been playing Daphne in all the Scooby Doo stuff for like the past 25 years. So that's pretty big too. Maybe not all the Scooby. I don't know how much, but there's a lot of Scooby Doo stuff on there. I'm just saying. But you know how much Scooby Doo stuff there is. There's like a lot of Scooby Doo stuff, so it's hard to know. But okay, Tyrell, Gabe Kunda, who are you? Okay. Oh, he's in that one game. I recognize that for a second there. That one game. Oh, okay. He's been Fairy Tale. Okay, we got an anime guy. We got an anime guy. Woo. Also Barbie. Fairy Tale, Fallout 76, Barbie. Uh, Horimiya, Apex Legends, Diablo 4, Psycho Pass, Hell's Paradise, Revenger, Hi-Fi Rush. That's the thing I saw him from. A WoW thing, My Hero Academia, a Barbie thing, Chainsaw Man, a Barbie thing. Apex. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. A Barbie thing. Mario and Luigi Super Anime Bros. The short. He played Bowser. Okay. Valorant, Apex Legends. So there's a thing. I don't know these things. Ranking of Kings. Ruby Fairy Tales. Horimiya. Attack on Titan. Call of Duty. Call of Duty again. Harry Potter and Mortal Kombat. Valorant, Black Clover, Warframe, Fairy Tale, all that DuckTales, um, Apex Legends Ace Attorney, Tokyo Ghoul RE, One Piece, Skypiea arc, one episode looks like, uh, Full Metal Panic, Far Cry 5, more Attack on Titan stuff, Dragon Ball Super, Convenience Store Boyfriends. I remember that show. More fairy tale stuff. Fire Emblem Heroes. One Piece. One Piece. The new Prince of Tennis. Okay, that's what he's been doing. He's got a lot of stuff. Yeah, he's been in a lot of things. He's definitely like the like besides the Barbie stuff, which is a little bit of an outlier. He's like I like how people are either like straight up like there's like a couple different paths and usually they dabble in a couple, right? You have like the anime people, you have the like very video gamey, like the Apex. And he's been I guess Apex, Mortal Kombat, Call of Duty, Valo, like all of those like, that stuff, the type of, those sorts of games. Very like video gamey stuff that's like solid, feels solid like video game category, like it's not really multimedia type of stuff. And then you have so there's that, and then you have like the cartoons, like the cartoony thing. But within the cartoons, you have like the little kid cartoons, and then you have like the Simpsons, American Dad, Family Guy type of cartoons. He's been in the video game stuff, Barbie, so he's dabbling in like kid stuff, and then anime seems to be his things. And it's kind of weird because sometimes they're in like only one or like they're in two, but you never know which two. you know? Anime people, video game people, and traditional animation people, pretty much for the most part. Although, like, I would separate it out. Like, there's like the superhero people as well within that, right? And so it's like they'll do like superhero games or whatever, kind of separating it out from like the other video games. And then within traditional animation, there's like adult and children's, but yeah, well, usually like there's a lot of subgenres, and they'll like might be in like like one aspect of traditional, like they'll be in Family Guy and Call of Duty or something like that. And like they'll be like in one of the subcategories of multiple categories. But I feel like most people are in multiple categories. Okay, did we meet anyone else? Oh, right, the vacuum cleaner. Zeno Robinson. Firefly and played the chick. Oh yeah, Like it doesn't. Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's some people who are in a lot of different things. Yeah, but particularly for like VA stuff though. And that was Alan Tudyk, wasn't it? Who was that? I mean, I know he was in Firefly. I think he played the chicken in Moana. For some reason that's sitting right with me. But yeah. Let's see. This guy is Spider-Man, Shadowverse, Rune Factory, Beyblade, RE0, Critical Role, One Shot, Solo Leveling, Spider-Man thing again, Transformers, Batman, Dragon Ball, Persona 3. See, like he's dabbling in all of them, but they are similar vibes. You know, Persona 3, Batman, Dragon Ball, like mm, you know, even like Beyblade, like he does kid stuff, but like there's a type, you know. He just Alan Tudyk, you can't forget his I went to Juilliard live on 2-year-old, yeah. Yeah. But I mean, clearly if he went to Juilliard, it's very clear. Alan Tudyk is a legend. Um okay, what else has this guy been in? Star Wars, Demon Slayer, Final Fantasy VII, Stranger Things VR. Where's a Gundam thing, Grand Blue Fantasy, Pokemon Horizons, the series. Uh, okay. He's the English voice of Fuecoco. Fuecoco isn't like do Pokemon have English voices? I mean, I guess they do because they say their name, but they're different names in Japanese and English or in different languages. So I guess that makes sense. It's just so kind of weird to be the English VA. I don't know. I don't know. For some reason, it's weird. I get it though. I get it. But if a Nathan Fillion refusing to leave, Justin Bieber could have a gamer himself at some major convention thing. Episode of Star Wars. Yeah, yeah. I mean, these people have been in a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. I think actually these aren't even like the biggest people that we've got. Oh, he's also in Horimiya. Yeah, Pokemon. Yeah. A Pokemon Horizon, for whatever Horizons thing is. I don't know. I didn't watch that one. Starfield, Harley Quinn TV series, Spider-Man 2 video game, Horimiya, Street Fighter 6, Demon Slayer, Loud House, Redwall, or Redfall. Whoops. I was like, Redwall, wait, they made Redwall thing now. Redfall. Owl House, My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer again, Fire Emblem, Pokemon. Okay, this is just the normal Pokemon TV series. Got it. Rather than the other one. Some more Pokemon stuff. Batman and Superman Battle of the Super Sons. What TV are they making these days? Or that's a video. It's a just a video. Okay, whatever. Baymax, a TV miniseries. And the Dragon Ball thing. Uh, Attack on Titan. Case Study of Vanitas. Mermaid High. He played Josh. uh, let's see other Pokemon. The Arceus Chronicles. My Dress Up Darling. Let's see. Animaniacs. More Demon Slayer. Digimon. He played Tai. Um, more Pokemon stuff. My Hero. A Link Click. And then Resident Evil Infinite Darkness. TV miniseries. Rune Factory 5. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Tokyo Revengers. We're Mia again. Uh, Black Clover. Near Reincarnation. Uh, more Spider-Man. Genshin. Uh, um, More Pokemon. I don't know a lot of the Legends of Runeterra. Seen that. Dragon Quest, your story. One Punch Man. Spyro Thing. JoJo. Spider-Man. Dragon Ball Legends. Oh, he was in Dream Daddy. A dad dating simulator. Friday the 13th video game. Fire Emblem Heroes. Dragon Ball Thing. Gundam Thing. Charlotte. Prince of Tennis. Ben 10. Or Ben 10. Ben 10. Okay, yeah, that's looks about it. Okay, so. Seems odd to have credited voice actors. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense, yeah. But it is kind of, I mean, yeah, I guess they voiced it, so. It's kind of weird, though, because normally they would credit as, like, additional voices. You know, it feels like Pokemon aren't, like, in the main cast list, right? Like, I don't know. Because a lot of these are just additional voices, you know, but voice actors thought they made fun. I mean, someone's gonna make the sounds. Someone's gonna make the sounds, you know? Who's gonna make the sounds? Whoa, he has 6 collectibles? Whoa. I gotta go drinking with him. 6 things to collect. He just likes letting go. He likes brews, sports, and holding on to stuff. You know, you like sports. Have you considered, not in a love triangle way, but have you considered getting with Dunk maybe? Maybe? Huh? I think you two are kind of similar in a lot of ways. I think you could connect. And you could get him off of my... Look, he's right down here. You're 78, he's 81. You're so close. He's like getting credit for specific creature sound effects. But yeah, it is. It's kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's cool that they're humanizing the Pokemon like that, but, you know, same time. Okay, hold on. Let me minimize this here. Okay. Back to the game. All right. Alrighty. Let's go. What shall we romance first? Let's do the coat hanger. You want to just tick things off?
Five handsome himbos in colourful jumpsuits are flexing and chatting animatedly amongst themselves. When they notice
you don't remember seeing
they
a list
begin
of
to
Pokemon with
buzz
their
with
associated
excitement,
Pokemon at the
all
end of any
speaking in
games
rapid-fire
or shows.
sentences.
We haven't watched this. I mean, it depends. Like, I feel like Pikachu and, you know, like, if the Pokemon, because they might be. I mean, I don't read the credits, so. I've handsome himbos, I have a line, yeah. I'm like, whoa. Let's see, which one do I like best? I like, man, I kind of like this guy's hair, but the overall vibe isn't it? He's dumb as rocks, especially with the way they were introduced. This is the stupidest one of them all. You just know it. I like maybe this guy. I don't know if I like his little goatee situation though, to be honest. But his hair is kind of cool. I like it. I don't know, doing something. I don't like the part in this hair. I don't like the part in his hair, really. And I'm not really a redhead fan, to be honest. I definitely don't like the facial hair. So. This guy has probably the best hair of the group. I like this guy's hair and I like this guy's hair. This guy's okay, he's passable. I just don't like the part here. And then I like this guy, he's got a good look to him too, but yeah, probably, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't normally think that if they weren't introduced as 5 handsome himbos, you know? So, hammers, yeah. Clothes hangers. Clothes hangers. These are my clothes hangers. Oh, goodness, okay. Okay.
Yo, check it!
Dude.
Quick, dudes, clean up the digs. We got company. Some real fine company, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, I don't like him.
How's it hanging, homie?
Okay, that's cool. Hey, what about the other one? All good, fam.
Word. Oh, that's facts, amigo. Well, what are you waiting for? Slide on in here and take a look.
He invites judgments and have decisions. Yep. They told me a lot. They basically they said that they're dumb. So like I can say it.
And, anything else you want to take off?
Okay, this guy's the flirty one. I don't want
Welcome
it.
to the Extremist Dojo in the pad. The perfect place to
Dojo?
sit back, chillax, and recharge your bats.
Oh, you called them bat? Ugh, gross. Batteries, man. What are we shortening words for?
Oh yeah.
What about this guy? He's my favorite so far because he hasn't said anything. Normally I like myself a yapper, but I don't know about these guys. They're not all. I mean, honestly, they're not that bad. I can't really blame them, man. Like they're not. I don't like the redhead guy, but the rest of them are like okay. This guy doesn't say much. He's like, you know, besides yeah, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Height. Okay.
Fire!
Yeah.
Right now, you're hanging with the wildest, dopest, gnarliest squad of bossing athletes
Oh my
around,
God.
homie. Hey!
Are they all named Hank? Yeah, exactly what I was gonna say. Oh wow. That's something. Got it. Wow, okay. Yeah. Okay, I got that, but how do I tell you apart?
Numbers are kick-ass.
Okay. Oh, this is Hank 1?
The Hanks
What?
all stand in formation, each of them striking a unique pose as they introduce themselves.
They would like
You
Dunk.
get the
I don't
distinct
know. I
feeling
feel
they
like
do this
they might, but I don't think Dunk would like them. I don't think Dunk can handle more of himself, is the thing. Like, Dunk needs to be needed, you know? Like, if I were super into working out, I feel like Dunk wouldn't really be that into it, you know? I feel like if you're a little reluctant and you're like, oh, I want to work out, but I need someone to encourage me, Dunk's like, oh yeah, you know, he jumps on that. But I don't think he's like, these guys just give him more of that energy. In fact, they're more Dunk energy than Dunk is, and I think that's a little, I don't think he needs that. I think he would be so overwhelmed, and honestly, he'd feel sad, I think he'd feel unneeded, unnecessary, and he would just go cry. And like, that's okay, but like, he'd still be working out while he's crying, but you know, it'd be sad. I'd be sad. So yeah, it's kind of weird to date these guys. Harem endings are, yeah, I mean, there are a couple people who are multiples. These 5, Eddie and Bolt, Kurt and Rod. I don't know if we met any others yet, but I know at least those come right at the top of my head. So there are definitely people who apparently you date both together, which kind of sucks because sometimes they're kind of cool individually, and I wish we could, you know, do like both Eddie and Volt seem pretty cool, but I wouldn't actually talk to them or really pursue them romantically in this. Like, they're out of the question because they're a 2-for-1 deal. So it's like, man. Okay.
I'm Hank number 1.
Hank number 1.
I'm Hank number 2.
Hank number 2.
I'm Hank number 3.
Okay.
I'm Hank number 4.
Did we finally get to hear from Hank number 5?
Hank number 5.
Yay! Okay, this is the first time he said anything.
We're the Hanks. Brought to you by Red Bull.
Yay, okay. Okay, you said something else. Well, that explains it. I don't really want to ask any more questions. I don't really care. What are you guys getting up to in here? Seems pretty sporty.
That's right. We're the wildest, most fearless, gnarliest.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
squad of
also
extreme
that's not
athletes
just
in
like a
the
hit. I think you could just like date anyone in the house, you know, like regardless. Like you can date literally and romance all 100 people probably. Like I don't think any of them are like strictly monogamous, so they're trying to be inclusive, which is fine. If you want to date all 100 people, I guess that's fine.
We base jump. We lava board. We
This is
cheese roll. If something's hot enough, we'll ride it all night long. We laugh in the face of danger.
That's from The Lion
Even though we
King.
probably shouldn't.
I mean, it's not from The Lion King, but in The Lion King. The second time you heard Gnarly. Time before was your 5-year-old niece who has no idea what she's talking about. You know what? These guys are kind of like the energy of a 5-year-old niece. What's your favorite extreme sport?
Hank gliding.
Oh god.
It's like hang gliding, but with us. We're the Hanks.
Wait, you guys are just adrenaline junkies, aren't you?
Oh, we're way beyond
I never really
junkies,
looked
hot
at my
stuff.
clothes hangers and was like, they're adrenaline junkies.
It's legit insane. But no cap, we live here with you. We're casa roomies, amigo.
And yet, you don't pay any rent.
Ah, totally our oversight, homie.
Yeah, pay up.
Things are a little tight right now.
Uh-huh.
But once we start winning some wicked extreme challenges, our sponsor is gonna start paying out.
Uh-huh.
Like the slot machine, roomie.
Who's your sponsor? Yeah, wow, okay.
Red Bull's
The game
our
knows.
sponsor, brah.
What's that?
No, dude. It's a company that makes Red Bulls. For like cereal or soup or whatever. That's why we get so many free Red Bulls.
Your clothes hangers.
I don't know exactly what to do with them all, but we'll figure it out.
There's no, but we're Red
They're not
Bulls.
just a sponsor. They're our fam. They fuel our adventures. They provide our wicked gear, get our exploits killer exposure, and provide the best medical support when things get gnarly. Let's be real, they do get gnarly. Just by gnarly, you mean dope.
There's a lot more gnarly for you. Wait, what happens when things get gnarly?
Gnarly just means awesome.
Thanks.
Things are always awesome when you're hanging out with
The Hanks.
We high-key love it all, homie.
Okay. Seems like you're geared up for an adventure.
Yep, a broski always prepares.
Wow, they went real hard
You
on
never
this.
know when a ripping thermal or base jump opportunities
The
can
Raiders.
come your way. Yeah.
Had a fun time. Sounds dangerous.
It is. Speaking of which, we were just about to head out for a little Hank gliding. What do you think? Wanna come? It high-key slaps, homie. You
No. Just- Okay, but how does it? How high key has fun?
What do you say?
Oh no, why not? No, sounds right now. No, I don't think so. Afraid of heights, falling, you know, death. Big commitment. I don't really know you guys or how to actually do anything. Yeah, that one.
We'll teach you.
Yeah, are you a hive mind? Yeah. I didn't want to ask. I didn't want to change the topic because the conversation would go on longer, and I'm kind of done with these guys. No, yeah, I'll watch from here. Maybe on the next one. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah.
We're not disappointed. Heck, we just met. This stuff takes trust. Another day.
Yeah.
Another adventure. If you change your mind, we'll be hanging out here, as per usual. But we'll probably only head out 4 more times this season, so don't miss out.
Okay then, Hanks. Sounds like a plan.
That's what I like to hear, house homie.
We'll try not to talk to them again, at least for a long time. Oh my god. With their hats. Okay. That was something. Okay, let's talk to the box.
As you take in the sight of the adventurer standing before you, it's hard not to feel like you've stepped into one of those old
My
adventure
closet is very
serials from
adventurous.
decades gone by. Even though she's decked out in cardboard and masking tape, she looks like she's ready for anything. An extension cable whip wound around her arm and a daring grin on her pretty face.
Oh, for God's sake, you're finally here!
Okay.
I was beginning to wonder and worry, and then I thought, gee, I guess I'll just have to go ahead and do it myself. But that probably wouldn't have been such a bad thing, because let's face it, I'm exemplary. But you're here now, so let's get cracking. I assume you brought your tools and knowledge and probably a snack of some sort?
Wait, for what? Hello.
Oh, yes, yes, yes! Well said! Excellent point! Introductions, trite as they may be at times, are a great place to start.
The adventurer strikes an impressive pose.
Oh my gosh, the
positively
Hanks.
radiating
You would get
confidence
along
and
with the
daring.
Hanks, I think.
I am Bo. I am the soul, the spirit, the animating animus of boxes and storage containers in this house. This most special of houses, where it is my great privilege and my great destiny to reside.
Uh-huh. You're saying my house is special?
The most special house in the history of houses. You might be able to tell from looking at me, but I am an explorer.
I see. That's why you're in my
An
closet.
adventurer. A rake. A rogue. A bounder without any of the really unfortunate moral overtones that those words have accumulated over the years. Think fun-loving without the using others for my own gain part?
That's not necessarily part of fun loving, but okay. Cool. Don't really get how you can do or be all that in my house. Exactly what I was saying. Literally, she's in my closet. That's like one of the most boring parts of my house.
I am ever so good at those. I am all boxes and containers. Which means, in my many forms, I am all over the world.
But wait, you're also in
Being
other
set on
people's
trucks
houses?
to be delivered. Sitting unopened in tombs, even small ones that diamond rings.
Do you like move your consciousness from box to box, or like, are you all of those boxes at once?
All of them. Well, except for chests. Treasure chests, to be precise.
Why aren't you treasure chests?
That's for another time.
I'll let it slide without asking. Is there a treasure chest in
Very
my house?
much appreciated. There is a time and a place for every great adventure. Surely
Okay.
you of all people, must know.
Why? Why would I know that? Who do you think I am?
I know that you are the... well...
Bo takes her hat off for a moment, holding it over her heart. She bows her head, just a little.
Thanks.
It is my great honor, my passion, my destiny to have the opportunity to follow my path, alongside you, the leading houseologist, to whom I owe such a debt of gratitude
I don't
and respect.
think I'm much of a houseologist, to be honest. I don't know. The leading what?
Houseologist.
I don't know why I asked. I obviously know what a
leading authority
houseologist
in this,
is. It's very
or any
clear.
province on this house, its history, its mystery.
Oh, treasure chests are actually mimic. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe treasure chests are a different thing. Maybe there's a treasure chest in my house, and I need to talk to him or her. I don't know. Mystery is mystery. I don't know.
The resident, after all.
I am the resident. A resident evil. I am, but I didn't build or anything. Exactly my point. I'm like, man, I don't
You're
know.
not the leading houseologist?
I mean, nope, I just live here.
Oh dear.
Yeah, sorry.
Bo returns her hat to her head.
I'm
Her
sorry.
reverent expression
Aw,
fading
man.
into a
I didn't.
rather sour one.
Why'd I crush
I'm
your
starting to
spirit?
feel, well, a bit like I've got some birds in the box.
I'm sorry. What does that feel like?
Fluttering in the stomach, birds trapped, slightly nauseated because the damn birds keep trying to tip me over. But you, I may have already said too much.
What?
I'm currently putting on a facade of being hale and hearty, in case you missed it. All is well. Leave. Go away. Get out of here, you scamp, and maybe come back.
Hey,
and we can
talk back to me with
maybe
respect,
talk about
because I
some
am
stuff
the
and-
resident, even if I'm not the leading houseologist.
somehow, but no promises.
Oh, okay.
Okay. See ya.
Alright. Bye. Alright. What next? Let's go down here and Matt Mercer doesn't want to talk to us. Let's talk to our boyfriend. But let's talk to him in a different spot. Let's talk to him in his knife form. It's been a while since we talked to him here. Yeah, she seems nice. Hi.
There you are, my love.
I don't think he has anything new to
I had
say to
hoped
me.
you might come by.
But I feel like I have to see him
It is
now.
now that you are here.
See, he'll be sad if I don't go in. You know what? We'll go for a kiss today, sure. I'll give you a little
Daisuke
treat.
wraps his strong arms around you, planting a kiss
He's
on
so
you that makes
happy.
you forget why you even came here in the first place. He fills your senses, overwhelming you with a heat that threatens to consume you
Yeah.
entirely.
It's sad that I wonder, like,
Regretfully,
How-
I must stop there.
is there going to be more plot, or is this like just
Take you
it?
somewhere more private.
Is this it? Are we just
And
going to
then
see
none
this
of
every
my
day?
work will get done. All yours. Come back later, please. I need to see you again.
See, he needs to see me again. I need to come back. I'll see you.
Till then, my love.
Yeah, goodbye. Okay. Let's see. Who do we want to talk to? Let's talk to the video games. Luna, that was her name.
The game console turns on. Team 17, Sassy
Hey,
Chap Games.
That's the people who
Moon
made this game.
Surgeons. Here you are once again, back where you started, with your beautiful companion urging you to make a decision. She looks at you just the same way she did the last time, with a strange familiarity, but still not quite recognizing who you truly are.
You're here. I didn't think you'd make it back.
I think there are, but I think I can't get to them yet.
Which way do you want to go?
Definitely met, don't you remember? You're being very forward. We have met. Definitely met, don't you remember?
Of course we've met. We've been about 17 hours into this quest line.
No, we became friends.
No. I would definitely remember something like that. I've got quest updates and relationship statuses in my Statadex anyway. And I don't see anything about an actual connection we've had aside from mission partners in here.
What happened? How can I get you to believe me?
All right.
I don't think I'm actually friends with her, though. I think we're just, like, acquainted, but that's
I'm
fine.
familiar with the trope, okay? When I was little,
friends?
thought up a secret password that only a time traveler would be able to tell me. The password for me is Lincolnberries. Just give that to me next time you see me, and I promise I'll believe whatever crap you hash at me.
Alright. Lincolnberries.
Now let's get back to blasting.
Okay.
Oh, you just equipped my Zauer rifle.
Remember that, everyone,
Means that you're
Lincolnberries.
thinking of unloading a whole lot of Zaker charges on these Scroufs out here.
Alright, I
What are we
forgot
gonna
about the
do?
Scroufs. Let's talk to the Scroufs this time.
Talk to them?
Yeah.
Sure. I guess I'll just put my weapon down and wait for the bullets to whiz through my
I mean, I
skull.
don't know how we considered.
Damn, all this yapping and now we're overrun. I'm shooting! 88 charges later, that's a whole lot of Scrouf carcasses. Nice haul. That ought to teach Celine and her goons. We're near the compound of the Upholders. They'll have Assassin class Upholders, as well as Surveillance class. We'll have to sneak our way in, and probably start dispatching them with utmost violence. You up for it?
Let's try a peaceful run.
You don't want violence? Go play
Pacifist
Overweight
run.
Sim on
Let's
your
go.
free pad. What we've got ahead of us is lots more shooting and
This is
killing.
the exact same thing we did last time. Not my style, but
Sure. I found an entrance on the dark side. Should be an easy way in if we just follow the marker on the map.
sounds good.
After a short walk, you find yourself standing in front of a bullet-ridden metal door, way out in the middle of the cold, grey landscape.
This is the entrance I've never seen anyone use. With my troc picking skills, we'll have this open in no time.
Why'd you change lock to troc? Tell me about yourself.
Me? I'm your average member of the Resistance. Maybe above average. We fight against the Upholders who are determined to do everything in their power to druck everything up here on my homeworld.
And who am I to you?
You? I always thought of you as a companion. Someone who followed me around and gave me advice.
What? I'm not even the main character?
Cute, but expendable.
Rude.
Luna picks the lock, allowing you to peer inside.
At least you call me cute.
You can see hallways filled with shining electronic doors off into the distance.
Here we go. Upholder Central inside. I'm seeing Grunt class Upholders, who shouldn't be too bad. There will be Surveillance class 2, which can sound the alarm.
Oh yeah, I was here before. I remember that.
Just knowing that isn't enough
There'll
to
be an
help.
assassin's
They've got
class
ultra
updater
tech
around the
that
corner.
renders them
I remember.
invisible to all senses.
Uploader.
Can't believe that's our fate.
Oh, it is.
How do you suggest we do this?
Try to date one of the guards.
Dating? Why would you do that?
Because I'm doing a pacifist run. Well, sometimes you meet things on your adventure and start to have feelings for them.
Do
You love Luna.
feelings for me?
What? Too early to tell, man. Too early to tell.
Interesting. See, I'm more familiar with reloading, looting, and corridors, personally.
Isn't it kind of boring life?
We can try this dating.
Luna strides boldly up to a nearby grunt.
Date
Hey,
him.
Grunt. Want a date? What? You, me, go out and watch a flick. Drive around Haunatown, eat spaghetti in Plurkton.
Plurkton?
You are a cute one.
From the grunt's pocket, a voice barks loudly.
Not a roleplay, yeah.
Grunt, what are you doing?
Get her! Ah, bits, we've got company.
Except for the smitten grunt upholder, who to this day still holds a candle for Luna, the hallways are swarmed with guards.
Cease! Cease! Cease!
Plasma drites!
The battle rages through the halls as you and Luna drop guard after guard.
There you are. Oh no. I can't see them.
And my pacifist run isn't going very well.
You can't quite tell what's happening, but a vast laser peeks from around a corner and engulfs Luna's stiffened form.
Grab her and run.
Bravely, you take Luna's frozen body.
I did that
crash
last time
through the
too, but I'm not
remainder
going to
of the
leave her
hallway.
behind.
Once she is removed from the power of the strange weapon, she hangs limply in your arms for a moment, enjoying the ride.
You know what? Pacifist run. No badasses here. Continue running like a badass. You can't see that. It says continue running like a badass. We're gonna give her a wink and smile.
Is this what dating
We're
gets
gonna
you?
immediately fold it when it's a date. Yeah,
Yeah, I
you know,
suppose.
sometimes if you're straightforward, that works, I guess.
You run further through the maze-like compound and finally make it to an empty office.
I mean, that grunt probably
We lost
doesn't get a lot of
gear there
people
in the
asking
Trista
him out,
battle,
you know?
But at least we still have enough health to get us through to the end. We're getting close. You wanna press on, or should we take a crafting break?
Go show to the boss. I don't want to craft
Let's
again,
go.
man. We did that last
You and
time.
Luna make your way through the final threshold and stop right before the entrance.
Oh no. There it is. The horror of it all.
The way opens up into a large regolith cavern. Mining constructs mingle with moon rocks as the terminus of the station is reached. But perched high on the crane next to a large glowing blue crack in the regolith was a well-outfitted spacer who looked just like Luna.
You came just in time for the festivities to begin. Celine Moonrise, prepare to die!
See, that goes back actually to the stereotype, which in some ways I'm kind of sad that like this game plays into, of like an Eastern European / Russian accent for a villain role. It's like from like all the Cold War era cartoons and stuff like that from like the 60s and stuff, like Rocky and Bullwinkle and things. And it's a little stereotypical. And I understand we're not on super great terms with Russia right now, but it's still like a little. I think it's good to stereotype like that, you know? Because again, it's not really the Russian people who are the problem, it's the Russian government, Putin. So like, you know, you shouldn't make all of your villains sound Russian or Eastern European, because like definitely the rest of Eastern Europe is not really our enemy right now, so there's no real reason to make them be able to be villains, you know? So you're typing the exact thing, yeah. Yeah, I don't, it's a little outdated, and it's a trope a lot of people don't realize exists. They just like know that, oh yeah, Russian sounds like a villain accent, and they keep doing it because that's what they know. And like, you know, this game feels pretty progressive, so I'm kind of sad that they are doing it, but like, you know, a lot of people don't pay attention, so.
Luna, you'll never take Crescentia's power.
I don't even know if it's supposed to be Russian though. Like, what even is this? I don't want to say it's a bad Russian accent, but like maybe that's what they're going for. I don't know. Who was silly? Yeah, whatever.
Who is that with you? Some low-level peon? I always send those to the Drock pits. Do you need to know any more? We kill her.
The glowing crack seems to
I don't know. Maybe you should ask her on a date.
Charge, bitch!
Worked really well last time. Remember with your grandfather, World War II vet, making that same point back when you were a kid about German versus Nazis. Oh yeah, yeah.
The blue deposit of moonrock erupts, and from the crack, a monstrous creature bursts forth.
Crescentia! Go!
Well, I mean, it's a little bit different in like Germans and Nazis because like, I mean, kind of similar, but like most of the Germans who were there, very few people like dissented. Most people supported the Nazi regime and everything, and a lot of that's through propaganda, really heavy propaganda by the Nazi Party. But it's more like with Russia, it's more because like a lot of people in Russia don't really support their government, you know. And the same way like with the United States, you know, like a lot of people don't support Trump. And they don't support our growing conflict with Iran and all sorts of stuff that our government does, you know, and because like the government isn't always, and like the same thing with Israel, right? A lot of people in Israel don't support what their government and Netanyahu are doing, and like the governments don't always, unless like the Palestinian people are not all Hamas and things like that. So, you know, it's kind of like, yeah, the same thing there. So the people are always different from the government. Sometimes, though, the people are very much in line with the government, but ultimately you try to separate people from its government, recognize the government desires only portions. Yeah. Usually that's the case. And again, sometimes it's a little bit like more complicated, said, like with Nazi Germany, where, like, there really wasn't a whole lot of dissent, but also not everyone knew about the Holocaust. They kept that mostly secret from a lot of people, but like a lot of the racism and the anti-Semitism still existed, but again, it was like from really heavy propaganda, so it's not like they're really at fault for it per se, but you know, the German people at the time still do hold a lot of fault, a lot of them, and yeah, it's complicated. But yeah, it's certainly like with Russia, the people have never all supported their the issues with their regime. Like a lot of Russians right now are not in favor of the war with Ukraine and things like that, of course. So use the power of love, Luna Lingonberry.
What? Love has like 0 attack.
Maybe you aren't trying hard enough, Luna. Love harder. North Korea, the hidden offer in the world. What, for like the Holocaust and stuff? What do you mean? It's kind of, yeah, actually kind of, yeah. Nazi Germany is pretty similar to North Korea in a lot of ways. Because yeah, a lot of North Koreans are all for their government, but it's because they don't know any better. But yeah, they don't know what's happening. They didn't know what was happening. Or like, what they did know, you know, they'd be like, yeah, they think that Jewish people should be rounded up and probably deported, was what most of them thought. But they thought that should happen because that they did think Jewish people were inferior. But the reason they thought that was because a lot of information that their government was giving them that was incorrect. You know, and basically like brainwashing them into thinking that. So they did think that, but it's like they weren't working with the same textbooks that we are working with, basically, right? Like they'd have their biology teachers come into school and tell them that like, this is a Jewish skull, look how small it is, they are subhuman, you know, like things like that, right? And like kind of the same way North Korea works on propaganda that is completely incorrect about the United States. And then their people are like, oh yeah, United States sucks, North Korea great. And it's like, well, yeah, obviously, if you're working off of the information you've been given, yeah, you would think that, wouldn't you? Like, fair enough. But like, you know, they're still wrong and like, you know, it's still bad, but like they, and in this case for North Koreans themselves are the victims, you know, as opposed to like the Nazi Germans, you know, kind of creating a different victim of the Jewish people, but like for North Korea, they are the victims themselves, but same type of similar kind of idea. So, kind of, yeah. And, yeah, North Korea, yeah, it's kind of sad. And the same way, not to get too political, but the same way happens with especially our right-wing politics today. A lot of people are just straight up incorrect. Like when they think ICE should be sending people out of the country, they'll say, nope, ICE is not just grabbing people off the streets. They're politely asking people for their documentation and just checking and blah, blah, blah. They're saying that, you know, everything is all above board regardless. They believe LA is currently burning down in riots and chaos, and that we're being overrun by Mexico for some reason, and we need to be liberated somehow. And they think that, like, I literally saw someone say how, like, there are, like, 200 million undocumented immigrants in the country, which, like, isn't true. We only have, like, 400 million, a little under, people in the country to begin with, like, citizens, so, like, we definitely don't have, like, you know, almost double the population of non-citizen people in the US. Like, no. And they think that there's like 200 million undocumented immigrants, and that they are not paying any income tax on their jobs, but they're receiving government benefits, when in fact it's the exact opposite. They're actually receiving less government benefits, but they are still paying income tax. And there's not 200 million of them. There's like maybe 10 million at most, maybe something like that. So, like, you know, but they just are working off of this, like, completely and, like, they straight up think Trump is in perfect health. He's an amazing, smart person. He is in such good physical shape. He's like a superhero, really. He's like Superman in terms of, like, his physical abilities, and he's a genius. Like, they literally think that, right? And it's from all that propaganda that they're being fed and that they are eating up and believe, right? And, like, a lot of this stuff, like, they literally think this. There are a lot of people who are really scared of Zoran becoming mayor of New York. Like, they feel that, like, Jewish people are literally in danger because he's Muslim, and they genuinely are afraid, right? Like, there is Islamophobia. In this case, the phobia doesn't mean hate, it is fear. They are literally afraid because they completely buy into the propaganda. And so, like, propaganda can go crazy, like, everywhere. So, like, North Korea has it, we have it, China has a lot of propaganda going on, and, you know, a lot of stuff, so. Japanese propaganda goes really hard too, right? Cute anime. What happened in World War II? Nothing. Wait, no, Japan's never done anything wrong. Perfect angels. Anyway, have you seen anime? So, you know, North Korea's sad. Watching some interviews with Escaped. Yeah, North Korea's sad. McDonald's Trump. I don't think he eats McDonald's every day, but he's not. I mean, he's like, what, 79 or something now? Like, he's kind of old, and I don't think he's in the best health, and he's definitely not mentally in the best health. If you've been seeing him recently, like, he does not seem to be mentally where he was at the last time he was president. Let's just say that. Like, modern immigration perceptions are super strict in that. People believe modern crime rates are way higher. Yeah. People just, like, are completely wrong about stuff. But yeah, so, yeah, a lot of places have, I mean, pretty much all governments have, like, a little bit of propaganda. It's kind of like, you know, what do they use it for? How bad is it? You know, like, what are the goals of the propaganda? So, like, what are they tricking people? Because sometimes if you're tricking people to believe things and it is for a greater good, like, you still shouldn't trick people into believing things. Manipulation is bad, but if you're manipulating them, you know, for, like, something in their favor, then, you know, would potentially have benefits, you know, for the person as well as the government and things, the mutual benefits and things like that. But yeah, everyone does a little propaganda, at least a little bit. Some heavier than others, and some so heavy that people are living in worlds of complete delusion. Because, like, the world that the North Koreans are experiencing is very different than the world that I live in, and the world that Trump supporters, like diehard Trump fans, are living in is also a very different world than the one I'm living in. And, you know, the world that Nazis lived in, very different world. You know, all these places, very different. And so there's also within the country, there are people who fall for the propaganda of that government. But there's a lot of people that don't still too. And it kind of depends. Some are more effective than others. And, like, that's what people were saying about Trump is apparently it seems like he thought his propaganda was more effective than it is. Because people are saying he seems genuinely surprised by like the LA protests and that people don't like ICE. Like, people are saying that he genuinely thought everyone would be all for ICE's actions, which is why he went so hard with it. And they were like, oh no, and I don't know if it's him or if they think other people, I don't know like who they kind of think is, but you know, everyone who's running ICE, they're like, no, people legitimately thought that they wouldn't have this backlash. They're actually really surprised by the backlash that they're getting. Because they thought their propaganda was more effective. They thought they were at like Hitler level propaganda, but they aren't. Right? They aren't the Nazi Party. The Nazi Party had way more successful propaganda in Germany than the Trump administration has here. Like, they've won over a group of people really well, but it's not the majority of the population by any stretch. There's like some people who are diehard. There are some people on the fringe of things that could be persuaded for some things, but not all things. And then there's like a ton of people, some right-wing people who don't like Trump and don't believe in the stuff and, you know, whatever. And then of course there's plenty of people on the left still. So, you know, it's kind of like how deep is the propaganda, but also how widespread from a government perspective. And like North Korea and Nazi Germany both had very widespread and very deep propaganda. But other places like just have like deep or widespread but not deep and stuff like that. So he's old and kind of entitled to having put it. I mean, yeah, it's fair. But yeah. It's the thing though is that people are deluded into thinking he is like the most, like if they could choose the healthiest, strongest, most capable man in the country, they would choose him. And it's like, this is like weird body dysmorphia where you see someone else's body as different because like they literally think he is in amazing shape. Like, not that he's old and he's allowed his little McDonald's, but that he is in amazing shape. And it's like, okay. So like, alright, sure. Okay. But like, people are delusional. Okay, love has 0 attack. Does not, Luna. Shut up.
The old standby. An unceasing burst of sacred
Have you
charges.
tried love
The battle
though?
is fierce, but
I'm
ultimately
just saying.
Crescentia and Celine.
These are a
fall
lot
to
of
the ground.
Sailor Moon sounding names, and I think you should try love a little bit.
Wow. Did that without even a single save.
He must be a supermodel. No, because it's impossible, because according to them, no one could be in better shape than Trump. Or more attractive.
Great job, Guile.
People are delusional,
Couldn't have done it
guys. They're
without ya.
delusional. Okay, I'm glad to be there for you.
You're the best partner I could have ever asked for. You always chose the right path, unwaveringly.
You're lying to me because you said that last time and I chose completely different answers this time, and you didn't do any of the things that I said. So,
I'd love to be friends with you.
propaganda and belief about him is pretty wild. He's pretty honest in poor health, not quite all there mentally, and pretty far from this man. Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, so far. He's never been the brightest. Like, keep in mind, like, his big thing is being a businessman, but he's actually not really that successful of a businessman, to be honest. Like, his businesses, he has many failed businesses, which is fine. A lot of your businesses fail, and, you know, like, it's ups and downs in business, but, he's never really had successful businesses. All of his businesses have run on him as being a personality of a businessman. He's always kind of been a caricature of it. He's never actually done successful business, really. He's just a personality figure and as a caricature of businessman, basically. So, yeah, he'll still stick enough out of it. Well, I mean, it depends, you know. Americans aren't the most alcohol-loving people. It's not like Germans or Irish, for instance, who love their alcohol. And steak is a give or take, you know. Not everyone can afford steak, so bankrupt 2 casinos. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, the point is, like, did he make more money than he started with? I think technically. But, but if any other business person had been given what he was given, like, if they played the same game, right, that he played, they would have ended up with way more money than he did. So, like, and I think he got bailed out of a lot of stuff too, so I'm not sure if he actually ended up with more money or not, like, on his own merits, but...
Even though it can be dangerous out there in Novaya Moskva, having a real friend by your side means you keep your KD ratio way down.
Yeah, that's what you said last time. Only if it sticks this time. Yeah.
Oh, it'll stick all right. Fantastic
I don't know,
traveler.
I don't think you're gonna recognize me next time I
you
come.
back, I'll remember you for sure.
Okay.
My...
Oops, okay. Alright, let's end our day talking to Dante. Get some more romance lessons.
Liliette, my girl, ready for your penultimate lesson?
Penultimate? What? Dude, pens? No. Yes, sir?
Sick. Now, part of you must be wondering, Dante, we've already gone through pickup lines, interests, and observations. What other ways could there be to strike up a relationship?
He became president the first time he started with a big fortune, and through luck and hard work managed to produce a small fortune, then being president. Open doors to phenomenal. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Everything he's done since becoming president, like, that's not business anymore, you know? So, that's like politics instead of business. So it doesn't really count. But I don't even know if he started out with that big of a fortune. Like, what was it? Like $1 million or 10 million or something like that? Like, that's not really that big of a fortune. And being out here in LA, I know a lot of rich people. I know rich people and rich people. And trust me, among rich people, there's a difference between rich people and rich people, right? People who have like $20-30 million is different than the people who have like 800 million or $1 billion. Like, they feel the difference. People who have 50 million, again, they're different. They're on different levels. So, like, yeah. And he didn't even start with a big fortune. He started with a small fortune and he ended with a small fortune. But it's just extracting wealth. Yeah. It's not really business. Like, well, honestly, I was talking about this with my brother. Like, he's clearly a puppet right now. And I'm like, but who's the puppeteer, right? Who is working the strings? And I was talking about it with my brother, and I think we decided that it's no one. Everyone is trying to puppet him. Because I was like, yeah, but what decisions he's making? Like, obviously he's not making them. But, like, because he's just saying whatever the hell he's saying, right? And, like, there's no way that someone can be such a wild card in his position and no one actually be taking advantage of the situation. That he is very... I mean, he's a puppet. Who would not take advantage of using the puppet, right? Like, obviously someone is, if he's gotten... And people must have put him in this position if the intention of using him as a puppet. So who's he the puppet for, right? Because, like, his actions seem very inconsistent, and, like, it looks like he's shooting off wild on his own with no puppeteer, but there's no way that there's no puppeteer, because, like, there's gotta be, because, like, who wouldn't take advantage of the situation? So, like, whether for good or for ill, right? No one's gonna let him go off on his own completely uncontested. And my brother pointed out how inside sources from the White House say it's whoever talked to him last, right? Automod? What is Automod doing this time? Oh, allow it. Yeah, exactly. That's what my brother was saying. Is like, yeah, it's apparently the insiders from the White House say his decisions are whoever has talked to him last affects whatever decision he makes. But that's why it seems so chaotic, is because they all want different things. Yeah, there's like a bunch of people trying to use him, and they all want different things. And that's why his actions are so inconsistent, and he seems like he's all over the place because everyone's trying to steer him. And it kind of, I kind of then likened it to him like it's like his people are like riding a bull, you know, and like he's bucking all sorts of different directions because everyone else is kind of steering him in different directions, and they're trying to like ride it out. But like everyone keeps getting thrown because of all the jostling of all the other people trying to take advantage of him, which is such a wild situation to see. I'm like not sure I've ever seen any situation like that in history where there was a puppet. And I mean, there are plenty of situations where there have been puppets, but usually there's one person or a like council or league of people puppeting the puppet. I don't think I've ever seen like a dozen separate people with a dozen separate agendas trying to puppet the same puppet at this scale of power. Is insane. Really, I don't know anything comparable to it in history, like not at this level, which is wild. But yeah, so like he's not really using, like he's definitely not doing business. He's like kind of like stumbled himself into the position of president, and he's not doing anything anymore. Everyone's just puppeting him, you know? So like any benefits coming his way are just people giving him stuff in order to use him for a little bit. But like that's no agency on his part, right? He's not thinking of that. He's not being like, oh, I'm going to get this from people. People just give him stuff, you know? Like they're all running the show. He's not really doing anything, you know? So like that none of it's really his doing. He's not doing politics. He's not doing business. He's just kind of there. But, you know. Yeah, I have Sengoku Dynasty, by the way. I do have it. I've played a little bit of it off stream on my own. But I don't know. I might play it someday in the future on stream, but I have other things I think I'd rather play in the meantime. But it seems okay, but I don't know, it felt harder than Medieval Dynasty and like less free. And I don't know, for some reason it made it more stressful to me. But yeah, this sounds like Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox by grand scale. Kind of, yeah. Putin, Netanyahu, Musk, probably a few big influencers, a few American evangelicals, 1 or 2 core advisors, whatever it's basically. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Ton of people. And it's like, it is so weird because it's like so many people from like, you compare Musk, Kanye, Netanyahu, like that's like, what? There's too many people. That's too many people. Like, why would I think all these people? What about you saw someone compare it to Medieval Dynasty? Oh yeah, it's by the same publisher as Medieval Dynasty. Different dev team, but same publisher. That publisher has a bunch of different games. They have a Viking one coming out soon. They're all a little bit different. I think Sengoku Dynasty and Medieval Dynasty are the only ones that have positive rating. I think everything else is mixed. But yeah, it felt like a lot of Medieval Dynasty. But like I said, it was a little bit more a little bit more story focused, a little bit more linear in terms of like tasks to do and everything. So like I said, it may feel a little bit more stressful, but his own propaganda, which he seems to firmly believe, he doesn't really have own propaganda. Like I don't, because the thing is, remember 25 years ago he was a Democrat. Like he doesn't have propaganda. He doesn't his propaganda is whatever whoever he's talked to tells him is his propaganda. He has no personal beliefs. But you're looking for a game or you're not reaching other people. Yeah, it's very similar to Medieval Dynasty. It just is a little bit more structured, which might be good if that's what like you want, more of a like do this now, do this and do this type of like not quest based sort of thing, but like, you know, task based linear kind of playthrough, as opposed to the kind of open world, a little more open world in terms of Medieval Dynasty. But I didn't get very far into it, so, but I do know, like, there are very specific places where you can choose to build your settlement and stuff like that in Sengoku. As opposed to Medieval Dynasty, where you can just plop whatever you want down wherever in the valley. But Sengoku's Dynasty is a little bit stricter on, like, where you can build things. But you can build, like, multiple settlements and stuff like that, so, that's the thing too. But yeah, but I didn't get very far into it, so I don't really know how the later game or even mid game playthrough. I was only like very beginning. I don't know. I maybe have like, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours in it or something at most, possibly. Okay, Dante, talk to us. Let's go. Yeah. What else could be serious?
Well,
I'm so sorry
shut
that
your
I've left you
silly
hanging
mouth,
there, buddy.
Because of course there is. It's remembering that there's a difference between talking to a friend and talking to an
Oh,
acquaintance.
good point. You know what? We were just talking about this at the beginning of the stream, like a friend and a work friend. Yeah, those are different things. Go on. Yeah, go on.
Alright. Take somebody you meet at a party, for instance.
Yeah.
Maybe you work together, but in different departments. Or you're
Yes.
mutual friends, but you never hung out solo.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah.
Heck, maybe even chatted before, have each other's socials and chat now and then. But
Exactly.
you've only ever had a few interactions.
Yeah, you're not like really friends, like you're situational friends.
Does that make you friends?
No. No, of course not.
Whew. All right, good.
Yes.
That's
Thank
good
you.
that you know that.
Thank you. Yeah. So good.
Sometimes others just automatically assume you're friends
I
with
know.
somebody just off a few small interactions in real life or on social.
I know, and people will say, "Oh, we're friends," but like a lot of people just throw that word out. It doesn't mean you're like actually friends.
The parasocial paradox is real.
Yeah.
Like, wanting to make friends is totally fine, right? But
Yeah.
damn, nowadays there's objects that have whole dependencies on others who barely even know them. Kind of makes you think.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, like just like with streamers. Yeah, the dependency thing, man.
Anyway,
people
let's move
like
on to
will
the next part of
dependent on a streamer, and then like, but they don't. The streamer doesn't know them at all, and they don't even know the streamer really. So, yeah, it is Zuko. Yeah, we went through his VA stuff. It's Zuko. It's also American Dragon Jake Long. Familiar with Jake Long? I talk about it a lot because I think it's just so no one talks about American Dragon, and I love that show. You loved it, yeah. See, I love that show. No one ever talks about it, but like I watched it when I was little, and I really liked it. Yeah, and I feel like it's very underrated. Like everyone's always talking about Danny Phantom, and I'm like, bro, have you seen American Dragon? Jake Long, my boy Jake, is so cool. Like, dude, I love like the immigrant experience. Jackie Chan is it really? Probably. I don't know. I don't really remember that part. I haven't seen it in ages. Man, I should watch it again sometime. Look it up, but following VTubers around conventions, which is creepy. Oh, really? Oh, he was the uncle? Oh, I see. That makes sense. I think he's a grandfather, wasn't it? Was it? Yeah, because he said Gramps, right? Or am I? Yeah. I'm like, did he say Gramps or did Zuko say Gramps? Zuko wouldn't say Gramps. There was no Gramps. There was Uncle Iroh, who was an uncle. So I think, yeah, there is a Gramps. Okay. I'm like, I do remember this man's voice. Dante Bosco, is that his name? I do remember him saying Gramps. I can hear it, but like, I'm pretty sure it's where it's from, but drama coming probably VTuber. I from Offkai, I'm assuming. I didn't see anything about that, but I've only seen 2 pieces of VTuber drama this week: the Kenji stuff, and then the Giga stuff. Which, by the way, I kind of want to say this because it's been bugging me, and I don't want to get into it on Twitter or anything, but like. Right, Giga graduating, great. In one hand, yay, good for her. Like, it doesn't sound like she needs. I mean, a lot of people don't understand why people leave, especially somewhere like VShojo. I assume a lot of the time it's because they are not getting value from the management, and that they can handle a lot of things independently better on their own without giving a cut, and it's not worth the money. But it's a business decision. Those VShojo town. Yeah, at least they keep their IP and everything. Yeah. And basically, like, it's just kind of like, well, why would you pay? Like, I don't know how much they give, but like, I'm imagining it's probably like 20-30% maybe. if like a lot of what she does with VShojo, because it sounded like she's saying like a lot of the stuff that she already does with VShojo, like she does most of the stuff anyway. Like it doesn't sound like it's more of like she's probably thinking like, why am I giving like 20-30% of my earnings to them when they're not doing 20-30% of the work, which is nothing to say to them, because like what they do might be really important for like a smaller streamer perhaps. But once you get to a point, so a lot of people graduate is because once you get to a point, especially if you can keep your IP, but even if you can't, like look how excited people are for Saba, like what is that? Is it 2 days from now, something like that? Tomorrow, maybe? No, Giga's graduating tomorrow. Saba's on the 28th, right? Like, people are still super excited about that stuff. So it's not like you really, and there's so many people, like, Kirio, isn't it? He just, because he's a VA in that one game, and like he got a lot of attention recently and everything. And I think he's bigger now than he ever was back in his PL. We'll never stream his character thing. Yeah, well, yeah, vShojo still seems less attractive as someone who's already established talent with IP and lore and association and merch and all. I mean, it depends. I mean, like, vShojo, I don't know, I mean, Amelie, switch to them, she's pretty big. And I feel like, no, because there's someone else as well. Like, I think their last couple talents have been really well-established talents. They just didn't want to do the management stuff themselves, and they're handing it off. But it seems like Iga's been more hands-on with her management from the way she's talking. So, which feels to me like they have a lot of leeway in what they can and can't are allowed to handle. And it feels like she's been handling a lot herself with vShojo. And it's not like she's mad at them. It seems like she just, because she'd been shouted out her manager and stuff, she seems like she just, has already been handling it herself. And she probably just likes, of course, sorry, completely speculating, but she might be someone who just likes to be in control of things, and has been, because vShojo lets her, and because they give their talent a lot more leeway with stuff. And sounds like she has been having a lot of control, and she's like, but then what am I paying them for? Type of thing. It is what it seems like. It could be completely different, but like that would be my guess. American Dragon and Jackie Chan Adventures, both shows. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You're combining them. Makes sense. Understandable. But yeah, no, with Giga's thing, because back when I don't know who it was about, Olger maybe, back when someone back in the April graduations were happening, and she said like people overreact a little bit and they act like the person's dying, but they're like really not. Honestly, I vibe with that. I thought it was a fair thing to say, because like I don't know, and I could see why a lot of people would get that, because like it is different though. See, it's not the same with vShojo, but with like Niji and Hololive and stuff, they are very talking about this, at the beginning of stream, but people being VTubers being in character versus more personable, like their own personalities. Like I'm very much my own personality. I don't really stream in character, right? So like for me, I was saying like I want to make a lore video kind of, but about me and my history as a streamer and my background, just so I can, because I don't know, I get lots of new people who don't know, my history as a streamer and like my journey, to get here. And I feel like that's more important to me than you guys knowing my lore about my character, because like that doesn't actually have any effect in your enjoyment of the stream or your understanding of me and what I say and do and things like that. But, understanding my history as a streamer makes a lot more sense. And again, because I'm like kind of me, just like, being this character. And a lot of VTubers are like that. Especially a lot of indies and vShojo to a large degree as well. Kind of using the VTuber to kind of keep, anonymity, but and kind of keep that distance, but still offering up plenty of information about their personal lives, just keeping the distance where you feel you need distance. But some of the corpo VTubers especially are like they are much more in character, right? And like someone was saying, someone did a one of them did a, I think, oh, it was I don't know which one it is. But one of the guy gens, not Hollow or Niji, one of the other ones. They did like a hand cam stream the other day, and people were being like, why isn't it up? Why is it archived? Why is it private? Why can't I see it? I couldn't see it. And people were like, oh, I think they showed a little bit of skin, and then someone showed their shadow, right? And they have to like edit that stuff out because one of them, like, literally they're wearing gloves, but there was a little bit of skin that showed around the glove, and then they have to like edit that out. Like, they have really strict rules of like no skin, their silhouette, can't see that. Like, it's like kind of wild, you know, because they have such a huge divide. And that's why people who are fans of corporate VTubers really get upset at like face reveals and stuff, because like they want that immersion, and that's what those corporations provide for people, is that immersion of that character. Which, by the way, side note, I don't know, but I feel like Niji Sanji has some of the worst choices for voicing their VTubers. Every time I see one of their VTubers, and I never actually hear them, I only see like, you know, quotes in like little tweets and then the clip, but I don't watch the clip, I just read what's quoted in the tweet. And then if I ever do click on it, their voices are never what I think they should sound like. There'll be like 3 guys in the clip, and I'm like, your voice is lower, your voice is higher, your voice is smooth, and they're all wrong. But like, there will be those voices, but they'll be mismatched with the people. I'm like, I do not understand how you could be so wrong with matching the voice to the character. Like, I don't understand. And maybe the personalities match or whatever with the characters that they're trying to do, but the voices never do. Ever. It drives me crazy. No, and that's a lie. Sometimes some of the voices match, but very, very few of them. And I don't get it. I'm like, I don't understand. I'm like, how could you get this wrong? Like 90% of the time. Don't understand. But there's a way that keep it in character, I think, is far. You like recognize their person. Yeah, and that's really important to me because like I said, like for me, it's kind of like I'm a VTuber because I want to control how people treat me, and is one of the reasons. And but one of the major ones, because that's one of the, it is one of the major ones, and but only one. But you know, you know, and it's important to me that I stay humanized because I don't want people to feel free to like, you know, do whatever with me. So that's why I do, you know, show pictures and I talk a lot about myself, and I have no problem doing that about things that make sense for me to talk about or I'm comfortable with, because like I want people to remember that I'm real, because I want people to treat me well, and not be weird about things because, oh, I'm not really real anyway, you know. And the way I would feel kind of uncomfortable like with, you know, like a lot of types of art of my character, because like I vibe too much with my character. Like I wouldn't want, you know, to see my character treated in a lot of sort of ways because I am not in character, you know, like, so but that's different for streamers who are very much in character. They have a very distinct difference between their character and themselves, but I don't really have that. Like I don't know, yeah, it's not talking about, I was not gonna bring it up. But anyway, going back to the Giga thing, Giga said that, you know, people are a little bit over dramatic sometimes when someone graduates. They act like that person's dying, and people are like, yeah, but the character is dying. And it's like, yeah, I guess. But it's also like, I don't know, to me, I would feel like I'm not judging other people, but I would feel like I'm verging on parasocial behavior. Like, if I felt that strongly about a character, you know, because like it is just a character, not real. Like, it's different when an actor dies because they are a real person, but the character isn't real. And even if the character is really dying, it's still a character. That person is still there. And like, and again, I like streamers for the people they are. And it's really hard because everyone kind of presents a certain way. on stream, you know, everyone's kind of a little bit in character, even like face cam streamers or whatever, you know, like everyone's a little bit in character. But like for me, when I support people, like I want to try to support the actual person, not their character. Like I kind of want to see, I'm not like a colleague because like I'm not like really a streamer, but you know, like I don't know, like I want to like vibe with the person, but like it's hard to know what the person's like, so that's why I spend so much time trying to, you know, get a good guess, a good estimate of what the person might be like before I kind of support them, because like, you know, I want to vibe, like I said, with the person. It's kind of hard, even like with a VTuber, and you know, who's not in character. The character isn't the person. The person is pretty likely made up a new persona. Exactly. And it's like, do you like the character or do you like the person? And a lot of people are like, no, I like the character though. See, that's the thing. Is a lot of these people are like, but I liked that character. And like, it's like, okay, I guess. And it's not like the stream, like for, you know, these people, it's not like the streamers necessarily feel bad about it, because like, you know, it's like, oh, they liked my character, not me. Well, it makes sense because they weren't themselves. You know, like the viewer, the fan doesn't even know them, so like why would they miss them? Because they don't even know them, you know, like because they were the character the whole time. So like I kind of get it, but it's also still a character, you know. And people kind of are, but again, it's because I don't buy into the character thing. I don't see the character, which is why I don't really watch many like corporate VTubers, and the only ones I kind of do follow usually are VShojo, like for the most part, because like I don't, you know, like I like I said, I'm not here for a character experience. When I watch streams, that's not, I want it to be real and chill and vibe. You know, like I said, going back from my Geeky Sundry roots, it was all about breaking down what, you know, YouTube videos felt like. Even if they were more casual, you still felt that disconnect, you know. But then when you're all just chilling, hanging out, they're on a couch playing games, I'm on my desk on my computer typing some stuff do in chat, you know, and they're reading it, and we're just every with me and everyone else, we're all in chat, we're just, everyone's vibing, and it's chill, and it's like, you know, breaking down barriers, right? And that's why, you know, what I liked about Twitch and about watching streams as opposed to like watching YouTube Let's Plays. And, you know, so like the whole character thing is, that's not what I'm there for, because it's not the experience I want, you know. Kind of nice when the new YouTuber finally stops spoiling on the lore and just hanging out. Yeah. But like, again, you know, some people are really there for that. So yeah. But and honestly, I kind of find it not cringy when they do talk, but I don't know, it puts me off when people like go talk too much about the lore, or if they keep bringing up the lore. It's like, really? But you know, I just see quotes. Like I said, I see quotes on Twitter, so I don't know exactly how a full stream feels with a lot of people, but yeah, be sure just good for that. Yeah, they're like, the lore's kind of there, just as some fancy dressing, but yeah. But again, I don't really watch any company VTubers. Pretty much, I think everyone I watch is indie. But yeah. But my favorite company VTubers are VShojo. But yeah, but like going back to, so like Giga had a point the first time. Like I get what she's saying, like, because in some ways, like, and I can see from her perspective, again, kind of overstepping, so my apologies if I'm assuming too much, but for me, it'd be kind of like, well, if I'm also a VTuber, which I mean I am, but like if I were like a real VTuber, you know, and like Giga, and I saw people kind of like mourning this character when literally they are probably going to turn around and start a new character and just stream indie, right? Which I mean, I don't think it was Fulgur then. I think he's the one that's not coming back, at least immediately, right? So I think it was someone else. But they you know, so I would be mad, like if I were, or not mad, but like, you know, if I were Gura, for instance, okay? If I were Gura and I quit Hololive to go indie, and everyone is just mourning, you know, my previous character, and is so upset, and it's like, well, yeah, but you know, I'm going to be streaming as this other character now. And it'd be like, you know, and they're like, yeah, but it's not the same. Like, that kind of sucks to know that your fans aren't going to follow you, you know, and trust you as a creator and as the talent to bring a new character to life that they will enjoy, you know, to have the same humor, the same jokes, the same, you know, make the same connections, you know, same type of observations, bring the same experience and expertise, you know, and to a new character, and to trust that, you know, and I can see how that'd be frustrating when people, you know, kind of like are so busy mourning the character they're losing, like it kind of feels like they're not appreciating the streamer behind the character as much, you know, like, and I get that's not the case, but I don't know, sometimes it does kind of feel that way, at least to me, you know, and like, it just kind of, I don't know, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of what she meant, and you know, and like, but with Giga now, like, it's good that she keeps her IP and all that, you know, she keeps on streaming and all that, that's great, but it is not weird, but like, people are screenshotting, right, her old tweet and like pairing it, like there are apparently a lot of people who are quote retweeting vShojo's announcement about her graduation with her screenshot of her thing about people being over dramatic, and they're like, yes, see, now look, ooh, are you gonna, you know, or you think people are over dramatic about you and your graduation? Like, honestly, yeah, if they're acting like she's dying, I'm sure she does think that's over dramatic. One, because she's still Giga. Like, she's still keeping the IP and continuing. She's already said she'll continue streaming. Everything's just indie now, but she's the same person, same character, same everything. She keeps everything. Like, yeah, it would be weird if people were mourning her. Like, what do you mean? And even if she were losing her IP, I'm sure she still stands by that, because she was empathizing with the graduates when she was saying people mourning them. People thought that she was jealous of them, but I'm pretty sure she, at least for me, I kind of agreed with what she said, and it's out of empathy for the streamers. And I'm sure she empathizes more with them than me, because she's a big streamer, she's a corporate streamer, she understands. And so like I, you know, for them to be like, ooh, how's it feel now? And they're acting like it's irony or something. And it's like, what do you mean? I don't think she cares. I think she still stands by what she said. It's like, oh, you do regret what you said? No. Why would she? I'm pretty sure she still says it. Like, people think it's this big gotcha moment, and it's not. And it's weird that they're trying to drag her for it and be like, ooh, look now. And it's like, what do you mean? What? Like, it's so weird, and it's like, way to be toxic about it. Like, I don't know, like, and honestly, there's no reason to be sad about her graduation, because like, she can still stream with, you know, all of her, you know, vShojo compatriots. She can still stream with indies. She's still her same character. She still has everything, except she has more freedom, because this is her choice to do. It's not like she and have created. A lot of people always feel it's always creative differences with the management, but I feel like that's the case in more controlling corporate situations, but not with vShojo. vShojo's very like lenient about a lot of things, so like it does feel like it just wasn't benefiting her at the size she was at, and like she wasn't getting the value for what she was paying, I assume. But like, it's not like there's necessarily creative differences, because they don't control what she does like the same way Niji does, or Hololive and stuff. And so like, you know, she so it's, I don't know, it's just kind of like weird for people to like, oh no, hold on, sorry, for some reason, oops, oh no, I didn't want to go to the next thing, sorry, my phone's disconnected and then reconnected, and I have to, what? Disconnect, reconnect, please.
How do you go from being an acquaintance to friend, or maybe even beyond?
Okay, hold on, Dante. I'm not done. Yeah, because the background audio goes through my headphones, and my headphones disconnected for some reason. and then didn't reconnect properly again, but thanks. Anyway, but what was I saying? But yeah, so with I'll reduce that in a second. But I'm on a train here. But yeah, like I don't know if there's any reason to not be happy for Giga's decision. Like, a decision she's making that is going to be in her favor. If anything, I feel bad for VShojo because they're losing a pretty cool talent. But this is like a decision that she wants to do. It opens her up to more opportunities or more revenue or whatever it is she wants to do it for. Like, it, you know, good for her. No one would miss the streamer. No one's missing the character. All of that is staying. There's no reason not to be happy. Like, people are so used to saying, oh no, a graduation, oh no. And it's like, but she's just not going to be part of like larger VShojo events. Like the thing that they, you know, the thing they did, the Rickroll thing they did, you know, the the April Fool's thing. Okay, she won't do that, you know, and she won't you know, be part of the company art of full group artwork. But I mean, like, does anyone really care about that much? Is it that important to anyone? Like, you know? So, like, I don't know. It kind of, I there's no reason like, to not just be happy for her. Like, we'll be sad about what? Like, I don't understand. Anyway, what were you saying? Yeah. Other side is Fuomoko, who maintain we constantly. At least people think you're happy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, people weren't a character, but yeah, the streamer's still there. Like, were you that? Was it really the character that draws? And for some people, it is the character that draws people in, especially the people that are there for like the appearance of the character. They find the character attractive, right? Like, that's what they're really there for. Those sort of people will have a hard time letting go, you know? When they get a little bit parasocial about the character, and parasocial is not the right word, but when they get attached to the character because they create this fiction of the character, you know, they just want immersion, I guess, you know, they that's fine, you know, they just want immersion, and like, and I get it, but like, it is still a character, like, you know, and you don't mourn that much when a TV character dies that you like, you know, like, you kind of move on a little bit faster. It's like when a TV character dies, you know, it's the same sort of thing. It does feel sometimes the reactions are a little bit much for that. And it's kind of because the nature of streaming does leave itself open to a sort of parasocial connection. So they feel more connected to the fictional character on stream than they do the fictional character on TV. And that's why it's a little weird, because of that connection that isn't there. You know, they're acquaintances, as Dante said, not even acquaintances. You know, and like, just like we were talking about at the beginning of stream, but yeah, first VTuber you really watch went from indie to corpo, had a whole I'm not streaming anymore, goodbye stream, and then the whole thing, and you don't know how things go. She debuted as a new corpo VTuber a few months later, and you found out about a year afterwards. You figured she moved on to some of the career. Oh yeah, a lot of people do that. Imagine the Zen or Iron Mouse or anyone would refuse to collab with her in future. Oh yeah, I mean, no, absolutely not. I mean, it's not like you know, any VShojo, as far as I'm aware, they all collab outside of the corporation. Like, I know there are some, I think there's like 1 or 2 that I know of from like Niji who don't collab outside of Niji. Like, there are a couple people who are a little bit weird about that. That's not weird for them. Like, they feel weird about it, like, for their own personal reasons. And like, I get it. But and there are a lot of restrictions as well, because like, for a lot of the corporations, they have to get approval to play the games and all that sort of stuff. So it's like, it can be rough, and they have to schedule these in advance, and like, those collabs can be a lot harder. I'm pretty sure they're a lot easier for VShojo. Have a lot less oversight on that stuff. But and that, I know, restricts a lot of people's collabs. Not that they don't want to, but that it hurts because of all the like bureaucratic paperwork stuff that has to go on behind the scenes for those collabs to happen. But again, VShojo usually I don't think has as much of that. I think there's a little bit. There's not as much from my understanding. So like, they absolutely could, and they certainly, and everyone would still collab with her. It's like I don't know, you know, because plenty of VShojo people collab with other people who aren't who are indies, and plenty of, you know, and Giga's collab with plenty of people who, you know, who aren't in VShojo, so like it's whatever, you know, it's like yeah. But character reminds you of an old movie. These guys are mourning their friend at a funeral, and the friend is sitting a few rows back like who died. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, and I mean, to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of people like actually really sad about Giga, but people are, like I said, like assuming people are sad, and they're kind of like, oh well, Giga, are you, you know, do you still feel like people are overreacting about you? And it's like, one, I don't think anyone is, because haven't seen anyone feeling sad, and two, yeah, she probably does think they're overreacting. And like, and that's kind of just, I mean, I don't know Giga very well, but like, it seems kind of like how she is. She seems to tell it how it is and is pretty straightforward with people. Like, I like that. She's like, I have a lot of respect for her. Again, I don't know her very well, but I have very good impression of her. And like, I think I would get along with her really well. But like, you know, yeah, I mean, I'm sure she would still be like, yeah, if they're acting like I'm dying, yeah, they're overreacting, chill. Like, you know, like streamers will like put their community in check too, and like, she doesn't want that level of adoration and attention to the point of stupidity, like, you know, because it would be stupid with her, like, even if everyone else mourned the character, but here they're not even mourning a character. Like, she's taking the character with her, nothing changes. So like, I don't know, it's weird and it's so stupid. And like that people are trying to make this big gotcha moment out of it, right? And it's like guys, it's no, it's not a gotcha moment, and she doesn't care. You're not, like, you know, getting her back. This is not irony. She's not suffering because of like you bringing her words back to haunt her, because they don't. She still stands by it, I'm sure. Like, I don't know, it's weird. But anyway, that just bugs me. It just really bugs me that people think that they're like, you know, like I said, like getting her back, and it's like, no, you aren't. This is not the gotcha moment you think it is. But I don't know, people, I don't know, man. A lot of, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, I've been streaming for a long time. I didn't want to say I've been a streamer, because I'm not, like, I'm still not really a streamer, you know? But like, I've been streaming for a long time. And so it's kind of weird to me that, like, I don't know, and I've never, as a content creator, which again, I'm not really a content creator, but I've never been, like, completely on the, like, oh, I'm just a fan of things side. Like, I do it, but, like, you know, I've never not seen the behind the scenes perspective, I guess, you know? Because, like, I saw YouTube videos, I'm like, oh, I too will make YouTube videos. I saw streams, and then I said, I too will stream, you know? So, like, VTubing got more accessible, and I said, I too will be a VTuber, right? And so I just kind of started picking up and doing all the stuff that I saw. I guess that felt right to me. But like, I know some people are so fully entrenched in just being like, oh, I am a fan, I am a watcher of this. Just like TV. I've never seen a TV show and said, I too will be a TV actor, I too will be a director, right? I've never thought that, you know, and so me in TV and movies, I'm in the same perspective as, you know, a lot of VTuber fans who have never considered doing it themselves, right? That's not, I don't want to say not their calling, but it has never called to them, you know? And so they don't see it from the perspective, you know, through the same lens. But they do see it through a different lens. And I think it's interesting because I've never really experienced it from that end of things, right? Like, that's never been how I see it, you know? And I don't know, it's weird when you like see fandoms and stuff around this, and they all, most of them do have that perspective of just being a watcher and not a participator in the content. And you know, I count chatting as like watching and stuff. I know technically it's still participating, creating the community, all that, but you know, like from a streaming angle, they're not participating in the streaming, they're watching the streams and chatting in the stream, stuff like that, but like not the content creator side. And I don't know, it's interesting because I'm it's a whole different vibe, a whole different feel, a whole different thing, basically. But yeah, so I like to say, yeah, but I'm not like a real streamer. So a lot more cost of buy-in to it. Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. But even like theater, you know, I've never really seen a theater show and was like, oh, I want to do that. You know, ballet is different because like I watched ballet movies as a kid, and then I took ballet lessons because I did want to do that. I guess I played ballet. I played like the Nutcracker with my Barbie dolls with my grandmother. Because like my grandmother watched us all day while like my parents were at work and stuff, and so like I would play with her. She was like my playmate when I was little, and all throughout like I don't know, all throughout high school, mostly after school and stuff. Once I got older in high school, we played cards and things. But when I was little, we played Barbies a lot, and we played Nutcracker, and she had me watch Nutcracker and stuff like that. The Baryshnikov Nutcracker from the 80s, I think it was. But Giselle something was played Clara, I think. But anyway, so that's why I got into ballet, because I saw the Nutcracker, I played the Nutcracker, and then like I wanted to do ballet. I don't know if I didn't ask. I think my mom signed me up for that because they knew I liked ballet. So it's a little different though. I was like 5, so it's hard to, you know, kind of have that buy-in of anything when you're 5. But yeah, but I never saw like a play and was like, oh, I want to get into acting, you know, partly because I was already on stage from ballet and kind of knew that I liked the not talking part. I know, weird, right? I know, super weird. But talking from a script is harder, I think, than or if like I write the script, but like acting is different than like other public speaking, right? I'm fine with other public speaking. The acting thing though is like, I don't know about that. But yeah, I never wanted to do that. You know, and so like there are a lot of things that like you see and you're like, I don't know if I want to do that. And even not just like a content creator perspective or a creator. I mean, you know, I've listened to bands and well, no, I have kind of said it would be cool to make music. And I do know a lot of it. Okay. But I never like gone to the doctor's office and said I want to do that. I don't know if anyone does, to be honest. People want to be like, I want to make that money is more like it, but. I mean, there are a lot of jobs, though, I guess, that people see people doing something and say, I want to do that, or I want to try that, or something like that. Other jobs. Sports. A lot of people do that with sports. I've never done that with sports. I've never seen a sport and been like, I want to do that. A lot of people did, like, with gymnastics, you know, gymnastics people, and, like, I did it with figure skating. But, well, to be fair, I already knew some skating. I knew I enjoyed some light ice skating. And I was like, oh, that'd be fun to try that out. But, I don't know. Anyway, the point is that, but I'm not, the point is I'm not a real streamer. Not like a real streamer. I just stream. I think I realized, like, because you know, when people talk about VTubers, like they don't mean VTubers like me. You know, they mean the big VTubers. And when they say streamers, they don't mean people like me. They mean like actual streamers. I just stream with a VTuber model. I say streamer and VTuber and content creator for short, but I'm not what people mean when they say that. So. And I'm fine with that, to be honest. Like, I don't know. At first, it kind of bugged me, but I think like over the past year, I've been thinking about more and more, and I'm cool with that. Like, it's fine. Obviously I'm like when they say like, oh, VTubers, they don't mean me, and like that's fine because like. I get it. Like my experience of VTubing is very different than someone who like does it full time or even does it part time but has like 50 viewers, you know, like it's very different. So the only sports you're any good at, you can't do it 1,000 miles where you live. You can ski and you live in the southeast. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it's still fun though. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, exactly. But the experience is different from a streamer perspective. Like I said, like my nightmare. Well, I don't know, nightmare kind of stretch, but like if like, oh my god, what if, like, imagine if Iron Mouse decided like, hey, I want to support a small streamer and decide to raid me right now. That would be so bad. That would be so bad. Talked about this a couple times before, but like, dude, like anyone, like if I got a big raid, that would be so rough. First off, I don't have mods. Secondly, I mean, I'm a mod, but like that's it. Stream Elements, me and Stream Elements against the world, and also Stream Stickers or whatever the hell it is. I don't know, but yeah, the Automod. It's true. I do have Automod. We'll test it out. But yeah, a few would still be kind of weird about things though. But yeah, what was I gonna say? But yeah, I'm not like, I don't have a, it's not about the size of your audience, it's about the experience that it is. And so like if I had like, you know, 50 people in chat, I think like 20 I might be a very similar experience. But like if I like, I don't know, like I don't really like, I take streaming seriously as a hobby, but like if I really took it seriously like as a job, that would be a whole different ballgame. Like that's an entirely different thing. Like, you know, like now I'm just kind of like, if I can make shorts, I make shorts. If I'm not really vibing with it, I don't. I sure wish I were, but it's, you know, not something I really feel like doing right at this moment or today. Like I didn't feel like doing that today, so I didn't. But it would be a whole different thing priority-wise if like I was really serious about streaming, you know, like, and I'd care, like if I were serious about streaming, I wouldn't be having this long conversation in the middle of my conversation with Dante. You know, because this is a real derailing from the actual game for no particular reason. And like people, like you guys are fine and chatting with it and everything, but like I wouldn't be, like 50 people wouldn't be here for that. Like if 50 people showed up, even just 50, they'd be like, hey, I'm here for the game, not for your yapping on about random stuff. And they would, you know, leave when I wasn't playing the game anymore. And enough people would, you know. So like not everyone, obviously a lot of people would still be here for, you know, the conversation, because like, oh, that's what you guys are here. But like a lot of people would leave. And I'd be worried about that, because you guys would stay if I'm still playing the game, obviously. But the derails are a nice break from the game. Yeah, see, you guys feel like that. But a lot of people don't. And like, you guys would probably still stay if I were still playing the game. You guys are gonna stay if I'm yapping. Both of those are cool for you. But like, a lot of other people, they would only be here for the game. Very few people would show up for the yapping because they don't know I'm yapping. You know? Because as far as they know, I have the game up. It says that I'm playing this game, and they'd be here for that. And I'd, you know, be a little bit more concerned to keep their attention and stay on track with the game if, you know, I were actually serious about streaming right now. But, you know, always person you want to say this sort of thing. Conversational things in small groups gets a little disappointing when you're one voice among dozens, more so when the chat scrolls past fast enough. The only way to be heard is by tossing money at them. Yeah. Yeah, I get it, but I don't know. At the same time, I kind of think I like being in larger audiences personally. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it helps me understand my place better. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm intruding if I go into a stream with a small chat. That's part kind of the thing, is like sometimes I try to find small VTubers, especially to like support and stuff, and just like watch. But like I feel like I'm like, you know, overstepping, and I feel like that in bigger streamers chats too for a lot of them. But like, you know, I feel like I'm overstepping, or even if I do donate, honestly, sometimes that's why I donate anonymous for donations. I'll off stream always, but if I do donate, I might do it anonymously. Partly, like I said, one, because I don't really want it to be like for attention, kind of, you know. But also because like I feel like I'm intruding. I'm not sure all streamers like donations or like donation. I usually like to say something positive when I don't. I don't usually just like dropping money, which I like to usually donate over gift subs, because they keep a higher percentage of the donations, as far as I'm aware. At least I don't know about anyone who has management, but like, from a like platform revenue share, you get more higher percentage of direct donations. And again, I'm from a day and age of Twitch. Back in my day, in the 2010s, Twitch, they did donations as the primary currency of streaming. Back in my day, we always did the, you know, that was most people who streamed, and a lot of people who streamed got more money on donations than they did from subs. Now it feels very different, and it feels like when people support, because I've seen a lot of streamers, people will drop 50, 100 subs, yet that streamer will get like, largest donation they'll get in a week is $20. And I'm like, why? Like, your money, more of your money goes to the streamer if you just donate rather than gift the subs. And I understand their sub count helps their presence on Twitch, but it's not like the algorithm really works that way. So, and I know it helps their rankings, but again, I don't know if it can help them get good deals on like promotions and like sponsorships and stuff, but I think I'd rather just give them the money. You know, I want more of my money going towards the streamer, but like, I don't know, just like smaller audience vibe. Like, oh no, that's fine. Yeah, you guys are good. You guys are good. Everyone here's chill. You guys are all doing good. We have all good people so far. For the time, at least. I don't know if we haven't in the past. I'm not sure. But at least for now, we're all good. But yeah, no, like, and I'll talk about that. It's fine. Like, you know, I don't really care so much about the money. Right now it doesn't make me money on the whole. I think overall I still lose a little bit, but like, we've had ups and downs in terms of money coming in. But on the whole, like, yeah, a little bit under. Pays for the games and like some of the upgrades I've done for stream. So like, I think I'm still a little bit under, but it's a kind of hobby that's funding itself for the most part, which is good. So not really making any money, but you know, like I said, hobby, it's funding itself, and I, you know, happy with that for now. So there's a whole Twitter thing about liking smaller streams means you're parasocial instead of more personal skill interaction or something. Yeah, I know. Some people do make it very weird, and that's why sometimes, like, again, not to say I don't appreciate you guys or like you know, like, but like, you know, real talk with Dante here burning in the back. But like, there are times where I kind of like, I don't know, when less so when I've been streaming here, but sometimes with some conversations I have with people here or on other platforms or something, like, sometimes I wish I were a bigger streamer, because like, you do, when you're smaller, people tend to try to take advantage of you more because they see you as more desperate, and like, it makes me feel more uncomfortable sometimes with, like, again, none of you guys, but you know, sometimes like it can feel like people, yeah, try to take advantage, or like try to be a little bit manipulative, or, you know, they just feel like because I'm small, I'm desperate and I'll do anything for, you know, like all the people who come in here and are like, say this, like the person last week who asked me to say ooh, and the person a couple weeks ago who asked me to burp. That was at the very beginning when stream started. I don't think it was around, but they asked me to burp, and like, it was just kind of like, you know, people do that, and like, and that's like very, very obvious versions of that, but like, yeah, that was actually one of the first ones. It was a little bit earlier, but I had this before, like when I was a face cam streamer, you know, it was worse when I was face cam, because people would come in and like say stuff, and like, and it was like always like kind of, yeah, very sexually oriented, and they see me as more vulnerable, because, you know, there might not be a lot of people around, and it's always a kind of, sometimes a concern to me when people come into chat and they don't talk. Like, they'll talk to me, but then as soon as other people get here, they will stop talking, right? And it's not like, you know, having like 3 of you guys in chat is like too many people, you know, and you lose the direct conversation or like you get drowned out or anything. No, they want a personal connection, a one-on-one connection. And, you know, they don't want the competition. They don't want, you know, like, and it's because it's a little shady, it's a little manipulative. They want that, like, you know, sole focus attention. And that's a little bit weird for me because it, you know, it feels like it's getting in weird territory or sets up for weird things. Even back when I made, as a, not a face cam streamer, but a face cam YouTuber, I guess, on video, back when I made videos and stuff on YouTube, like, a lot of my like comment section all the time would be people who are like coming in and they're like, oh, very good video, I find it very interesting, you're also very pretty, by the way. And it's like, please stop. Like, you know, and they'd be trying to like hit on you, or it's weird, you know, and they do it because I'm a smaller, they see no one in the comments, or there's 2 comments, so they see, you know, their ability to throw one in because they know it's going to be read and get attention. And like, I don't know, it's and then they think I'm desperate, so I'm going to, you know, and because you do want to reply to all your replies and comments and things like that. It boosts you in the algorithm. But, you know, you don't really want to encourage that sort of behavior, but they do know that I should be liking things, and that, you know, so they're kind of trying to use that to their advantage, you know? So, like, yeah, seems understandable, yeah. It's, I don't know, yeah. And so, like, that's, like, to me, one of the worst parts of being a smaller streamer, is being vulnerable like that. And, like, you know, I don't know, like, sometimes having conversations or talking about stuff and, like, you know, feeling a little bit forced to, you know, I don't know, like, to do things that aren't necessarily what I want to do, right? And I'm trying to be better at that, because sometimes even then I'll like engage in conversations or whatever that I'm kind of like, this, like, I don't really want to talk about this right now, but people in my chat are talking about it, so, you know, I feel like, but I'm doing better now at like steering the direction a little bit better. But I don't know if it really relates, but I just remember on my previous channel when I was facecam streamer, and I had someone come in my chat, and we had a big, long, deep conversation about like what I want to do with my life, and like why am I streaming, and like what do I really want to do, and I said how I'd like to be a writer and blah blah blah. And I remember I was playing Life is Strange, the first Life is Strange game on stream, first time I played it. And like I think I was sneaking around the locker room. It was before the pool scene with Chloe and Max, and it was I think it was in the sneaking around the locker room part or whatever. We were having this deep conversation, and you know, they came right in, and I was like, oh, this is like really good stuff to ask, you know, like now that they have the opportunity, they're the only person in chat right now, you know, and asking me about this stuff, like that, like, okay, yeah, you know, like this is a good conversation. And then they end up going, by the way, I'm FaZe Cloak, and this is a prank for a video. And I'm like, yeah, sure, buddy. And he's like, yeah, it is. It's a prank. And I'm like, what sort of prank is that? Like, what type of prank? What do you mean? Where you come in and you ask me serious questions, and then you go, haha, got you. You thought I was just a normal person, but turns out I'm FaZe Cloak. And I'm like, dude, the prank works the other way, where you tell me that you're a FaZe Cloak, and then you're not. Like, what do you mean? Yeah. Yeah. I was like, yeah, it's strange. Share a link. I'm like, you know, I'm like, this is so weird. Like, they don't even know what are they even doing? And like, what? And they were like trying to prank me, but they don't know how pranks work, apparently. Some random, obviously not FaZe Clan member trying to prank me. And it's just kind of like that sort of behavior is what you get, you know, like if you don't have anyone in chat, you know, and like, and that's the thing, is you'll notice usually the weird people don't come in when there's a bunch of other people in chat, right? Like when my viewers, like when I don't have multiple viewers, it's like if there's like 1 or 2 people, that's when they show up. And like the lower it is, the higher the chance it is of someone weird coming in the chat. And like, I mean, I think it's probably true with the bigger streamers too. The difference with the bigger streamers, like if someone has like 200 viewers at the time, is usually, honestly, a lot of them don't always have very engaging chats, to be honest, but if they have like a, you know, a fast moving chat, you can just ignore that stuff and they'll have mods to time them out or ban them, you know, and like you just don't engage. But like or it feels better to engage because you know you have the rest of your chat there on your side, you know, and like and it's, and not that you guys aren't cool, but like, you know, like it's different to have like you guys here if someone comes in being weird versus if I have like 1,000 other people in chat here if one person's being weird, you know. I have more confidence in like, you know, bashing the weird person if that makes sense, if I had like more people around, you know. So like it's a different vibe. And but yeah, so and a Team Rocket prank is, I know, right? I'm like, what is this? You can ignore 200 plus people, you'll at least get someone who calls shot. Yeah, you know, and like it's kind of, you know, it's I don't know, it feels, you feel a little bit better when like, you know, you call them out on it and then like, you know, hundreds of other people dogpile on top, you know, and like, you know, kind of have your back of, yeah, what she said type of thing, you know. It's different than like having like 2 or 3 people being like, yeah, what she said type of thing, you know. And I know you guys, and it puts that even puts, you know, expectations on you guys because it's awkward for you guys to call them out on it, you know. And like I don't expect you guys to do that, but like, you know, I don't know, it just it's definitely a different like level of security when you have like a larger community to kind of like, you know, have your back and stuff, and you know, like just by sheer numbers alone. And again, even then a lot of times it'll drown out and a lot of times the streamer might not even see it if the mods can get to it first. And depending on what view the streamer is looking at, like I just have my stream up, so but yeah, it's like a very, very different. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like if you're, and it kind of also goes to this feeling of like, I don't know, taking like streaming seriously, like being like a bigger streamer, just like the experience of streaming is very different. And like, you know, you have to worry about being more professional and things, but at the same time, like, you know, at that point the goal of the streamer is to be entertaining, not necessarily to retain every individual person, right? If you have like 500 people in your chat, like you don't mind bashing that one weird person because your goal is to entertain the 500 people. Whereas like when you're a smaller streamer, people come in and if they're kind of weird, like I always have to kind of weigh like, how weird are they being, you know? Because sometimes people come in and like they're not super weird, but like, you know, you're like, I don't know if this is vibing right now, but like I don't want to tell them to leave, but how should I handle it? How can I encourage or discourage this line of conversation, you know? And like, and I can't just ignore it, right? I can't really ignore messages when I don't have that much movement in chat. So like it's this kind of a different game than like a bigger streamer. It basically goes back to like, yeah, that's why I'm not like a real streamer, because like I'm just kind of here. And like, and again, if I were that serious about growth, that'd be a little bit more stressful for me about like, you know, trying, I'd probably make a lot more sacrifices in some ways to keep chatters around than, you know, because you have to balance out like you're curating a community, but at this, and like molding a model for what you want a community like, but at the same time you do need more views, and like you could be like, well, maybe I could handle some of these people around for a little while to build up my viewer count, and then that will, larger viewer count will attract more people, and then you can weed out the ones that don't really fit from there. And that would be the strategy to go to if I were a little bit more desperate, not desperate, but like if I were more serious about building and growing, because, you know, but like I'm not, I'm kind of just here to vibe and like, so I'm like a straight up community curation from the start. So yeah, the generic white guy, I figure it's your duty to be that guy who calls people for behavior, because people matching demographic tend to be poorly behaved. Yeah, a lot of times it is, unfortunately. Fortunately them, but not always. But yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And like just because I get, I don't know, to me it reminds me, because there are times like I've been like out on the street or on buses in particular, and like there are people who are like guys who will come up who are drunk, who will like yell and scream in my face. I'll have, you know, people try to pickpocket me once out here in LA, and like it's always like girls around my age who like stand up to things. I might be surrounded by a bunch of dudes. Yeah, it's like the girls in the back of the bus who notice a guy pickpocketing me and they shout up at him, and that gets my attention. And I turn around and give him a look, and he then backs away. But no one around me said anything. And there were just a bunch of dudes around, you know, and the same thing. You'll get a man shouting in your face on the bus. A lot of other guys around, middle-aged, full adult men, but they won't do anything. They won't say anything, you know. But another woman usually will. But like, that's a lot to expect of them, because that can be a dangerous situation for women as well. And like, you know, and it kind of, I don't know, it does make you feel a little bit more vulnerable in those situations, because like you're kind of like, well, I'm in public, I'm surrounded by a bunch of people, surely someone will help me. But that's not always the case. And a lot of people, I like Boondock Saints, it's one of my favorite movies, and you know, Norman Reedus fan and all of that, and yeah, it's kind of the same thing like from Boondock Saints, is that bystander effect, right? What's her face from the beginning, Kitty O'Leary or whatever it is, right? People don't step in, and like that happens a lot. And so I appreciate it if anyone does step in, but I do know it's scary and dangerous, and I often might not step into things because, again, I'm not going to put myself in a situation that's dangerous for me too. But especially if you are in a position that, like, you know, you feel more comfortable with stepping in, then like I appreciate that. But yeah. But anyway. Yeah, streaming experiences. It's very, very different depending on what type of streamer you are, and even your demographic and everything. It's just very different. It's very different. Honestly, like the way my VTuber presents might protect me a lot. I feel like if I were like a kind of cuter, girlier VTuber, I might actually sexier VTuber, I might have a lot more issues, I feel like. So shout out to those girlies because they're dealing with stuff that I couldn't handle that level of stuff that a lot of these people gotta deal with. I mean, to be fair, it bothers me more than it bothers them. So it's clearly also part of the thing here. But they still gotta deal with a lot, and like, you know, shout out to them for dealing with it. But and probably the guys as well. I know some of them have to deal with a lot of stuff too. But okay, let's go back to the game. Because I want to end here soon. But okay. How do you go from being an acquaintance to friend, or maybe even beyond to romance?
Well, if you follow the way of the flame, it's all about investing in someone to understand them on a deeper level.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you may have broken the ice, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm gonna teach you how to melt that sucker down.
Well, I don't think we should try to melt down and wear down the objects of our romantic affection, but yeah, okay. I get it, you want to do the metaphor. But it's never been a dangerous thing. It's just like, dude, you realize what you said was a good idea. Just repeating what you said. Yeah. I guess expression when you said that was worth it, making it mad. Yeah, honestly, a great opportunity to step in and put people in their place, really. Yeah, it's kind of cathartic when you think about it. So if you're not afraid of anything, you know, like if you don't feel like it's dangerous, sounds like honestly great opportunity. Great opportunity. A lot of times I'll kind of do that sometimes, like on social media. But I kind of like, I don't know, sometimes I comment on social media and then like I kind of I always stop and think, like sometimes I'll get into, I don't know, I don't think I'm like talkative enough IRL or around enough people, so like I am a little more chatty, and like, you know, I'll like post replies and comments to things on TikTok, and usually like trying to like, you know, defend people when people are being dumbasses about things, and I'll step in and, you know, but then sometimes I'll be like, but do I want people actually harassing me over this? Because like I had someone last summer, a couple people actually, who got really mad at me over stuff from the Olympics, and they would like they went onto my page, they found other videos of my, like I was like, you know, trying not to engage with them. I like said, okay, I want to stop with this on the original TikTok, and then they like found, they went to my page and they started complaining on like I think I might have just deleted my comments because I'm like, stop talking to me, but I kind of felt like unfair to block them, and they didn't think it had gone that far, but then they like were going on to my other videos and they were like writing stuff on my other videos, saying like how awful I am or whatever, and I was like, dude, stop this. And I'm like, bro, they're gonna like, I was like, I have to block them fast on TikTok, or else they're gonna hop to find me on other platforms and harass me on other platforms. And I'm like, I don't want them like eventually doxing me to give me all this hate and stuff. And so it kind of starts getting scary when people go to your other content to like hate on you. And so like luckily like they kind of did stop, but I don't know if they just weren't that seriously into it, if they didn't remember my name after I blocked them, if I blocked them in time, I don't know. But like, so now I'm kind of always like, sometimes I'll post stuff but then I'll pause and be like, do I really want to argue with this? And I'm like, you know what, no, I don't. Or do I feel safe arguing about this? Because I don't always feel very safe about arguing about stuff, because people are creepy and people are weird and people will, like, this morning my arguments, there was a video of a girl, she is pale, she said, you know what, this summer she's going to embrace being pale. You know, not everyone likes it, a lot of people made fun of her for it, but she's learning to love herself. And you know what, she's starting to see pale skin is like porcelain. It is it is like, you know, snow. It is angelic. And oh boy, did people get mad at that, especially angelic, because a lot of people, you know, I don't like waffles, so, you know, okay, so, or I like pancakes, so I don't like waffles type of, you know, thing, right? And everyone's like, oh, well, if pale skin is angelic, that means black skin is demonic. And it's like, no, that's actually not what that means at all. That's, there are things other than demons and angels, like humans, maybe, I don't know, just thought. like what? And like people like get so upset, and they're like, you know, and people are like, well, isn't pale skin the standard of beauty anyway? And it's like, not for white people. And it might be for most people of color around the world, but for white people, the paler the skin, the worse. That's why everyone tans. And like, you know, and so like, you know, I felt stuff in, and people were like, oh, you shouldn't say those things. And it's like, okay, well, what do you think? Because she's just trying to learn to love herself using these terms, and they're helping her love herself. Okay, are you really that upset that she is, you know, trying to convince herself she's pretty? So are you gonna say something else instead? Do you have a different adjective to use that can make her feel good about herself? Or do you think that she just shouldn't feel good about herself? Because a lot of people have this weird deluded notion that the whiter you are, the more racist you are. For some reason. Because you're white, and if you're whiter, if white is racist, whiter is racist-er. And it's like, that's not the case. But like, okay. And so like, that's what I hate. I'm pretty pale, and like sometimes people kind of think that. They're like, oh, well then you must really like being white, judging by how white you are. And it's like, no, I kind of just have a lot of Irish in me, unfortunately. That's just kind of the deal. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you. It just came out that way. And I burn, and I don't want skin cancer or my skin to age really fast. So like, you know. And even then, I don't really tan very well. I freckle. So like, I don't know what you want from me. But yeah, it's you know, so I'm like, I want to step in and like, I don't know, not this girl, because she seems to be fine and confident in herself, but you know, kind of like, I don't know, discourage the message, or just like, I don't know, you know, it bothers me when people are like, oh, I see someone learning self-love and I must stop it. You know, they don't deserve self-love, and it really upsets me. And so like, I kind of fought back, but that's like also like how I started my day, and that kind of sucked. But I shouldn't have gotten on TikTok first thing. But I just woke up at 6 and then like couldn't go back to sleep. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sometimes it's worth it, but then I kind of regret it, because now I'm like, man, now I gotta argue with these people all day, you know. So, and yeah, people can be kind of rough. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk to Dante some more. Okay, we're gonna melt that sucker down. Okay. Oh my gosh, we can cancel him for melting icebergs. No, I'm ready, Sensei.
Alright, another hypothetical situation.
I don't know why we're
Let's
talking
say
Japanese,
this acquaintance is a mutual friend, is like in your hobby group or whatever. You happen to have a meeting and you want to be closer friends with them. So you sit near them,
Okay.
A topic comes up that you don't have much knowledge about, but they're extremely passionate about it.
Ask questions.
What do?
Actively nod along and ask them questions along the way. Yeah. Inject plenty conversations on the topic. Oh, ask them questions.
On the ball, showing that body language, that active interest. You may not understand everything about what they like, but you want to learn more because you're interested in what they have to say.
Yeah.
And by extension, them.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd already kind of naturally do that because I am. Actually, no, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, oh no, can't ask questions or they'll think I'm interested. But like, yeah, I get it. I can't ask questions because they'll think I'm interested. And if they think I'm interested, they might think I like them. They can never know. Yeah, I think digression's over. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Barton. Good night. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream for too much longer. We're just talking to Dante and that's it.
All right, nice job. That concludes our lesson.
Wait, that was it? Dante, that was it? Thanks for the hydrate redeem. Dante, that can't be it. That was, you said we learned nothing. We covered nothing.
This is really fun. Have you got any questions for me before we go?
Yes, please. Sure. I love talking to you outside of school. Is this gonna make him fall in love with me?
Fired up.
What's your biggest pet peeve in picking up somebody? I don't really care why he's into love.
Well, as you could probably tell from our lessons, it's this idea of being sleazy or douchey.
I need you to describe to me what that means to you.
As much as I love love, nobody owes anybody else a relationship. That's the biggest thing.
That's true. So true, Dante. You got it. You understand.
You can say all the right things to somebody, but it means nothing unless you actually get to know them.
Well, yeah, but even if you do, they still might not like you. Like it's not like you can win anybody. You just have to play the game right. They might just not like you. You know.
It's the real jerks that don't bother with that and say whatever they can to get what they want.
Dante is sitting there his entire time to say lesson over. I know, right? Like he literally just said, "Oh, what if you're friends with someone? How do you progress from that?" You sit next to them and you ask them questions about a thing they're passionate about, but you don't know. Last time we talked about things that we both know, like a show that we both watch or whatever it was, and then we talk about it. But then here, and also the question was ask them what they thought. The answer was ask them what they thought about a character or something like that. So ask them questions. And here, what do you do if you don't know the thing, but they're really passionate about it? Right, you ask them questions about it. Bro, Dante, give me some real advice here, man. Give me some real advice. Like, honestly, how do you get to be friends with someone, right? That's a bigger start. Can we keep assuming I have friends I like? How do we like make friends? You know, how do we do that? Can we go a little bit more on that? Remember when we talked a little bit earlier, Dante, about acquaintance to friendship? Remember that? And we were like, oh, acquaintances are friends. How do we get the acquaintance to be a friend? Have we like considered that? You know, have we considered that? Because you're just kind of assuming I'm friends with everyone, and I don't know that I am. I kind of think I don't have any friends out here right now in LA, to be very, very, if we're talking IRL. In the house, I'm already dating the dishes, so like, you know, and the exercise equipment for some reason. But like, just, you know, just saying. I don't feel like we're really getting any useful information here, buddy. I think this lesson was really short, but bother with them and say whatever they want. Yeah, oh yeah. The actual pickup artist.
So, yeah. That's my biggest pet peeve, I guess.
I guess, man. I don't know. That's a kind of... I mean... I don't know if that really feels like a pet peeve. Like, kind of just a peeve. It's not like a pet. It's like a full-grown peeve. Like a wild peeve, you know? A pet peeve, I want some smaller, some cutesy, you know? Like... We'll say it makes sense. I promise I won't be sleeved to you. That's a romantic option. We don't want a romance,
Of course
man.
it does. I have a lot of time to think about this stuff.
Yeah, you do.
Peace out, homie.
Peace out, homie. Okay. All right. Why is my drawer open? Weird. Okay. I think it was my bed.
Valdivianites.
David Most.
It's David Most, your beloved CEO, with an important question. What do the following items have in common? Cellophane, eyeglasses, and bottled water. If you guessed they're all 15% off today only on Valdivian.com, you'd be absolutely correct. But even more importantly, they're all transparent. As your leader, I value transparency above all else, especially when the board of directors changes the locks on my office. Message received, Ian. With that spirit in mind, I need to share some difficult news
I already
with
knew
you
his
today.
job was being replaced,
I have not been entirely candid regarding my lost sunglasses. Firstly, the lost item was thankfully not my sunglasses. My sunglasses were handcrafted in Italy by blind artisans, are inlaid with conflict diamonds, and are locked in my safety deposit box. No, the missing item in question is actually a Valdivian prototype. And even more importantly, it's the only existing prototype of the amazing new gadget we're planning to launch for the Q4 Blissmas season. Unfortunately, the
Imagine if just
engineer
everyone
who
were out
invented
here
the
dating their
prototype is a
furniture.
disgruntled former
I kind of
employee
feel like they should
who
stay a
destroyed the
prototype.
schematics before disappearing himself. So, as you can see, it is imperative that the glasses are found as quickly as possible. To that end, and after discussing it with the board, we are now prepared to offer a handsome reward for their expedient return. A $50 gift card to Valdivian.com.
Wow, I can get some of that 15% off bottled water. Wow. Think of all the bottled water I can get 15% off. Maybe one whole bottle even, based on what I'm sure Valdivian is like. Okay. Do we have any new voices? Wait, who? Oh, right, Wendell. I was like, who's that? Okay. Oh, no, we don't have anything new here, but we have new things. Did we meet anyone new? Oh, yeah. Okay. Right, it starts with friends. Okay. Take a chance. Oh, right. Thanks. We did meet new people. Robbie, Damon. Okay, they like thermal waves, majestic dance between gravity, death, and freedom. Okay. They dislike reading. See, we couldn't get along. I don't know. People don't have to like reading, but I think all said and done with them, it's a little much. Okay, let's look at this guy. Robbie Damon. Dune Awakening. Avowed, Critical Role. An Alien game. Arcane. Uzumaki, Legend of Vox Machina. Elder Scrolls Online, Critical Role Bridge, Final Fantasy VII, a Demon Slayer thing, Jujutsu Kaisen, Helldivers 2, Persona 5, Naruto thing, Digimon thing, Starfield, Diablo 4, a Sailor Moon thing, Ruby, Hi-Fi Rush again. Oh, Chai. I remember. Wow. A Barbie thing. Prince of Tennis. Sandria Unlimited. Halo Infinite. Ghost in the Shell. Demon Slayer thing. Death Stranding. My Hero Academia. Seven Deadly Sins. Rugrats One Piece. Rune Factory 5. D&D thing. Monster Hunter. Attack on Titan. Sailor Moon thing again, Cyberpunk 2077, a WoW thing, Bug Snacks, a Spider-Man things, Ghost of Tsushima, Fantasy again, Digimon, let's see, Fire Emblem, Bungo Stray Dogs, One Punch Man, more Demon Slayer, Cells at Work. Oh, Telltale's The Walking Dead. Okay, where is it? What is? I don't know if I remember those characters. Fallout 76. Telltale's The Walking Dead, a TV series? What, they made a TV series out of the Telltale game? Uzumaki. Oh yeah, Uzumaki is the isn't the one about the spirals? It's Junji Ito. I think it's the one about the spirals. I think something like that. I don't know if it's the spiral one or not. I kind of forget. I never actually fully read them. I've seen like some animations, I think, and I think I've seen people talk about them, and I don't think because the Junji Ito volumes are kind of expensive, so kind of I considered that putting them in on my throne. That's like the one thing I considered putting on the throne. Just Cause 4, Fallout 76. Besides like stream stuff, I was like, but maybe a little bit Junji Ito. No one will really care, like a little bit. Maybe it's fine. It was a spiral. The animated action was terrible. Oh yeah, I think I remember seeing people talk about it. There was like weird stuff where like that was really bad and something else was really bad, and it's like almost they should have flipped styles or something like that. It was weird at the time, like that like the way I don't know, the way it was working out or something, like I don't know. I just remember something. Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's in all the Walking Dead, a lot of the Walking Dead games. Um oh man, I'm really hungry. I'm always super hungry by the time I finish stream, but I don't have anything to eat. Final Fantasy 15, the Monkey King video game, but not the popular one. A Tales game, Fire Emblem, Guardians of the Galaxy, the Telltale series. There's a Guardians of the Galaxy Telltale series? Telltale made a Guardians of the Galaxy video game in 2017? Did Telltale even exist in 2017? Mass Effect, Nier Automata, Horizon Zero Dawn, SAO movie, Twin Star Exorcist. Chichiwa. I don't remember who that is. It's been so long since I've seen that. Dead by Daylight. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Mon stuff. Charlotte. Durarara. More Final Fantasy things, more Tales games. Your Lie in April. Hearthstone. Elder Scrolls Online. JoJo. Hunter x Hunter. Let's see. League. WoW. Maple Story. Sailor Moon. That's it. He started in Sailor Moon. 1994. Sailor Moon S the movie. Wow. Cool, I guess. Okay. Back. Or is it Guardians? What? Yeah, I didn't know. I'm kind of confused about what that is. Why is he in love with me? But was Bo the only other new person we have? Yeah, okay. Okay. She likes vim, vigor, and daring do. She dislikes dishonesty, cowardice, and reliquary theft. Oh, it's Ashley Johnson. We don't want to look that up. Never mind. I didn't notice that, man. I'm not trying to guess because there's so many voice actors in this game. Like, I'm not gonna try to guess who everyone is. Like, I don't think I've caught any of them. I mean, I kind of suspected that Matt was the D&D guy because, like, you can't tell me you found 100 voice actors and you didn't, and many of whom are big name VAs, and you didn't get Matt Mercer to play the D20. Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, so I had a suspicion going into it. I couldn't be sure from the voice. Like sometimes you know it's Matt, and I was like, there are a lot of VAs in this game. It could be a lot of people, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure. No, of course, then it was. But I didn't catch like anyone I know. I didn't catch Felicia, Ashley Johnson. I didn't catch Erika Ishii. I didn't catch Marisha Ray. I didn't catch who else? Who else do I know? Oh yeah, Zuko. Yeah, my brother already told me about that. I didn't get Azula, who we also saw in today's stream. Who was the one that was really oh, right. Let's just once again review. Eren Yeager. I'm sorry. This is just I know people act different characters, but like you see, there's a lot of similarities between like a lot of like the act characters, the voice actors do, and everything. But Azula, yeah, she's the triangle, yeah. How you can remember is because her take on love is very different than Zuko's. And that makes sense because they do have very different takes on most things, probably. But this is Eren Yeager, man. This is Eren. Look at him. Look at him. Eren's super lucky he turned into a Titan and not this guy. Just saying. I don't know. I for some reason I really don't like him. I don't know. It's something about how like the way he's dressed and his posture. I don't know. He's insufferable. Look at it. Ugh. I forget who a lot of other people were. I don't think a lot of things stood out to me. This is Marisha. Oh, right. This is Finn Wolfhard's brother. Nick Wolfhard. Right. An actor, voice actor, going from a serious, no-nonsense character to a really silly character. Feels like Whiplash moment. Yeah, it's like a lot of times the characters are like kind of similar. You're like, I can see it, or like, yeah, it makes sense it's that person. But then it's like I would never guess, like, I don't know, like here, if you told me this was Marisha Ray, I'd be like, yeah, checks out. Or like, who else is this, did we know? Like, yeah, this is Matt Mercer. I'm like, yeah, sure it is. That's fine. I get it. Or this is Erika Ishii. I'm like, yeah, sure is. I forget. Oh yeah, like this is Sayu. Yeah, sure. Like, yeah, like I can see. I'm like, yeah, those characters are kind of similar. Like for instance, you tell me this is Zuko, and I'm like, yeah, sure is. Absolutely. I see what you mean. Or is this actually American Dragon? Jake Long. And I'll be like, yeah, it is Jake. Look at him. Yeah, close enough. Like, I can see it. But, like, you go and tell me that this is Eren. I'm like, since when? No way. I would never have guessed that. Like, I would have guessed Armin, right? Like, if this is anyone from Attack on Titan, it is Armin, which is sad because Armin's my favorite character from Attack on Titan. But, like, what? What? I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't. Anyway, we read all about our new characters. Okay. Let's end it. It is past 11 o'clock. Let's go to bed in-game and IRL. I'm for stream to end. Okay, let's save. Oh, no. I want to save. Oh my god, so close. It auto-saves, but, it's fine. Double save. Okay, now we exit to main menu. Yes. And exit the game. Back to the screen. So yeah, that is our stream for today. Hold on, sorry, getting stuff up. Yeah, that is the stream, and we met some new people in the game. I think not a lot, but you know, kind of a slow burn, like Dante says. The slow burn sort of game. A lot of yapping today. I yapped for far too long today, but you know, that's fine. That's fine. Sometimes you just have those days, and we have them a lot around here, but that's okay. Because I don't really care that much. It's fun stream, a lot of yapping, me new characters. Yeah, yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I'm gonna go because I need to go to bed because I'm probably gonna wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So you know, it's just the way it is. It's just too light outside. It's too light, and I don't have curtains. I just have like a blind or like a shade, and the shade is not shady enough. So I need to. I'm probably gonna wake up early, and I'm gonna be sleepy. So I need to go to bed. But yeah. Thanks everyone for chatting and hanging out, and I thank everyone who was lurking. And thank you, future VOD watchers, especially for whenever I get the VOD up on YouTube, which will be sometime eventually. So you gotta get up at 5. Ooh, okay. Luckily, I don't have to get up at 5. That's nice. I also don't have to get up at 6, but like, so in theory, I could sleep longer if I can. I'm just assuming I'm not going to be able to. But yeah. And I only slept for 4 hours last night, so I probably should make sure I get more tonight. Probably 6. Oh well. And I gotta eat something now. I'm hungry. I'm always hungry after I stream, but I'm like, it's 11 p.m. I shouldn't be eating. But also I'm hungry. I don't even have anything good to like snack on, I don't think. For like a little snack. No, I don't. That's unfortunate. Oh well, I'll find something, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everyone for a fun stream. Thanks for humoring my talkative self. And I'll be back on Saturday for sure. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I might want to play some more of this game, some more. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. If I'm feeling productive or not, or like, you know, who knows. I don't really know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I might be streaming extra this summer since, you know, I'm have the time. If I'm not actually end up being productive on other things, I might just like ditch the other things and distract. Because like today, I wasn't really productive this afternoon and I got kind of depressed about it. But I was like, oh, but I'm streaming later, so obviously I don't want to stream in the afternoon too. But like tomorrow, if I'm like not productive during the day and I'm like not locked in, not focused, can't get work done, I'm like, well, that's sad. So rather than feel sad about it, I should just turn on stream because like that feels vaguely productive to me. So like maybe I'll do that. We'll see though. We'll see because maybe I'll be productive tomorrow, or maybe I'll just be too tired to literally do anything. I don't know. Probably not, but anyway. But definitely come back. I'll be back for Saturday for Spooky Saturday for sure. And I don't know what we're playing. What did I play last week? I don't know. But we'll do something for Spooky Saturday. Something spooky for Spooky Saturday. And I guess that's all for now. You can subscribe to my YouTube. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram, Blue Sky, and TikTok. Just join the Discord. Blah blah blah. I'm gonna go. My throat's kind of feeling a little rough, so that's why I kind of really want to make sure I go because I've been talking a lot. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Have a good day. And yeah, goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.